Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Today is XRP Community Day. In 30 minutes from now, if you're watching in post, just skip ahead 30 minutes for the start of the official live stream. XRP members, some of the biggest people on XRP, I'm talking about the CEO of Ripple, Brad Garlinghouse, will be coming out and speaking on Community Spaces. This event is going to be about 6 hours long with a 1-hour intermediary period in which I'll be breaking down some of my findings on XRP Community Day. I will leave all of this timestamped below. Without further ado, I hope you're all having a wonderful day because the crypto markets are showing lots of volatility. We're having a bit of a divergence in the markets for the first time in a long time. XRP has rebounded from its lows earlier today. The crypto markets overall have just been showing a lot of volatility, but it's good that we're sticking to our guns. We'll see where the price of XRP, of course, is by the end of XRP Community Day. If we do get some major announcements, then of course one can assume that the price of XRP will be higher. We're also going to be assuming that XRP is going to be quite volatile, and so that's definitely going to be something to know. In terms of the actual live stream, I will refrain from talking whenever we're having key panels. I have actually gone ahead and for the people that are tuning in right now and are tuning in post-live, I've gone ahead and broken down the most important panels for you to tune into. This is not to say that other panels aren't important, but if you're just an XRP holder, someone that isn't actually building on XRP, then some of the other panels are just not very useful for you. Now, this is XRP Community Day. Just a quick breakdown. It's on February 11th, which is today. It's a global virtual event celebrating the growth, utility, adoption, and RWA impact of our XRP and the broader XRP Ledger ecosystem. Building on its inaugural year, XRP Community Day returns with a focus on how XRP is used today and where it's headed next. They're going to be exploring regulated products, ETFs, wrapped XRP, DeFi use cases, and the evolution of on-chain infrastructure in 2026. Ripple leaders, including CEO Brad Garlinghouse and President Monica Long, alongside ecosystem partners, financial institutions, and community builders, will share insights, updates, and perspectives on what the XRP community can look forward to. Now, I have a little slide that I've built on this. Here's what you need to know. It's a global event. There's going to be 3 different time zones. The first one is EMEA. The second one is the Americas. And the last one is APAC. The first session is the EMEA session. That starts at 10 a.m. as you could see right here. And I will be, obviously live streaming this. Now, we're also going to be seeing the CTO, former, right? And Grayscale, Gemini, and the Solana Foundation. It matters because last year delivered major roadmap reveals, and so we're going to see here if we get some major announcements. Now, in terms of the must-watch panels, here is what you should actually tune into. So 10 a.m., I think the first panel is always extremely important because typically speaking, that's the keynote panel. The keynote panel is the most important panel. That's Brad Garlinghouse, right? Everybody knows Brad Garlinghouse and XRP. If you're in the XRP army and don't know him, are you even holding XRP? So he's going to be talking about XRP, the era of XRP in capital markets. I think it's a must-watch personally. 10:30 is also going to be a must-watch because we might be getting a major tokenization reveal. There's going to be a surprise guest. We don't know who that's going to be. 11, I would say, is more developer focused. So if you're a developer on XRP, this is good for you. But otherwise, you can kind of probably skip out on that one. 11:30, I think, is going to be a must watch because it's XRP in global regulated finance. We're going to have Grayscale, Binomial, XRP ETFs, ETPs, structured products, institutional access. I mean, we're going to get information on that, which is great. In terms of community, we have 12:15, which is the XRP Innovation Spotlight. We're going to be seeing Flare Network, Xamin, Squid, community project showcases mostly. So you could skip out on that one. In terms of the next major one that you probably want to tune into, for sure is going to be the 3 p.m. one, which is the XRP Innovation Spotlight. We're going to have Gemini, the Wormhole Foundation, Evernorth with potential announcements there. At 4 p.m., we're going to have XRP at the core of Ripple's business, which has the president, Monica Long, talk about Ripple's 2026 priorities and why XRP is central to their strategy. I saw a couple days ago, Ripple announcing the fact that they were going to partner with Hyperliquid. A lot of people fudded because they said, well, that means that XRP is not going to be the only thing that they're working with here. They're using Hyperliquid as well. But I find that 4 p.m. It's going to be a good panel to get some of that context on what's actually been going on within XRP and their broader strategy. My opinion is that it is all but necessary to work with other cryptocurrencies in order to get the grand vision put forward. You can't just ignore everybody else. Sometimes you have to work with some of your competitors. And so that's great. You got to go where the liquidity is. XRP in 2026, the story so far. Of course, we have the SEC case that was resolved for the people that are new to XRP. We've had tons of ETFs and ETPs launched in 2025. Their stablecoin RLUSD is at over $1.5 billion. They have regulatory clarity. They have a bunch of regulation inside of the European continent that's been going through, which is why we are starting with Europe as the first timestamp. We have 4 major acquisitions in 2025: G Treasury, Hidden Road, which is now Ripple Prime, Rail, Palisade. We also have Wrapped XRP now live on Solana and expanding cross-chain access. So the biggest things to pay attention to for 11 is, of course, the surprise guest. It could be a major institutional partnership reveal. We don't know that. Of course, Ripple's 2026 strategy. We want to know, what is Monica Long's closing keynote going to be about? We also definitely want to know XRP ETF updates. Are those getting a lot of attention right now? We also want to know about Wrapped XRP and Solana. There's going to be a lot of great speakers here. And so that's going to be XRP Community Day, calm 10 a.m. I am excited because it's not every day that you get one of these. It's been some time since we've had a major roadmap reveal for Ripple. Last year was the last one, so hopefully they're starting the year off strong here. We get some big announcements. What I'm planning on doing for the people that don't have the time to watch this is I'm just going to be doing a recap. I'm going to be doing a recap video right after this. I'm going to make sure that we're going to get a recap out there. I'm going to be writing it on my notepad. I'll be doing it in a similar fashion. We also have a trade right now open on XRP, trying to trade the momentum here that's going on in the crypto markets. We'll see how it goes. Right now we're down. Are we going to end the day down? Who knows? But I do want to trade the volatility that's happening at the moment. With XRP Community Day here, we can get some major announcements, which could be good for the price of XRP. So we want to make sure that we have exposure as a result. Obviously, there's no guarantee of profit, but nonetheless, we do want to have exposure for the scenario in which XRP Community Day ends up being a major catalyst. I know a lot of people in the XRP community have been hyping up the community day. And so for me, I don't want to be missing out. I don't want to be missing out. So we'll see how that ages. I hope you're all having a wonderful day right now. A lot of people are excited about XRP Community Day. It's going to be live on Twitter Spaces. We're just waiting it up right now. We're going live right now a little bit early to start getting people in. So make sure you're smashing the like button so we get more people looking at XRP Community Day. The more XRP holders that are informed on their bags, probably the more excited that they're going to be. I mean, if you look at what XRP is building, it's hard to be bearish. It is really hard to be bearish long-term on an asset that's doing as much as XRP is doing. We've also had some interesting stuff that we should be expecting. We're partnering with Aviva investors to tokenize traditional funds on the XRP ledger. Tune into XRP Community Day to learn more about this partnership. And this is going to be at 3:30 p.m. GMT. So we're going to be getting that. A representative at Ripple as well. And it looks like he's going to have like signed t-shirts or something, I guess. Yo, Brad, if you're looking at this live stream, if you're one of the 22 people here right now, I would appreciate it if I got one of these t-shirts. That'd be awesome. I would love one of those t-shirts. We're also going to have here Nat during XRP Community Day discuss the positives crypto is bringing to people across the country and resources designed to make it easier to understand and access. You see, every single panel has someone from Ripple here, which is what we want. We also have last year, Ripple agreed a payments partnership with the UAE bank. We're now extending this partnership to explore a range of initiatives from enabling support for Ripple's RLUSD stablecoin within ZAN's regulated digital asset custody to direct liquidity solutions between RLUSD and ZAN's AED denominated stablecoin AEDZ to the issuance of AEDs. This is like so many things going on right here. This is insane. We just have a lot going on. I mean, there's just going to be so many people here. I know that in terms of crypto events, there are going to be a couple major ones. The next one after this is going to be Consensus Miami. They're also going to have Token 2049 Dubai, which obviously we're going to be expecting Ripple representation there. We are also going to have a World Liberty Fi event, which is happening in Miami. Well, no, it's not happening in Miami. It's happening, I think it's West. Is it is it Palm Beach? Yeah, I think it's happening in Palm Beach because that's where Mar-a-Lago is. Yeah, it's in Mar-a-Lago. So that one's going to be happening there, which should be happening pretty soon. So honestly, there's quite a bit going on, even though we're in a theoretical bear market. Like it's like a lot is going on in the crypto markets. A lot of advancements are still happening. It's just, people got to catch up. They got to play catch up. The prices have to catch up at some point, and they're going to catch up sooner rather than later, in my opinion. There's a lot of people that are going to be buying, XRP and HBAR at much higher prices than they currently are by the end of this year. Because there's just so many announcements that are happening, and I think XRP Community Day is only going to reiterate that. There's so much going on right now that it's just bound to play catch up. We do have Bitcoin, though, at a pretty critical level while all of this is happening. Look at this price manipulation that's happening right now. Look at this. This is the 15-minute chart. So we had a big pump here into 68,653, and then we just rejected back down here to 67. This is the most annoying thing in the world that's happening right now. There's blatant market manipulation happening on Bitcoin. Unfortunately, it's affecting the price of XRP and other cryptocurrencies. So it's just kind of the game we have to play. I think this is ridiculous. I think everybody that I know thinks this is ridiculous, but nonetheless is still something that we're just going to have to deal with as XRP holders. But yeah, no, we're closing in here on XRP Community Day. I wrote a post earlier today. I'm going to share it right now. This is something that I've been wanting to talk about, and I think live streams, it's probably the best place to talk about it. So if you didn't know, on the channel, we've been doing very well. I mean, this channel has been absolutely killing it lately. It's at a yearly view high. The reason is because, lately I've been very motivated to make content. We've been just absolutely slaying it. And I wanted to share because I think that as a creator, the best thing that you can do is be realistic. I don't sell courses. And the reason I don't sell a course is because I don't want to sell a fake version of myself. I want to share that I've been struggling pretty greatly over the past year as a content creator. If you look at my analytics, you'll see that it's very sporadic. And the reason it's sporadic is because I have moments where I'm very motivated and I'm pushing really hard to make content and I'm doing great. And then I have moments where I feel like I've made it and I feel very demotivated to continue doing it. So the main problem that I've been having as a creator is finding motivation past just money. Because money is a great motivator, but also when you have money already, you don't really need to make content for the sake of money. And so for most of last year, I stopped making content and I left. I left. I was traveling the world. I went to a bunch of different countries. You should have seen my timeline. I went into business for the first time in my life. I went to Asia. I saw snow. It was really cool. It was really cool. I went to Europe. In that journey, I discovered my love of making content once again. And I've been working pretty hard to make the best content. The justification that I got to is that I feel like there's a gap in the crypto education market. A lot of people are just selling courses because they need money. But if you could just kind of go live and you just teach people things, I feel like that's more philanthropic and it just feels better to do. And so I've been using AI and I've been able to increase output without compromising quality. I've been doing a lot of fact checking. I look forward to bringing you all better and better content. The channel is actually currently at a yearly view high. And of course, today's XRP Community Day. I'm going to be live streaming all of it. And I wanted to thank you all 20 of you that are currently watching. I appreciate you guys for tuning in. XRP Community Day is going to be starting in about 15 minutes from now. So we're starting to get pretty close to the hour. Once the hour strikes, I will allow Mr. Brad Garlinghouse to go ahead and chat. He is going to probably give us some pretty key alpha in the beginning. How you doing, Bod? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Keep the hundreds in chat. Spam the hundreds. Let's go. I'm excited. Let's go, XRP. Community Day is here. Let's go ahead and let everybody know. Here it is. Gotta let everybody know that it's happening. The prices are going all over the place right now. All over the place. Boom, 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 boom. So all that matters right now is we get some positive announcements in the crypto markets. What's the stock market doing? Because I know we just had the open for stocks. That's why we're having this volatility. So stocks opened green today. Interesting. They opened green today. So we opened green, but then it started sliding down, which is why we're seeing the volatility right now in the crypto markets. Rockets, let's go. We got to spam the rockets as well. spam all the emojis. Why don't you? The more emojis that we have, the better. The more people that tune into XRP Community Day, the better. XRP holders, they need to be informed. And so that's why XRP Community Day is so important, in my opinion. But yeah, no, the stock market right now is just kind of do its thing. I mean, remember, we had 9:30 open. 9:30 open was 15 minutes ago for the people that are in other time zones. XRP is moving all over the place. Usually the biggest volatility you're going to see throughout the day is going to be at the open and close for the stock market. So that's 4 p.m. Eastern time and 9:30 a.m. Eastern time for people that are new to investing. And so those are some big timelines to see what's going to happen on the open. Usually, whatever happens in the open will dictate the rest of the day. Most of the volume that happens will happen during the open and the close. It doesn't really, between the day, there's some volume, but it's nowhere near the open and the close. It's always significantly different on the open and the close. Let's see what some of the people here are saying about XRP Community Day. Ripple CEO reaffirms XRP focus ahead of Community Day. Ripple Labs hit the top 10 most valuable unicorns with over $50 billion valuation as CEO Brad Garlinghouse stressed the XRP family remains top priority. The event features panels with Gemini, Wormhole, and other on real-world XRP use cases like RLUSD settlements and cross-chain liquidity. Amid 5 recent acquisitions and XRP holding near $1.40, holders eye roadmap updates that highlight utility and payments and DeFi. And we have Jim Cramer doing the inverse Cramer. I can't believe some people on the internet think XRP will go over $10. This guy was fudding Bitcoin. He was fudding Bitcoin. Wasn't this guy just shilling Bitcoin? We got the thumbs up. Welcome, Adrian. Wasn't this guy just fudding Bitcoin? They're always fudding. Guys, I got grilled today by a few people asking why I would sell XRP at $27. What? What? Who's roasting this poor man? It's okay to sell your XRP at $27. XRP family has and always will be top of mind. Yeah, I mean, I hope they reiterate that during XRP Community Day. We need that reaffirmation. The community will love to hear that stuff. We've got about 13 minutes here. Oh, here it is. Glad to see the message is clear. Some of you thought Ripple wasn't true to the word as XRP is a bridge asset. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, people were fudding the heck out of XRP because Ripple decided to do a partnership with Hyperliquid, which I think is fine. I don't know why people are fudding that. That's a good thing. We want that. Mark Yusko says he's watching for a potential policy curveball. Huh. I'm actually curious. I'm going to listen to this.
I worry there's a curveball coming, and maybe it's an XRP thing, and he's doing more behind the scenes than I know. I worry that there's a CBDC version coming where they just say, you know what, you can't use Tether, you can't use USDC, and if you don't use the government, we're going to put you in jail. Kind of like the 33 Act with gold.
Don't think so. We did get some updates yesterday on a closed doors meeting that I did a live stream for, but unfortunately we didn't get any updates for many hours afterward. So here are the details. It was the second meeting for a stablecoin yield meeting. So here's what it went. So yield and interest prohibition principles in the Genius Act, Congress specifically designed payment stablecoins to be payment instruments. Consistent with this design, market structure legislation should incorporate the following yield and interest prohibition principles to limit deposit outflows that reduce the availability of credit for communities. So here's the first one. Prohibition on stablecoin yield. No person may provide any form of financial or non-financial consideration to a payment stablecoin holder in connection with the payment stablecoin holder's purchase, use, ownership, possession, custody, holding, or retention of a payment stablecoin. Any proposed exemptions from the prohibition must be extremely limited in scope, so not to undermine the prohibition, and must not drive deposit flight that would undercut Main Street lending. Okay. So the banks are defending themselves. So in terms of enforcement, regulators shall enforce provisions of this prohibition and have authority to apply civil monetary penalties. Nobody really cares. Anti-invasion. No person shall circumvent or evade the prohibition, and regulators may issue regulated... Okay. Representations and disclosures. A person may not market, promote, or describe any financial or non-financial consideration provided in connection with the payment. Okay, so you can't bribe people to get stable coins is what this essentially says. Okay. 2 years after enactment, regulators shall submit to a study on payment stablecoin activity. All right. That seems pretty productive, right? Do we agree? That seems fairly productive. To put myself on do not disturb. Yeah, boom. All right. So, XRP Community Day now happening in 10 minutes. 10 minutes, my friends. 10 minutes before XRP Community Day is going live. The first keynote speaker is the CEO of Ripple, Brad Garlinghouse, which is going to be one of the most important panels. Good day, my friend. From Australia, from the land down under, from the land we didn't even know existed until a year ago as Americans. How are you doing, my friend? God bless you. I mean, you must be dealing with all kinds of critters. The biggest critter that I've dealt with in Florida is a gator. And, you know, I get it. Some people are scared of gators, but they're like puppies. That's how I describe them. They're cute. They don't really move. They just kind of stand there. They exist. They're like, you ever played Elder Scrolls and you look at the NPCs and they're just kind of walking around aimlessly? It's the same thing. That seems the bank's version. Yeah, but Ripple was there. You know, and yeah, Ripple does kind of want to work with the banks here. I mean, Ripple was there, Paxos was there. They had, I think Circle was there as well. They had a couple crypto representatives there. It's not just like the banks were there. It wasn't just the banks. There were definitely people. I mean, look over here. Chief Legal Officer at Ripple said compromise is in the air. I wanted to live stream this, but we just got nothing. So here's what it included. So we had Coinbase, A16Z, Ripple, Paxos. We had the Blockchain Association, which they just lobby. We had the Crypto Council, which they also just lobby. And then they had banks like Goldman Sachs, JP Morgan, Bank of America, Wells Fargo, Citi, PNC Bank, and US Bank. So apparently it was smaller, but a more productive meeting than the first. And both sides are talking about ways to solve the issues at hand. But of course, it's politics. No final resolution has been reached yet. So just waiting. But yeah, there were definitely crypto people. Plenty of crypto people that were on there. But yeah, my friends, 7 minutes away. 7 minutes away before XRP Community Day is going to go live. I've already compiled these slides. I'm actually going to show it for people that are new here, what we're expecting in terms of an agenda. I have compiled it for you. We're going to be starting off with the Brad Garlinghouse keynote. We're going to be moving into Marcus and a surprise guest, which they just said surprise guest. I don't know if this is going to be a major announcement or not, but it is going to be on tokenized finance on the XRP ledger. They've been doing a lot of XRP ledger announcements lately. They're going to have a dev focus one about funding the XRP ecosystem. And then right after, they're going to have an ETF panel. So if you're big into looking at what the ETFs think about XRP, then this is going to be a good panel at 11:30. Grayscale is going to be there. Grayscale is a big player. We're going to have Bitnomial. It's going to be about XRP ETFs, ETPs, structured products, institutional access. And then, in my opinion, the next major one, there are a couple good ones, like XRP features, what's live and what's next. But I would say, you know, XRP Innovation Spotlight, and definitely the last panel is going to have the president of Ripple. So you have to be there. Hope the Clarity bill passes. Yeah, me too. I think we're on a timeline, though. If it doesn't pass in the next 2-3 months, then I'm just not very optimistic on it. I mean, we got a 56% chance on Polymarket, so they're feeling a lot more optimistic than I probably am feeling about it. Of course, XRP keeps being in the room. I mean, Ripple's always in the room whenever they're talking about the Clarity Act. If you've noticed, they have a lot of incentive to make this bill pass. So clearly they're just kind of pushing it along like, guys, just give the banks a little bit. Just give them a little bit. Give them a bite. I think they're a lot more willing to work with the banks than a lot of the other cryptocurrencies out there, in my opinion. All right, my friends, 5 minutes. 5 minutes. So we have the beginning of the XRP Community Day, my friends. Make sure to smash the like button. Go ahead, support the XRP Community Day. Get more people looking at it. I mean, the more holders that are looking at XRP Community Day, in my opinion, the better. We need XRP holders to be informed. They need to be aligned with the mission. And if we get any major announcements, of course, that's very, very, very bullish. Right now, we have a long open playing into XRP Community Day. If we get any good announcements, of course, we're going to be profiting. I'm not keen on shorting on a day like this because if we get any sort of positive announcements, that's going to be huge. The stock market has gone ahead and open green, but it is starting to trend downward. And so it is causing some volatility in the crypto markets. But overall looking real good. Looking like a good Wednesday. Looking like a good Wednesday. I mean, tech stocks are up more than SPY. So that's all you can really ask for, really. That's all you can ask for. We got 37 people on here. Welcome, my friends. White House gathering with crypto industry and banks was productive, but no compromise was reached. Seems pretty par for the course. There's always something. So they're complaining right now in terms of the clarity bill. Their big shtick is ethics. So Trump ethics. So they're trying to ban Trump from trading in the crypto markets or profiting from crypto. And the Republicans are trying to say that we should let Trump do whatever he wants, essentially. So both sides are being really annoying right now, and they just don't want to compromise with each other. So eventually they'll crack and they'll do something and they'll get it closed. But it's all things that are completely unrelated to the primary bill. I think it's disgusting. It's always something that they always want to tackle something that is completely unrelated to what the bill is trying to solve. Something completely unrelated. It's like, guys, crypto wants clarity. We don't care about this ethic thing. Why don't you go ahead and pass the Clarity Act and go complain about ethics somewhere else? Just pass the Clarity Act, please. Crypto needs it. They want it. We all want it. We got 3 minutes left before the beginning of XRP Community Day, my friends. Have 8,000 XRP and a lot of Dogecoin, 8 billion cock inu. Yo, so you come from the AVAX trenches. Let's go, dude. I used to own so much. I used to own so much cock back in the day, dude. Back in my days. Nah, dude. AVAX meme season was crazy. People made so much money on AVAX meme season. It's just like, yeah, ecosystem's kind of dead. It's kind of dead right now. BlackRock is bringing its tokenized BUIDL fund to Uniswap. Oh, that's cool. Public companies sold 10,000 Bitcoin in the past 30 days. Yet over 3x that amount in Bitcoin was accumulated. Well, that's cool. Denmark's largest bank. How do you say it? Danske Bank? Danske Bank ends its 8-year crypto ban. Oh, that's cool. And now they're offering Bitcoin and Ethereum ETPs. Good for them. Let me start refreshing this page to make sure we're actually getting this on time. I want to make sure you guys are... Oh, it's already live. Okay, I'm going to start not talking. Okay, my friends? Let me know if you can hear it. Okay, Brad's coming on.
Welcome, everybody. This is Brad Garlinghouse. I am excited to be here, excited that all of you are here. But welcome to our second annual XRP Community Day. This really is a day that's meant for all of you, XRP holders, XRP enthusiasts, XRP builders, any XRP users, and frankly, everyone in between who is part of this XRP family. Sometimes the XRP army, depending upon the topic. But this is about hearing from the whole community, starting with us here at Ripple and from me, but also hearing from people building on the XRP ledger, hearing from people in around XRP ETFs, exchanges, digital asset treasuries, and frankly, so many others who believe in the utility and the long-term, very transformative opportunity of XRP. For those of you, this is your second time around. We had over 250,000 listeners.
Brad, I believe we may have lost your audio.
I think they're having technical issues. This is why X Spaces suck, by the way. I don't know why they did it on X. They should have done it on YouTube. Like, who does X Spaces in 2026? All right, so far he's just been kind of doing a normal intro. I haven't gotten anything yet. I'm writing everything down on a notepad, making sure I'm taking notes, obviously. I think he's realized that he's been cut off. Yep. He's like, I got my paycheck. I'm out.
Okay, I'm told you guys lost me at some point there. Maybe somebody give me an indication that you can hear me now.
Hi, Brad. This is Tony. Yeah, we can hear you now.
Okay, great. I guess you guys, well, Tony, you tell me, what did you lose during that intro? I can rewind as needed.
I believe you were speaking on the utility around XRP, such as ETFs, digital asset treasury, and then you cut off.
Oh, so the very beginning. All right. So anyway, the point being that like we've got a bunch of different speakers today from across the XRP ecosystem, representing exchanges, ETF issuers, digital asset treasuries. Last year, some of you guys remember, we had 250,000 listeners. I'm excited to see what we have this year. I'm going to skip a little bit, it's just the interest of time, but look, Tony Edward, I think, needs no introduction. I assume many of you know him from Thinking Crypto, which truly is one of the most popular crypto podcasts. But we're going to talk about the macro view for all.
I think we lost your audio again, Brad.
This is why Twitter Spaces are inferior to YouTube.
Hey, Tony, we got you?
Yes. Okay, so Brad, you cut out there again.
Maybe I'm going to switch to my laptop off my phone. I'll be right back.
No problem. Good morning, everybody. Hope you're all doing well. Excited for this conversation with Brad. And of course, the title of this session will be The Era of XRP in Capital Markets. So thank you all for joining, and we'll let Brad get connected on his laptop here. X Spaces has been notorious for having some issues because it's kind of buggy, as I'm sure many of you have experienced. So we'll just give him a few minutes to get connected.
Yeah, I agree. I don't know why people use X Spaces. The price will be tanking at this rate. YouTube is the guy. I'm telling you, man. I don't know why they didn't use YouTube or multi-stream it. I don't know. Like, wouldn't you want to see Brad in the flesh? Like the face? The face is more relatable. It's more trustworthy. I'll just unmute it whenever he comes back up. Yeah, I don't know. Hopefully we get some good questions, though. He's going on his laptop, though, so I hope that helps. From my perspective, I don't think it really makes a difference, but maybe it does if he's on Ethernet. Okay, he's on.
Hey, Tony, can you hear me now?
Yes, coming through loud and clear.
Awesome. Thank you. We are ready to go, ready to roll.
Awesome. Well, good morning, Brad. Thank you for taking the time to do this, and excited for our conversation today. I believe the last time we spoke was in Miami at Ripple Swell, I think a couple of years ago.
I remember it well, and Ripple Swell Miami was, I thought, a special one. We're obviously glad to be back here in New York for them now, but thank you for doing that. And I've talked to you a couple times, obviously, so I look forward to this and more in the future.
Absolutely. So, Brad, I believe the first and most important question I need to ask you, and maybe top of mind for many folks, are you planning to flip any switches soon?
Look, I do like this question because I'm always a little bit humored. And the way I think about this is, if there was one magic switch, I promise you, I would have flipped it. The way I think about this is there's a culmination of thousands of switches, and those are switches being turned by Ripple. Those are switches being turned by the community represented here, by all the different small pieces that collectively, I think, have an exponentially increasing impact. And so, look, I'm as bullish and optimistic as anyone when I think about the opportunity for XRP. I promise you that if there is a switch to flip, I certainly would.
By the way, I was just talking about maybe some of the switches at the Ripple office or at your house. So, but on a more
there are light switches everywhere.
Yeah, but on a more serious note, Brad, before we get into all things Ripple and XRP, I have to ask you about what happened in the global markets last week. What do you make of this drawdown, and how does it compare to the past cycles?
That's an important question. And look, I as I tweeted out kind of in the middle of it, whenever I see people being exceptionally fearful, I feel greedy. Whenever I see people being really greedy, I feel fearful. But last week was a bloodbath, and certainly markets have stabilized, are now recovering to some degree. I do want to zoom out a little bit and put this into context. Look, there are a lot of smart people, many of them on Twitter. Silver and gold were down, I don't know, somewhere between 12 and around 15%, as a sell-off. Certainly, crypto this year has tracked some of the US equity markets around software, and particularly some of the AI stuff. And then if you zoom out kind of to your question, the drawdown is comparable to the 22 bear cycle, but it's actually done better than that. BTC ended down 48% versus 77% in the 22 bear cycle. And look, XRP this year is the best of the major cryptos. It's, other than Bitcoin, it's the best performing kind of year to date. The other thing I'll point out is that since the Trump election, XRP is by far the best performing of the major crypto assets, up about 170%. Bitcoin's basically flat since the Trump election. So, I do, as frustrating as that bloodbath was and kind of continues to be to some degree, I think it's important to zoom out and look at the broader landscape as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Well said. And markets are cyclical. We've seen this many times in this asset class, and it's the same for the stock market and other asset classes as well. But Brad, on that note, you joined Ripple in 2015, and a lot has changed since then. We've seen certainly some arduous pain points, within the crypto industry, especially under the Gensler regime. But how do you feel about the growth the industry has seen over time?
I think that kind of gets to the zoom out point. And, when I joined in 2015, I first got involved in crypto in 2012, and, got obviously more involved when I joined Ripple in 2015. And again, that was, although it's been 10 years, in the grand scheme of things, 10 years really isn't that long when you think about money, when you think about currency, when you think about financial infrastructure. 10 years actually isn't that long. And honestly, had you told me 10 years ago when I joined Ripple that we'd be having these crypto conversations on a global stage, on certainly a national stage, that you literally see Congress actively debating, as I think has been well covered. There was a meeting at the White House yesterday where Stu Alderodi, our chief legal officer, represented Team Ripple. Those are things I definitely would not have predicted 10 years ago. So now we've got a long way to go, and I certainly don't want to gloss over that. But these are massive markets, and the opportunity to rewire, accelerate, and make the financial infrastructure more efficient is, I think, truly profound.
And speaking of infrastructure, Ripple has made several major acquisitions over the past 2 years. What's the strategy for 2026? Is it integration of those respective acquisitions, additional acquisitions, or both?
Well, look, I'm super proud of the kind of playing offense last year. And again, you got to remember that for at least 3.5, 4 years, Ripple was playing defense. And just recently, we've been able to kind of shift that into playing offense again, and that has felt great. I feel like we lost some time, which is frustrating, but we're going to work very hard in 2026 to make up that time. I think both of the big acquisitions we made, one in Hidden Road, which is now called Ripple Prime, and two, G Treasury, which we now call Ripple Treasury, are really demonstrative of, I think, too many in the crypto landscape are focused inside the echo chamber. And we were very focused on going outside of the echo chamber in bringing traditional finance to crypto. So, I'll use G Treasury as an example. Now Ripple Treasury, but G Treasury was already, they have over 1,000 corporate clients where they really are the CFO dashboard, managing liquidity, deposits, currencies, and they had 0% penetration of either digital assets or stablecoin. So the 13 or 14 trillion dollars that they orchestrated around payments, of which not a huge percentage, but a material percentage was cross-border. That's just all ripe opportunity. They prior to acquisition had visibility into lots of deposits that are effectively dormant and not really being optimized around yield. Well, now we can help them with that using RLUSD and bringing more liquidity on the XRP ledger. So, now the last part of your question, you're right. This year is much more about integration. We have two amazing leaders who came on board and joined my team, who now are, kind of figuring out how to make sure to integrate some of those things we're just talking about. But I could not really be much more pleased. I don't mind sharing. I'm here in New York, and we had a team offsite yesterday, kind of talking through some of these things as we thought about our 2026 strategy. So it's definitely going to be a year of more integration. I don't think you should expect any other big acquisitions, but you never know. The second half of the year, we'll start maybe looking to be more acquisitive again.
And Brad, with the integration on that topic, and even the larger theme of adoption of blockchain technology by TradFi and crypto-focused companies such as Ripple acquiring TradFi companies, right? It's kind of happening on both sides. Do you see over time that it won't necessarily be the crypto market and the TradFi market, that you have this convergence, and it's just going to be the market because they're all going to be running on blockchain rails?
Tony, so first of all, I think this is an incredibly important question, and I'm gonna make fun of my age a little bit here. I've been around the technology landscape for a long time. I moved to Silicon Valley in 1997 in the earliest days of the internet, and in those early days of the internet, we would call things an internet company, and Amazon was an internet company, Yahoo was an internet company, and it's like no, actually. Amazon's just a commerce company. Yahoo is just a media company. And over time, we realized the internet is going to be pervasive in every company. And we're not going to have just internet companies. We're going to have companies that integrate these technologies. I believe the exact same thing is true around crypto and blockchain. And even, when I talk about Ripple, you'll rarely hear me refer to Ripple as a crypto or blockchain company. Instead, I think about it as we're a infrastructure company, almost a platform company around financial services. It happens to be we leverage crypto and blockchain to deliver those solutions better, cheaper, faster, stronger. But I don't think in the years ahead we'll talk about these companies as crypto first. And I think, frankly, companies who do that are going to miss the bigger opportunity.
Yeah, absolutely. So how is Ripple approaching institutions when it comes to utilizing the XRP ledger and even the XRP token? And I'll reference, some recent adoption news like the Billiton Diamond tokenization with Control Alt, if I'm not mistaken. But
Yep.
how are you approaching these institutions?
So first of all, I've said this now a few times on Twitter, but I want to say it here for this community in my own voice. It may not always be obvious. I want every single person in the XRP family, the XRP army, to know that XRP is the North Star for Ripple. It's our purpose. When we think about what we're doing on Ripple payments or Ripple Prime or Ripple Treasury or custody or RLUSD, this is all focused on how we can drive utility, trust, and velocity or liquidity around XRP and the XRP ledger. So, things like Ripple payments on the DEX with permission domains, Ripple Prime using XRP for collateral and lending, Ripple Treasury we kind of talked about, doing enabled payments around XRP and RLUSD within Treasury management. These are all examples of where we are going to continue to make sure, as we think about Ripple as a platform company for financial infrastructure, that XRP is at the heartbeat of that. You'll hear more about this, some of those specifics from Monica Long, our president at Ripple, later today. And this morning you may have seen we announced Aviva Investors, one of the largest asset management firms in the world, tokenizing on the XRP ledger. So we're going to continue to focus on that institutional opportunity. Ripple has decided to partner when it comes to partner or invest or support companies going after the consumer opportunity. But hopefully it gives a sense of kind of where we are with that.
And the OCC recently granted Ripple conditional approval for a banking license. What does this enable Ripple to do today, and what changes once the conditional provisions are removed?
So, I think I believe aside the longer term, big picture opportunity, what we could do, the charter today, this really allows stability around RLUSD. Many people know that we originally set up and launched RLUSD under the New York DFS kind of trust license, Department of Financial Services in New York, which we felt like at the time was the gold standard. We now have both of these, and it's really, we want to be the most regulated, compliant, because we're focused on institutional flows. Like, that is the priority. Now, the specifics around the OCC charter, it allows kind of better bankruptcy protections for reserve assets. It makes it very clear that RLUSD is a leader under the Genius Act framework, but it really secures and kind of cements our leading position, and we've seen that recognized by analysts and reporters alike. But we really are the first stablecoin issuer to have oversight as a trust company at both the state and federal levels. And we think that dual layer is the gold standard. So that's why that's important. Now, there's been a lot of speculation about what we could do in the future. There's been some commentary about a Fed master account, which we do think is compelling. And there's things we may do in the future that I'm not going to go into today. But suffice it to say, you asked earlier that if you told me 10 years ago we would have even conditional approval from the OCC or kind of even engagement with the OCC, like that is massive progress relative to where we started this journey.
Yeah, absolutely. I sometimes have to pinch myself to when I see these news items and the crypto industry are integrating into the TradFi world and these licenses and all these things being provided. It's pretty amazing, but shows the potential of this technology, and we still have ways to go.
Well, you've been a good person to, as I said in my introduction, which I guess was the audio wasn't working so well, but you've been along this journey for a long time as well, and kind of seen a lot of it firsthand. So we have appreciated that, and I know a lot of people in the community appreciate that. So thank you.
Yeah, my pleasure. And a two-part question here. How is Ripple planning to support the XRP ecosystem with users, developers, and builders And what are your favorite qualities of the XRP community?
Look, I will start by just being a very genuine. I freaking love this community. I love this army, and I feel like we're a community when we need to be a community. When we're an army, we need to be an army based upon kind of everybody who's attacking us. But the fact that this group has stayed with us through thick and thin, and honestly dug into the data and kind of do your own research, dug into where XRP is well positioned and where it makes sense to use something else, or it does make sense to use XRP. And there's a lot to love about the underlying technology, and I could not be more proud to call myself a member of the XRP family. I'm really in awe of the community and the kind of passion, the resilience is just awesome. And again, I kind of lurk on Twitter sometimes, as you guys know, and seeing people kind of correct, and even honestly also appropriately just ignoring some people, because it's like some people they're spreading they're just intentionally spreading misinformation. I'm just like, whatever, I'm gonna ignore this person. Okay, but one of the things I'm probably most excited about, which is I think an important part of your question here, I think this year getting more activity and momentum around the lending protocol and other protocols, it's just moving further. It's a priority for me, it's a priority for Ripple, but yield generation, and whether it's Ripple supporting partners like Flare, Morpho, there's coming Uphold, Doppler, Axelar, but all of these companies are doing things around yield generation on the XRP ledger, and I think it's critically important to make it more institutional, more friendly to the community. There are some L1s are kind of ahead of us in this, and I think 2026, seeing real progress on this is important. And I'll also just say, part of the reason I'm proud of this community and frankly proud of Ripple, when we focus on something, we are really freaking good. And this is definitely going to be a focus area in 2026.
And you celebrated the launch of the XRP spot ETFs last year, a major on-ramp, and these have been created for other assets as well, but certainly XRP was one of the most anticipated. And where do you think the ETF market is going this year, and what does this signal about the regulated investment products?
Look, I think this is a really important in terms of making all of crypto more institutional. And again, as you guys know, I believe in a multi-chain world. I'm not an XRP maxi. I think XRP is exceptionally good at some really big solution frameworks, but I'm proud of the fact that Bitcoin had a really successful and powerful ETF launch. Now, XRP was the fastest spot ETF to hit 1 billion in assets under management since ETH. In less than a month. Today, it stands at about 1.5 billion. Even last week, when there was kind of massive, carnage going on in the market, there was positive inflows of, I think $30 or $40 million, which is great. And like some of the big pivots that I wouldn't have expected. Vanguard, as one of the largest asset managers in the country, in the US, it had until recently, I think it was early December, had been very anti-crypto, and Vanguard finally is opening up access and retirement accounts, and it shows that public markets are keen to invest in crypto, and ultimately, these big players like Vanguard need to adopt what their customers want, and their customers, as demonstrated by the ETFs, not just of XRP but of Bitcoin as well. Customers want it, and they need to provide it, and that's important.
So, Brad, you referenced Vanguard. It seems that institutions, they must have a crypto or blockchain strategy now. It would be kind of foolish to not have one. In the years before, they kind of ignored it, but it seems like everyone needs to have a strategy now.
Yeah, I agree. Again, I'll say something I said earlier. Like I think we are still in early days, so I don't think we've seen massive adoption yet. And we're kind of in an entrepreneurial journey. One of the things you kind of talk about is going from 0 to 1, and then 1 to 100, and then beyond. And I think 2025 we went from 0 to 1, and that's manifested by ETFs. It's manifested by, frankly, even the BlackRocks of the world. Larry Fink talking about the opportunity around tokenizing assets on blockchains is profound. It's still very early, but crypto isn't fringe anymore. It's being absorbed into capital markets, into treasury management, into prime brokerage. And, you know, I think institutions are no longer just exploring blockchain just for crypto exposure. It's for settlement efficiency, for cross-border liquidity. And when you underlay all of that with the improving picture around regulatory clarity, you know, you add all those different pieces together, and honestly, Tony, it's a conundrum that you're seeing the crypto markets struggle over the last 3 or 4 months. I'm incredibly optimistic about what's ahead in 2026. You know, I look forward to the reality I just talked through, catching up with the crypto markets and how crypto assets are priced.
And one of the catalysts that could boost further adoption is the Clarity Act passing. Do you see that passing this year, and what impact may it have?
I mean, Tony, look, I'm an entrepreneur, and so people accuse me of always being optimistic, and so I'm guilty as charged. Now, that being said, I have been very close to this. Ripple has been very close to this. As I mentioned earlier, our chief legal officer was at the White House yesterday. You saw some coverage about that. You have this White House pushing hard to get that moving again. Frankly, I was disappointed and frustrated that it stalled. When the chairman of the banking committee, Tim Scott, kind of paused, if you will. I do think it's going to get moving again here shortly. I think there was some very constructive conversation yesterday at the White House on how to bridge the gap between what some of the banks are feeling and what the crypto community. But look, what the markup that Senator Scott was going to bring had overwhelming support from the crypto community and support around banking. And so I think we're going to get it back on track. I'll give it 75% that by the end of April, this is not just back on track, but very close to getting signed.
Final question here, Brad, as we wrap up. Where do you see Ripple in 2030?
Ooh, wow, 2030. Well, so first of all, I mean, that's only 4 years from now. I mean, that used to feel so far away, and now it's pretty close. Look, I think Ripple will continue to grow as a platform company for financial infrastructure that permeates, it brings XRP and the XRP ledger into all of our use cases and continues to drive that trust, that utility and liquidity in XRP. But look, the thing I will emphasize, of course, we want Ripple to be successful within XRP. I want to keep reminding people, Ripple's reason for existence is driving success around XRP and the XRP ecosystem. We will continue to build products and services that customers love and will pay for to make Ripple successful, but it's in service of the overall XRP ecosystem, and we'll champion technology improvements around XRP as we have, but also champion other use cases and investments that we think will help achieve that. So look, I think there's a chance there will be a $1 trillion crypto company. I don't doubt that for a second. I think Ripple has the opportunity, if we do things well in partnership with the overall XRP ecosystem, to be that company, and maybe there'll be more than one.
Exciting times are ahead. Brad, I was told you had an announcement to share about exclusive swag.
Yeah, look, Tony, I mean, this is kind of on the fun side of things, but before we close, and as I shared via a teaser yesterday on Twitter, we're doing the first kind of XRP Community Day swag drop. I posted a crew neck that we're going to be giving away. It's got XRP Community Day. It's a limited edition design. Only 2,000 were produced. It's really our way of saying thank you for spending the day with us, obviously virtually, but as part of the XRP community. I'm super excited to kick off the first swag drop, and you'll see our Ripple X Dev account just shared a link in the comments on how to enter to win one. There'll be a few more drops throughout the event when the website is live, so stay tuned for the next one later in the EMEA segment, and then again for the Americas and APAC segment of the event. But look, I'll close just by saying I really appreciate all of you for being here. We have an exciting day planned. I appreciate everybody who kind of organized and helped brought it together. But thank you, Tony, for joining me in this kickoff. And so with all of that, and maybe right on time, despite the audio problems at the beginning, I will hand it off to Marcus Enfinger, our Senior Vice President of RippleX, for the next session.
Thank you, Brad. Hi, everyone. Following on from Brad's opening, it feels pretty clear that the momentum behind the XRP ecosystem has never been stronger. I'm Marcus Enfinger, SVP of RippleX, and I spent 2 decades in global banking prior to Ripple. And so seeing TradFi giants like the one we're about to discuss embrace the speed and efficiency of the XRP ledger is exactly why I'm here. Look, it's really an incredible time to be having this conversation. The popularity of tokenized real-world assets, or RWAs, continues to increase as we've seen billions of financial assets move on to public chains globally. I want to highlight here upfront that the XRPL currently ranks 6th in the total assets league table on R.
I'm about to post up a TLDR of the keynote for you guys. It's going to be on X, so make sure to smash the like button. Looks like you cut off here. Let me just fact check this real quick before I post it.
I'm silent. Yeah, Marcus gone silent, I think.
What happened there? Yeah, looks good. All right, I'm posting it. Smash the like button, boys. Let's get the word out there. My friends, make sure you're liking the stream, getting the word out there that the XRP Community Day is happening right now. We've got some pretty solid information so far. I have a ton of stuff on a notepad right now. I'm making sure to go ahead and get all the panels so that you guys can be best informed. So that's exactly what I'm doing. It's 10:30 a.m. panel. I really need to use the restroom, so I'm going to do that really quick. But smash the like button, boys. And let me make sure this is playing so it's not muted. Okay. Is he still not talking? Dude, what? I'm going to refresh. They just have the little music going. I think they're having difficulties again. This is why you don't do these things on X. Who at Ripple said that X is the platform we want to do? They don't even have XRP. Who cares? Why are we doing X spaces? Why are we doing this on X spaces? What are they doing? You don't have enough XRP? Let's go. Is that you? Let's go. Yo, I know you're a degen because Wolfie follows you. That's how I know you're like degen. The urge to gamble isn't going away. L take? Yo. Doesn't like the meme coins. Okay. All right.
Sorry for the technical glitch there and leaving you in the cliffhanger there. I think I was just going over the hot of the press earlier today that we announced an exciting new collaboration between Ripple and Aviva investors to bring tokenized fund structures onto the XRPL. Against backdrop, I'm super excited to be here today with Alistair Sewell, Senior Investment Director at Aviva Investors, a firm managing over £250 billion in assets. Alistair, it's great to have you. To start
Marcus,
us off, sorry.
even better to have you. It's even better to have you back.
Awesome. It's good to hear you. To start us off, many of us, joining here in Europe will know Aviva Investors well. But for those elsewhere who aren't as familiar, could you briefly introduce yourself and the company?
I'd be delighted to. And look, I've got to say, what a privilege, what an honor it is to be here with you today. And speaking personally, I can say that I and Aviva Investors are absolutely delighted by this partnership we've entered into with Ripple. So Aviva Investors is the investment management arm of Aviva PLC, which is the UK's largest diversified insurer. It's a business whose origins stretch back more than 325 years. And today we serve over 25 million customers across the UK, helping them protect what matters, save for the future, and manage risk in an increasingly complex world. And when I think back, Marcus, over that history of Aviva Investors, that 325 years, I think we've seen a lot of change in that time. And one of my favorite historical examples is our early adoption of the telegraph. Now, you may remember January 1838, or maybe you don't remember January 1838, but that was when the very first telegraph was ever sent. And Aviva Investors' predecessor firms were among some of the earliest commercial users of this technology, using telegraphy to accelerate underwriting and claims long before digital systems existed. And that's really important. That's a reminder that technological change is not new to our industry, and that we've been able to consistently embrace innovations in the past to make markets faster, safer, and more connected. And that very same mindset drives us today. We manage over $335 billion, 250 sterling in assets across public and private markets, and we are always looking for technologies that can help us improve how we serve our clients. And what we hope to do with you at Ripple is exactly that, a step into the future.
That's awesome and really impressive. Over 300 years of early adoption and embracing technologies. That's really exciting. Let's talk about the new collaboration between Aviva Investors and Ripple, which we're really excited to announce earlier today. So, Alistair, what's happening? What does it actually mean? And why is it important? Why should people in the XRP community care?
Well, there's a very simple reason why people in the XRP community should care, because this is a great example of how a traditional financial institution is embracing this new technology, is embracing the XRP ledger to move our operations into the future. What that means in specific terms is we are going to be working with Ripple to bring tokenized mutual fund structures onto the XRP ledger. So these are going to be yield-bearing tokens with highly stable value due to the high quality and the high stability of the assets backing them. These are a form of a yield-bearing token, which will essentially bring us as a traditional investment manager, as a traditional financial institution into the future. And this will enable for us, this will enable faster settlement. It'll enable automated lifecycle events. It will reduce operational frictions, and it will improve distribution models. And Marcus, I have to say, this isn't experimentation for its own sake. We recognize that financial markets are changing, the way they operate is changing, and we want our products to be able to integrate seamlessly with the digital ecosystem we're going to see in the future.
Awesome. Thank you. To double click a little bit on that, what problems specifically are you looking to solve by bringing your funds onto the XRPL? Can you share a little bit more about the use cases and sort of like the envisioned end state of the value created here for your stakeholders?
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm going to give you another real quick history lesson here, Marcus. And this time the history lesson is the mutual fund. Did you know the mutual fund was invented in 1924? That's 102 years. So that is 100 years that we've been using mutual funds in our industry. And look, they're a great product. They serve investors really well. They do great things for people. But they're also 100 years old. I think we can do a little bit better than that. I think we can bring that technology forwards. What does that mean in specific terms? And in direct answer to your question, well, it means we can move settlement cycles for funds from days to seconds. It means we can eliminate some of the manual reconciliations which ultimately cause cost increases in funds. It means we can consolidate data flows into simpler and more accessible patterns. And also we can address one of the really important things, which is the limited mobility today of assets for collateral purposes. Now I realize collateral is getting a little bit technical in terms of financial market jargon, and maybe we can unpack that a little bit later. But this ability to move collateral faster is a real game changer for traditional financial institutions like Aviva Investors. And that's because we can move from slow settlement to near instant settlement. We can move to synchronized data. We can move to 24/7 trading, and we can move to moving our assets around in real time. That is tangible utility. That is tangible benefit for end investors.
It's really exciting listening to you. I just recall, hey, this is exactly the kind of reason why I joined this industry, and just this notion of seeing financial markets at large just operate much more productively. And so yeah, it's just exciting. This is now falling into place. Shifting gears a bit here, how easy was it for you to get internal buy-in for the initiative, and do you anticipate any challenges as things move forward? Appreciate Aviva Investors, pretty significantly sized company, and navigations, aren't always super simple, I can imagine.
No, absolutely. And change is hard. And I think we all recognize and we all understand that change is hard, but we also recognize that change is necessary. Change is necessary to accommodate the future. And also, frankly, being very candid here, is we recognize the risk of disruption. We see there is a scenario where financial markets move at scale to a digital basis, to a digital infrastructure. And in order to remain relevant, to be able to capture the opportunities that present itself, it's important that we change. But look, that change is hard, Marcus. You're absolutely right. And I know you've got a history on the traditional financial institution side as well. So enabling that change is difficult, right? And I think the way that we approach that is number one, Aviva Investors has a long history of innovation. We have innovated both in the past. I gave the example of the Telegraph, but more recently, we've done some really interesting stuff in the carbon removal market, for example. There are interesting things we focus on, and that innovation is part of our lifeblood, part of our desire to change. But to make it happen, it's about building messaging. It's about identifying the people internally who are willing to bear the torch, who are willing to engage with this new technology and build momentum, build buy-in, and actually make tangible change. And that doesn't just come from a single individual, that comes from many individuals from many different functions who come together, who see the potential, who see the roadblocks, but work to climb over those roadblocks. I think from a timing perspective, what we see is, as an institution, we see that this technology is maturing. And I think Brad used the example in his opening remarks about the entrepreneurial perspective and about where we are now. And I think he's absolutely right. We're at the point where the technology is maturing. We're at the point where we're seeing client needs evolve. We're seeing the point where the direction of travel for markets is very, very clear. And so we need to adapt to that. And by working with Ripple, we hope to do so. It's not going to be an easy path forward. So we're under no illusions here. We have legacy systems within our business. We need to interact with those. We have regulatory issues that we need to address, and we need to work with our regulators in a constructive and productive manner to enable these opportunities. And we need to scale the operational readiness. These are big ticket items, but we embrace the challenge, we rise to that challenge, and we can't wait to get our teeth into it. It is exciting, Marcus.
So look, first of all, congrats on getting this initiative so far internally, rallying the relevant support. And thank you for being a champion for the technology. And look, we at Ripple, we've always believed this movement is a collaborative movement, is working with the system to transform financial markets. And so it's important to have partnerships like this, building the relevant bridge, so to speak. Shifting gears again a little bit, I know this initiative ultimately envisions the promised land of sort of like enabling on-chain repo. And just quickly, for those less familiar with the term, think of repo as the essential daily plumbing of Wall Street. So sort of a platform to manage global financial liquidity needs and a way for institutions to either borrow cash by using their high-quality assets as collateral or lend cash to earn a secure return. So Alice.
And it broke. Fucking X Spaces innovation. Dude, it just breaks over and
Marcus,
over.
I'm going to continue. I think you were asking me about what we think about the on-chain repo market.
Exactly. Sorry, did I get lost there for a bit?
We lost you for 1 second, but that's fine. I was just going to say you did a great job of explaining what a repo is, and I can really only reiterate just how important repo is. It's the lifeblood of financial markets. It's really what drives almost everything that happens in financial markets. It may not be visible to many people, but it is there, and it is very significant. Did you know that the US repo market alone turns over more than $12 trillion every single day? That's a 12 with 12 zeros.
Trillion with a T.
12 trillion with a T, yeah. So when you think about a market that size, and if any efficiency gain, no matter how small it is, that means dollars. That means significant dollars. That means you can make real gains, you can make it more efficient. So what can you do with an on-chain repo? Well, you can do near instant settlement. And that crosses a huge barrier because currently today you'll have end-of-day netting processes, for example, which means intraday you may have less visibility than you'd like to on the collateral or the cash that's moving around on either side of that repo transaction. So having near instant settlement, giving you that visibility on it, means you can automate margining, for example. Your collateral can move in real time and you have far, far greater transparency. And look, this is a real life issue. This is a real concern for markets. I know many of the listeners to this are in the US or international, but back right here in the UK, just 3 years ago, we had real issues in our government bond market due to some unfortunate government policy decisions. And that was a time which just reveals how important it is to know where your collateral is, to know that you can move it fast to your counterparty if you need to, and you can react swiftly to a crisis event in markets. That's hard with conventional architecture. With a digital architecture, that becomes much, much easier, and this solves a whole raft of problems. So that's hugely important. The other interesting thing we can do with moving repo on chain is we can potentially change the cash leg for a tokenized money market fund. And that is a potential real game changer because it cuts out a lot of frictions that you have in the value chain for creating a repo today. I realize that's a little bit technical, but just think about it this way. That repo, which you described so beautifully at the beginning, Marcus, we can make it work simpler, faster, and with greater visibility, and that delivers tangible benefit, tangible utility to the entire financial system. We cannot underestimate how significant the gains are here.
Thank you, Alistair, and to state the obvious, very, very equally excited about the prospect and potential of this use case in particular. Maybe to just go even a layer deeper here, and also looking a little bit, further ahead. As we look into this on-chain future, how do you see the pool of eligible collateral evolving? I would say we're starting to see, with these like high-grade funds. But do you see a world where native digital assets like XRP or Bitcoins eventually find their way into these institutional grade on-chain repo structure as sort of like emerging forms of collateral as they mature further from here and more regulation like Genius Acts and whatnot fall in place? What's your viewpoint there?
Yeah, look, there's a lot of regulatory pieces that will need to change to get really mass adoption of this, particularly outside of the US. In the US, we've seen great progress on this, but in other markets, there are still some regulatory blockers, which it gets a little bit technical in the characteristics of the repo market. I think where we begin is probably with bonds, so high quality government bonds, treasuries and the likes, or what we have in the UK, we call them gilts, which are the equivalent of US treasuries. We see it starting there and then probably expanding to other assets. Because, as you know, Marcus, there are two things that really matter in a repo. Those are the counterparty, so the guy on the other side, the guy or the girl on the other side of the table that you're interacting with, and the collateral that you're moving. Now, if that collateral is really high quality, then you can come to an agreement where you have a relatively little margin in it. But as you start moving into other types of assets, then you're going to want a little bit more margin to cover you for any risk that you get in there. So effectively, this is risk neutral. So you're almost indifferent to what the asset is, provided the amount of haircut you're taking protects you from the risk of that. So the implication of that is, as technology becomes more widely adopted, as familiarity increases, as adoption increases, then investors are more than likely to be looking at a wider collateral set, provided they're working with a high quality counterparty that they trust, and that the amount of margin that they have is sufficient to cover them for the risk of the assets. And look, we are moving into a world where we have traditional assets. We're tokenizing those so they become into a digital format. We have digitally native assets, which do include some of the assets you've already mentioned. So I think there is a multi-asset future where many different asset types will be accepted into these transactions at scale. And as we both agreed earlier on, repo is the lifeblood of financial markets. This is really where TradFi can meet DeFi in a truly exciting way.
Thank you so much, Alistair. Makes a lot of sense in terms of the haircut aspects and all that, and lots of room to grow and mature there for crypto native assets, so to speak. I like to end the question set with the following. Look, there's been a lot of talk about RWA tokenization for several years now. Perhaps can you give us your view on what stage you think we're at on the tokenized RWA journey today, and how do you see the future unfolding over the coming years?
Yeah, one word: growth. Growth, growth, and growth. I think you referred to earlier that there's about $360 billion or so of tokenized real world assets now. That's a big number, and that's a growing number. You think about tokenized money market funds, which is one of the areas that's really important to us. We see about $10 billion worth of tokenized money market funds today. And those actually grew by about 120% last year. Marcus, that's a supernormal growth rate. That is really a supernormal growth rate. And that is because there's tangible demand, there's tangible market interest, and there's real world utility for investors who are using these products. So I think we're going to see growth. And what's underpinning that is that technology is now production ready. Regulatory clarity is improving. And these products like the tokenized money market funds I've referred to, they're gaining real traction. What's going to be important? I think interoperability is going to be important. I think collateral markets moving on chain are going to drive more growth, more demand. The evolution of distribution models will be an important factor. But more importantly, really the bottom line is that tokenization is what we're talking about today. Tokenization becomes the standard layer of financial market infrastructure. And that's where entities like Ripple have advantages and can execute on this. And this is where the XRP ledger can provide that layer that we as a financial institution can transact on and provide services to our clients.
Okay.
Thank you, Alistair. Direction is certainly up and to the right. And look, just thank you, Alistair, for joining us here at the XRP Community Day. It's and sharing your thoughts and insight. And it goes without saying, we very much look forward to continuing our collaboration with you as the XRPL and XRP lead the charge in bringing TradFi assets on chain and unlock utility into the wider financial system. Yeah. Wish everyone a good rest of the Community Day. Stay tuned for the next session on funding in the XRP ecosystem, which is now due. Thank you all, and be safe out there.
Okay. I love how you were like win Lambo, but this guy, he definitely already has a Lambo. He talks like he doesn't care anymore. Like bro's had a Lambo since the telegraph was invented. Like he's like who is it? Peter Schiff. Peter Schiff is just like, yeah, guys, gold's running finally. Yeah, after like 40 years, you were born in the second industrial revolution. Like it's about damn time. It's about time. I'm doing the second post right now. Okay. Why does it keep doing that? Is it just me? Don't worry, guys. I'll make sure that I reset it and we have it on. I hate X spaces. You're not missing anything. All right. All right. Cheers, my friend. I mean, I'm literally going to make a recap video, so you'll be fine. Thank you for tuning in. You're very entertaining. So thank you. It gets really boring when you're just here writing notes on your own. Okay, I think they're going to talk here. Nope. So the next panel is going to be, let's see. VCs. Like and subscribe, my friends. It's going to be about VCs. So we're going to have funding the XRP ecosystem, VC grants and ecosystem funding. We're going to have Dragonfly. Okay. Hopefully Dragonfly shares something cool. Dragonfly is pretty big. Superscript Reforge, I don't know, but Dragonfly I do know for sure. Shiny bald head man is over at Dragonfly. He'll probably be speaking here. If you're bald and you're in crypto, you're probably doing pretty well for yourself. I still have hair, so I'm a little cooked. All right. They got the music on full blast. Who's this general partner at Dragon? So it's not. I don't know who this is. Rob. I guess I'll follow him. Co-founder at Reforge VC. Senior Director of Ecosystem Growth at Ripple. Okay. Hopefully they spill some stuff about how much money they're going to be pouring into the ecosystem. That could be interesting. Launches Parley Market Signals and Sentiment Tool. BlackRock offers DeFi trading for the first time. It's very bullish for anybody that's in DeFi. I think they're going to be talking now. I'm going to unmute.
All right. Hi, everyone. Let's get started. It was a great hearing about on-chain repos and institutions. I want to shift gears a little bit here and talk about startups and VCs. I'm Christina, and I lead the ecosystem growth team here at Ripple. And a lot of what I focus on, or at least what our team focuses on, is growing startups, supporting startups in the ecosystem, working with builders, but also, connecting to different VCs and bringing them into the ecosystem. And that's been sort of a big topic that I hear, and a recurring theme is like, hey, all these entrepreneurs, like any entrepreneurs out there, whether in the blockchain or not, is they're always looking for funding, which is exactly what we're going to dive into in this session. Joining me here, we have three VCs. Rob from Dragonfly, Alex from Reforge, and we have Jacob all the way here from Singapore at Superscript. Welcome to the panel. Good morning, good evening, wherever you are, Rob, Alex, and Jacob.
Thank you.
Thanks for having us.
Yeah, excited to
Thank you.
dive right in. So maybe just to start off, really broadly, how would you describe the current the current funding environment right now? Like, where is capital flowing, and what's changed compared to a year or 2 years ago? Maybe Alex, we can start with you.
Yeah, sure. So I think so. Hi everyone, Alex from Reforge here. I think we're starting to see somewhat of consolidation happening. I think there's still a lot of capital out there, but the expectations of what that capital is used for and the short-termism that has plagued the industry for a long time with respect to, quick exit liquidity, playing the game of investing and expecting a token return well before companies achieve some level of success with product market fit and whatnot. Um, is making most people jaded. I think retail in particular looks at VC funding and says, "Hey, we are their exit liquidity." And I think now in 2026, that sentiment has reached this inflection point of we're not going to have it, and we're not going to deal with that anymore. And that also has resulted in a lot of funding and capital allocators to realize, hey, because this playbook doesn't exist anymore, maybe we can't either. So I think money is getting smarter. That also raises the bar for and expectations for the quality of teams and founders building within the space, which I think is net positive, of course. And then with the introduction of institutions, and obviously with the Trump administration really promoting that from the U.S., I think both from a regulatory perspective, but also more generally from a cultural perspective, I think that there's going to be continued net inflows that will continue boosting the space. But particularly on the early stage, in terms of what I'm seeing, I think very excited for a continued allocation, but just in higher quality, less grifty opportunities.
Yeah, that's actually pretty interesting. Jaded on token launches. I'm curious, like, is it you have a hybrid when it comes? You seeing a lot of hybrid when it fundraise, or just mostly people just on the equity side and not taking tokens anymore from a VC perspective?
Yeah, I can quickly answer, and then maybe if Rob and Jacob have a perspective. But we're still seeing a hybrid structure with equity and a token warrant with the early stage, I guess, structure of contracts and investments. But there's less emphasis on this expectation that there will be a token just purely because they are a crypto native company.
Got it. Okay, and stronger founders, definitely. Rob, what's your take of what's going on in the market right now?
Yeah, I think we're seeing something a little bit different than what Alex is seeing, but that also might just be a little bit of a stage point. So I've had this discussion with like a number of different VCs the last couple of months, and frankly, the VC market is actually pretty active right now. If you look at the amount of capital that was deployed in January, it was actually quite strong, but it's really coalesced around not just use cases that work, but the kind of use cases that are showing really strong product market fit. But it's also really coalesced around equity. So most of the VC capital right now is going into equity businesses. I think the that's somewhat structural for the reasons of the fact that, like, stable coins and payments is one of the hottest topics. Tokenization is one of the hottest topics. The things like, continuing to have centralized exchanges and market structure, and call it some core infrastructure for like institutional adoption. Those continue to be one of the most actively funded parts of the market. Prediction markets is probably the one other. And these are, by definition, mostly, kind of like traditional equity investments or private equity. DeFi continues to still do well, especially around derivatives, perpetuals, et cetera, because the fact that, we're also seeing real clear product market fit there. I think across some of the more decentralized, call it tokenization platforms, there's some interest there as well. So things that will likely have tokens. But I think what we're also seeing is that, when the market is as weak as it is right now, and we're seeing the repricing of a lot of these, alt tokens as aggressively and as quickly as what's happening now, people don't want to, take the risk of not understanding what the market will support, right? And so for a long period of time, when there was, called seed or Series A investing in token projects, most of what would happen in the VC landscape would say, okay, well, I think there's some fundamental value here, but I also think, on a relative basis to where the market is pricing similar types of projects and what we think the addressable market is, this is the type of valuation that I can give this token. That's just completely upending itself at a time when, we've had a lot of tokens that over the last 3-4 months are down 70-80%, right? And so you have to be much more thoughtful around, what that valuation is, how much money you're going to raise, how much dilution you're going to take, and what the tokenomics are ultimately going to be. And so I think to Alex's point, coalescing around the, sort of these main themes with PMF, but I think we're also seeing quite a bit of focus on, the financial use cases and the traditional equity or private equity type businesses.
Great,
Ya tú
thanks, Rob.
sabes.
Jacob, what are you seeing in the
Thank you, my
market right
friend.
now, especially being in APAC?
Love seeing you on the videos.
Yes. So I think a lot of what I'm seeing in the market is somewhat similar to what Alex and Rob are seeing. I'll try and provide a slightly different perspective. So, given that there is a little bit more pessimism around the performance of altcoins and tokens, and coupled with the fact that we're seeing a little bit more regulation that's friendly in the US with regards to stablecoins and things with product market fit, we're actually seeing a trend back towards more fundamentals. So, metrics that people can measure, whether it's volume, growth, users, revenue generation, and hopefully cash flows back to the business or protocol. And what that essentially means is that those things tend to flow back to equity as opposed to necessarily tokens. And people do that generally in bear markets or at the start of bear markets.
No one likes these
because they're
VCs
not
right now.
necessarily driven by hype. They're not driven by narrative. They're not driven by throwing capital at things that are very hot in the market at the moment. So I think given the stage that we're in the market, given the fact that we also have somewhat regulatory support for seeing better standards, there is actually more things that people can point towards in terms of numbers that they can peg value to. And so, at least on the VC side, what we're seeing is that there is a bit more of a focus on fundamentals, maybe more toward equity, and that aligns more with traditional fintech investing. That said, while altcoins and tokens are having a little bit of a negative moment, they still provide something that's quite differentiated necessarily to equity. When you talk about tokens, you're talking about communities, about products that scale on the internet, where people have a lot of belief, where you can really incentivize them with tokens. And they are currently high risk at the moment. So perhaps venture are a little bit scared to tip into those, but ultimately they still give you the reflexive 10, 20, 100x returns that venture is looking for. So ultimately, that's where we kind of see where the market is now. But of course, when the market's not looking at things like tokens, that's when you want to have a look at the teams that are really building that, because those could be the next unicorns in the next 2 or 3 years, when the market sort of starts to head back in a positive direction.
Yeah, that's so interesting. I mean, a lot of the early products that came out or dApps that came out of just crypto in general was all, bootstrapped with tokens. So it'd be interesting to see where we go in the next couple of years, as we try to focus on more and more quality entrepreneurs. Maybe just to dive in a little bit more, Rob, I know there was an article where you wrote stablecoins and the collapse of the legacy payment model. But let's dive into just stablecoins a little bit more. We launched RLUSD. See, like where you think it fits in terms of the RLUSD ecosystem, but also the broader payment ecosystem in your mind. Maybe Rob, we can start with you.
Yeah. So I think it's been really interesting about seeing how Ripple has attacked the stablecoin space. Has been that it's really been about bootstrapping, call it these real world use cases, primarily through a lot through acquisition, right? Which I've considered quite smart. So clearly, the Ripple team and the Ripple community have, sort of this war chest that they built up over many years and this reputation. And you've had what has been, sort of a duopoly in the stablecoin space with Circle and with Tether being, the vast majority of the call it the general purpose stablecoin outstanding, and then you have like PYUSD and a little bit of these Paxos coins and RLUSD now kind of bringing up the rear. I think RLUSD is roughly $1.5 billion now, and of the kind of that core group. And what has been a struggle for a lot of different people who are, call it, launching general purpose stablecoins today, US dollar stablecoins, but without and trying to eat into, call it the duopoly of Tether and Circle, has been how do we go and convince people to use this without, call it the deep liquidity, the deep on-ramp, off-ramp connectivity, the global acceptance that these others have built over. Tether's been around since 2014, and USDC has been around since 2018. And so I've really enjoyed seeing the the Hidden Road acquisition. I was on the board there and was close to them, and how RLUSD can be used as trading and collateral with what is the second biggest prime broker in the space. What's happened since then with acquisitions of Rail on the payment orchestration side and on the treasury management acquisition that Ripple made as well, and getting these kind of legacy businesses and improving the technological backend and the software and the infrastructure to be able to put stablecoins in them and making those businesses more efficient is going to be a big part of how I think we take that next wave of stablecoin adoption. And so I'm super excited about how Ripple has been really approaching that. And so I see it being a bit of a, call it a flywheel or a snowball where, as those traditional businesses can start, getting the usage and the issuance going, that, liquidity begets liquidity and usage begets usage. Now you can start to get, more broadly accepted. But I do think, frankly, that the days of doing what we're seeing some others do, which is, we just pay a bunch of incentives to a bunch of DeFi protocols in hopes that they will, hold our stable coins, like those are going away, and those don't have nearly as high of ROI on what is kind of the next wave of fintech and stablecoin adoption. So, so that's what we're seeing so far on the Ripple side. I think it's still very, very early days. Stablecoin issuance has actually stalled a little bit the last few months. I don't actually think that's surprising. I think a lot of people do, but this is digitally native internet money that moves at the speed of light, and because the velocity of money can be so much higher, you don't actually need the same amount of supply as you would in something like an actual paper dollar. And so I'm very excited about what's happening. And I think 2026 is going to be the year where a lot of these proof of concepts become actual kind of real world adoption for a much broader set of users.
Yeah, that's actually really interesting. I think like fast forward maybe 5 years ago, I wonder if we'll still be using the term stablecoins, right? As it becomes sort of invisible to the end users, especially if they're getting or obfuscated for the users as stable payments get paid to end users. maybe, you know, a lot of startups coming in, especially when they build on XRP Ledger and where they have stablecoins flowing to XRP Ledger, they ask us for all USD. I'm kind of curious from like a VC's lens, which I think is kind of unique to XRP ecosystem, is that there is also XRP. I'm kind of curious how you, from the VC lens, see these two assets coexisting together, and what are sort of the opportunities there? And
Yeah.
maybe, oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, Alex or Rob or Jacob, if any of you want to take that?
Yeah, I'll let one of the other guys take it.
Yeah. So I think that's a really interesting question, and I think I think it's really very dependent on some of the things that Rob was saying, which is as issuance slows down, I think the real opportunity momentum goes towards stablecoins being more of a wedge, and then you kind of see everything else getting pulled in behind it, right? So payments and treasury are typically the easiest to explain to enterprises and incumbent institutions, with RWAs and collateral being a close second, because all of that stuff maps to existing mental models. Um, and when you couple that with the rest of the stack that Ripple has built out through the acquisitions that Rob was highlighting, I think that it becomes a really powerful flywheel, and I think that that also is a testament to really to the strategy. I think looking forward of I think what Ripple is doing really well, which is um, on one end we're making XRP the institutional asset, and that becomes incredibly powerful as kind of a key driver. But then at the same time, this idea of scaling RLUSD through usage and holding through a bifurcated strategy kind of locks that in place. So the bifurcated strategy, as far as I'm concerned, is this: hey, let's take big swings with partnerships of every major company that we're familiar with on the retail side and institutional side, right? From your Walmarts of the world to your consumer products across the landscape, to then further down the stack, which is the developer evangelism. And I think when you have kind of this, hey, we're going to have stablecoins as a wedge in which stablecoin distribution, it's not just like RLUSD is not just another stablecoin, but it matters where it lives, right? Is it living within payments? Is it in payroll? Is it with remittances? Is it with commerce rails? Is it with integration points like other ERPs? I think that that scales really well when you think about distribution clarity. It's like, where are the real channels that can put product in front of institutions and enterprises? And again, that is where XRP then comes in really strategically. And then lastly, I would say is the regulatory advantage really has to be utilized. I think RLUSD is being positioned as, hey, we paid the regulatory price at Ripple, and so now we want to wedge into traditional financial institutions and brokers, as well as these enterprises that I mentioned. And I think that that will compress a lot of the go-to-market friction further down to developers. So I think that I think it's kind of this this really kind of sharp point by combining both XRP and RLUSD to essentially pave the way for not just institutional adoption, but then obviously all of kind of the use cases underneath it that will pull it along.
Yeah, I think that's really interesting. Especially, I just noticed that you were talking about developer evangelist or evangelism. You know, a lot of what I hear in the past is like, hey, there's not a lot of activity on XRP Ledger, or it's a ghost chain. But I think that narrative is definitely changing. And so I'm really curious,
I don't know what you're
like
talking
what,
about.
you know, the audience here, Alex, Rob, or Jacob, what made you curious, and why are you paying to XRP ecosystem right now?
Maybe I'll say a couple of things, and my response will also somewhat respond to the last question, right? So, RLUSD, when you look at how enterprises and people like to spend, consistency and understanding the base currency is important. So, people are very familiar with the USD. It doesn't really fluctuate all that much relative to, let's say, a crypto asset. And so
Oh,
businesses
it's like a
will want to make
tokenizing Bitcoin
payments
thing.
in
I
a
think it's like a
USD
nothing burger.
denominated currency. A stable coin like RLUSD is really great for that. The XRP asset, on the other hand, is, to me at least, the concentration of value accrual to the Ripple ecosystem. The fact that Ripple has been around for many years, that it has made very smart acquisitions, whether it's custody, whether it's brokerage and getting liquidity through Hidden Road, whether it's stablecoin and payment companies, they've used the treasury to be very smart and strategic. I think, Rob, you had mentioned this before, but they've been very smart about acquisitions. And what attracts us to that is the fact that if enterprises, companies, institutions want to actually use blockchain rails to facilitate payments, they are going to need a whole set of infrastructure that is not just blockchain infrastructure, but can do a whole lot of other off-chain stuff that enables them to put currency on chain, that enables them to have liquidity to be able to swap things, that enables them to have stablecoin rails. And to me, that's what Ripple, relative to other blockchains, has done pretty well. They've been very strategic with the acquisitions. They've effectively enabled institutions and businesses to do business on the chain. And all of this is important because the ease of doing business is really key to onboarding things. If you look at all the payments historically that have happened on the internet, it's all been relatively seamless because blockchains have always been difficult and hard to use, right? Whether you're a user or whether you're a business. So the fact that Ripple has sort of been very strategic about these things, I think has been of interest to me, at least.
Yeah, I think that's really interesting because the trend that we're seeing is as these startups come in and build on XRP Ledger, by and large, they are asking for other Ripple products, and it's becoming the space, especially from the institutions or building a financial product, where you can access, blockchain itself, but also some of the other products that can serve the needs of your business. Maybe just zooming in a little bit more on XRP. I know everyone's talked about tokenization, payments being strong use cases. Just looking ahead in the next maybe 1 year, 2 year, what are some of the use cases that you want to see out of the XRP ecosystem that maybe you're not seeing now? Or where do you think, the XRP ecosystem should double down on in terms of use cases? Maybe Rob, I saw you go unmute. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
sure. Happy to take it. Listen, I'm probably a little bit different than the other two guys. We tend to write checks at a little bit later stage, and where we've been really focused has been on the things that we think blockchains are really good at, right? And this is inclusive of XRP and XRPL, but it's also, I think, just more broadly true that blockchains are good ledger systems. They're good moving value and money and information, and so we're really focused on financial use cases, and we continue to be. We have been, and we continue to be. And so, getting a really robust, liquidity ecosystem that will allow for a broad set of trading different types of tokenized assets on chain, that is really important. Like, you need stable coins. Stable coins for payments are really important. The stable coins are in many ways the oil for what can be an on-chain economy that will be inclusive of these like vault products, right? So for instance, I gave a speech at a leadership offsite at one of the largest asset managers in the world about a month ago. And the entire conversation was around that asset manager getting closer to their end user or the end buyer of their product, and doing so in a way through personalization of asset management strategies in on-chain vaults, right? And this is the management of one of the largest companies in the world, right? And but to be able to do that, you can't build that first without building the broader ecosystem that supports tokenization, that supports the liquidity profile needed to swap in and out of different types of assets, without building the potentially the insurance contracts that need to be there, without building this like broad ecosystem that gets everybody comfortable with putting things on XRPL or on chain. And so where I'm really focused, and where we love to see startups, is continuing to focus on payments, continuing to focus on DeFi, continuing to focus on tokenization, all the infrastructure that goes into that, and then ways of which to bring much broader levels of assets or types of assets, and much deeper liquidity for all those assets on chain.
I love that. Deeper liquidity, more assets. Alex, go ahead. I see you.
Yeah,
unmute.
so similarly, I think finance is a big focus for us, if not the only focus at the moment. Really kind of everything that's happening in the world today, there is a re-architecting of the existing financial system as we know it, obviously with the introduction of digital assets for the last decade plus to AI. And so everything kind of needs to have that, has to go through this evolution. And our goal is to support companies that are a part of that change. It's practically in the name of our firm, Reforge. So it's more specifically, when we think about kind of what the institutional financial infrastructure would look like to be a bit more adjacent to digital assets, for example, obviously stablecoins is a core pillar to that. But more specifically, right, I think payments is very different from settlement. And I think a lot of times people use those two words synonymously, where payments is very is effectively peer-to-peer, right, transferring value from one party to another. Settlement is effectively when the obligation is legally and irrevocably satisfied. And so when we think about settlement, like I think stablecoins goes well beyond just payments and goes into this kind of underlying infrastructure and plumbing associated to everything being settled, and at scale, right, in a permissionless, trustless way. And that becomes incredibly powerful when we start thinking about other markets such as trade finance, right, where there is no payment. Everything is open account credit, where you have 60-day payback periods, right? And if you can turn 60 days into seconds or minutes of payback, you effectively create this amazing permissionless capital markets that have so much more design space than what we are familiar with. So that's what I would really urge kind of people to think about. Is on the surface you have kind of obviously the existing structure as we know it, but knowing the limitations that we can now overcome with that, from the yield and the vaults that Rob mentioned, to just fundamentally re-architecting how liquidity flows, I think we're still in the early days. So excited to see where that goes.
Definitely in the early days, especially, I know you talked about settlement and AI, with X402 out and X402 as a standard allowing different blockchains to settle. I'm just kind of curious, maybe this question is more for Jacob. I know APAC is emerging as the fastest growing region for on-chain crypto activity, at least in 2005 compared to 2024. I think I was reading this Chainalysis report. What's your observation of settlement, especially in the AI space in the APAC region right now?
I think that, AI is a very hot topic right now. It touches so many things, but it's so pervasive in everything we do. Probably half, if not 70% of the folks on this spaces probably use ChatGPT or a competitor to actually enhance what they do. You ask them questions and they basically help improve your workflows over time. How does it dovetail with crypto? That's a big question, right? A lot of projects that to date have come out to say they are crypto AI projects generally tend to be hype driven. The fundamentals don't make a lot of sense because it's too early and it's really difficult for us to assess as well. We have to do it because they could have potentially, reflexive kind of outcomes. But crypto AI at the moment is a very speculative space. One of the sub areas within crypto AI, of course, is agents, right? If you click into a travel website and you want to, and a chatbot appears at the bottom, you want to ask it, hey, how do I travel? How do I get the cheapest ticket to the Bahamas or to the US or halfway across the world? And you're expecting a response from that. Well, what happens if that chatbot then has more context into the preferences that you like, whether you like to travel economy or business, whether you want to do one stops or two stops. And then it also has access to your wallets or your bank accounts and is able to then book that travel and that trip for you. Now, the problem with that aspect of AI agents is that they can't have a bank account right now. No bank is going to underwrite code effectively having access to your bank account and your numbers, because you could probably sue them. And there's probably a good case to say that that wasn't you. So the alternative is using either blockchain wallets, blockchain rails, to be able to facilitate those payments. So what we're seeing is like a lot of teams trying to build in that space using payment rails, using blockchains that are tuned for payments, fast, low-cost payments, to be able to empower AI agents and code to effectively transact on your behalf. And so I think what's kind of interesting in that space is a few things. Firstly, blockchains that are very tuned into payments, so meaning low transaction costs, very fast transactions. And then secondly, also have a really good level of security, whether it's talking about the fact that there's somewhat limited smart contract capability. There's no such thing as MEV, which exists in blockchains like Ethereum and Solana. You want to keep it as simple as possible, because if code is going to simply use a blockchain to transact and send money on your behalf, you want to minimize any friction, you want to minimize any security threats. And so I really think that where there's at least an area of potential product market fit at the intersection of crypto and AI really is on the payment rail side and powering AI agents, because they have no alternatives at the moment to
Yeah.
settle value.
That's really interesting, Jacob. I think that the general takeaway from that is it's like play, right? You want to keep playing around with the idea and see if it hits. And that's what we want to encourage all the builders today in the ecosystem. Like, hey, you have an idea, keep playing around with it. We have Alex, Rob, and Jacob here, kind of giving a lens of what's going on in the market now and also in the next year or two. Really excited to, again, Jacob, Alex, Rob, thank you so much for your time and dropping some knowledge for the community. And with that, I will hand it over to the next section on growth of regulated XRP investment products.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Awesome. What a great session that was. XRP family, permissionless capital markets, RWAs, stablecoins, XRP, startups, venture capital. Wow, what a day it's been so far. I'm very excited about the next session, and we'll get started very shortly.
You can tell that guy's just trying to film the time. It's just like, yeah, guys, we're excited. All right, so the next panel is 11:30. Oh, this is a big one. Okay, so this is XRP ETFs. Okay, cool. Grayscale, Binomial, XRP ETFs, ETP, structured products, institutional. Okay, so this one's gonna be probably pretty good. Get the notepad out. Get the next panel up and running. I mean, that should be a good one because XRP ETFs are, of course, like the hottest thing in the XRP community at the moment. Bitcoin's price has been sliding. Right now it's at 66,400. We're seeing some volatility on XRP as a result. It's just following Bitcoin right now, pretty much. Come on, Bitcoin, please. But Bitcoin's also just following the stock market. I'm pretty sure it's just, yeah, stock market's been like, not the greatest. Hopefully we get some life. Down 81%. Come on. Bitcoin's just super volatile right now. Bitcoin spikes on jobs data, but macro picture is mixed. Short-term algo spike, but structurally conflicting data. Come on, Bitcoin.
About this next session. In 2025, there were well over 40 crypto ETFs and ETPs that were launched. XRP itself was the fastest spot ETF.
You cut off? Question mark? Who's on this panel? Matt Hoogan, CIO at Bitwise. Head of product and research at Grayscale. Ooh, that's interesting. And institutional markets at Ripple. Okay.
If you could do a quick intro as we get kicked off. Ray, you're up first.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for having me on. I'm Ray. You might see my Twitter handle, Rayscale. I lead product and research at Grayscale. I've been here at Grayscale and in the space since 2018, and I'm lucky enough to have gotten to build this company from about 5 humans to what it is today. And most importantly, I have been long XRP since 2017.
Most importantly, I love that.
Awesome. Over to you, Matt.
Awesome. Happy to be here. Matt Hogan, I'm the Chief Investment Officer at Bitwise. Bitwise is a global crypto asset manager. Very excited to have an XRP ETF out there under the ticker XRP. I've been here since 2018 as well. And before Bitwise, I spent 10 years in the ETF industry, including as CEO of ETF.com. So the intersection of crypto and ETFs is the intersection of my career.
Amazing. And last but not least, Mike, do you want to go next?
Hey, everybody. Thanks for having me here. My name is Michael Dunn. I'm the president of Bitno. Been around probably in the business since late 2016. So I've been around the block for quite some time now. And
today, how would you compare this cycle in the context of other cycles and regulated crypto investment products? Matt, why don't you kick us off here?
Great. Yeah, nice big picture question. Look, I think we're broadly in a classic crypto winter. I think the 4-year cycle is entrenched, and people selling ahead of that 4-year cycle have contributed to the downturn. If I think about the slight differences, which I think are instructive between this crypto winter and prior crypto winters, the biggest one is we're not in a rate increasing environment like we were in 2022 and 2018. In fact, I think we're going to be in a pretty aggressive rate reduction environment, despite sort of a narrowing of those expectations today. And I think that will mean in part that this winter will be a little bit shallower and a little bit shorter than prior winters. I think the broad macro economy is doing pretty well. I think there's a general global reflation with strong growth in monetary liquidity in places like China, Japan, and other regions. And I think that'll provide some cushion as well. So a sort of classic crypto winter, but actually with pretty good macro underpinnings, which I think means we're closer to the bottom than the beginning.
Awesome. Mike, do you want to go next?
yeah, I think, as you guys know, I've kind of been in the business for a long time here, and I've seen a lot of crypto winners and, kind of the boom and bust cycles that we've seen. And the way that we view it here at Binomial is more of a kind of a risk management aspect, right? Prices go up, prices go down, but how they do that and what people are doing to manage those risks, I think is the biggest important key indicator here. I think from a macro level, on a regulatory standpoint, we've seen more clarity with this administration going forward in the United States. I think that has been a huge tailwind for the crypto industry. So I'm excited to see that even in these sort of these temporary price dislocations. But honestly, too, the growth in inflows and open interest and volume on exchanges in the United States has only gone up. And I think that's a really exciting development that I think holds to the strength of the crypto and digital asset industry. I think the key difference that I'm seeing is that we're seeing a migration of, both institutional and retail participants moving to regulated exchange venues and investment products. And I think that's a really great thing. I think when we worry about big market downturns, a lot of people have this idea of, well, what's my price risk and then what's my platform risk? And what we like to see is we don't want people to worry about platform risk, which is, hey, if I have my funds or I'm doing trading on this exchange, is it going to go down? For example, a lot of offshore exchanges have had this problem. So I think there are some questions out there about that still that are happening offshore. But what we're seeing is we're seeing more of that come in the US regulated markets so that we can handle this volatility, we can handle this price movement, but people don't have to worry about catastrophic losses from either funds being lost or maybe their trades get unwound without them knowing.
Awesome. And Ray, do you want to jump in?
I do. I agree with all that. Zooming out, Bitcoin has various economic exposure characteristics, and that's what makes it appealing as an investment asset. So over time, it's a store of value. It also has tech exposure because when we zoom out at the end of the day, it's computer networks. And so for the last year or so, we have seen price action more tightly correlated with tech stocks. There are some challenges that the crypto asset class faces, maybe around clarity and worries about quantum readiness. But from our perspective, the fact that Bitcoin has moved in lockstep with software stocks during this latest sell-off really suggests that the drawdown has a lot more to do with just broad de-risking of growth-oriented portfolios rather than anything that's unique to crypto. And that is a story we've seen play out time and time again. As Matt said, people are watching technicals for what may be the bottom. We are obviously constructive over the longer term, and when we feel that when Bitcoin succeeds, its price return characteristics may eventually look more like gold than growth stocks with lower volatility, lower correlation to equity markets, and lower expected returns. But it's early yet. And, ultimately, we've been doing this a long time and we're not scared of a little vol.
I love that. No one's scared of a little wall. Everyone's seen a few cycles now. I think it's good to see that the macro environment is different. Infrastructure continues to improve. Where we're talking about the length of cycles probably condensing over here. I think just taking us a little forward, what are you seeing today in terms of generic trends in the space, whether it's US or EU or compared to Asia, particularly around regulated products, and where do you see the market being most robust for XRP? Happy for anyone to jump in and take the question.
Yeah, I can kick it off. So, the last year has been really important in the US. It's been paradigm shifting. We had the approval of the generic listing standards, which ushered in the era of altcoin ETPs in the US. And that's what allowed us to launch the XRP ETF. And so now we have a framework for the criteria around what tokens can become ETPs today. And that's been very meaningful.
Yeah, and I would just add on the global network or nature, it is global, right? Like so we have ETFs in the US and Europe. We're seeing very strong growth in both of those regions. I think APAC is moving in positive directions on crypto, some in regulated products, some outside. But the big picture theme to keep in mind is that sort of this idea of regulated products opening up the institutional investment community to crypto is happening on a global basis, and also that it takes a long period of time. Coming from my ETF background, ETFs tend to scale not over 1 or 2 years, but over 3, 5, and 10. And I think that's going to be the case here in crypto as well. You even take something, we were so excited about the ETF approvals that started 2 years ago, but even Bitcoin ETFs were only recently approved on wirehouse platforms. And we're moving forward to get other assets approved there as well. So this is a long-term trend. It is happening globally. I think the US is probably the leader, but Europe is robust as well. And there are portions of Asia on the regulated product side that are coming along as well, although there's more derivative and offshore activity there on a relative basis than other regions.
And I would just jump
Yeah,
back in to build on that. I think to Matt's point, XRP is really, it is a global asset. You know, when we look, we estimate that only about 15% of secondary trading volume last year occurred on US exchanges, and a third of that volume was on Binance and in exchanges all over the world. So, you know, XRP is actually very global.
Yeah, I agree with that. And I think what's interesting about the kind of the global marketplace that I was talking about earlier is that, there's a lot of demand for, offshore trading moving onshore in the United States for the reason of, well, access, liquidity, and kind of the robust regulatory standards that we have here. And I think, what's interesting about the commodities derivatives exchange portion of this is that in the United States, it's actually illegal for U.S. citizens to go and trade derivatives offshore unless they're registered as a foreign board of trade. But it's very common for those throughout the world to trade on U.S. exchanges. And I think that's what's an interesting development we've seen is that we've seen a lot of international sort of come to the United States because they are worried about the platform risk offshore. And I think it's since we're dealing with global commodities now, ultimately, that people want to kind of custody their assets here. They want to invest in products here because they want that regulatory clarity and that certainty that the U.S. markets provide. And ultimately, binomial is a big part of. Ray, you highlighted the kind of the general listing standards that came out, which has been a huge improvement, obviously with the ad hoc basis of kind of going one by one. And I'm happy to say that binomial has been a big part of that. And I think we were the first to list the XRP futures, and so hopefully, both Grayscale and Bitwise used that listing date as a part of getting that over the line. But we're going to continue to do that with future products and kind of happy to be a big part of that movement.
Amazing. I guess zooming out and just capturing some of the key themes there. Crypto markets generally traded globally. We've seen with various jurisdictions adopting crypto, the access geographically has increased over time. With the likes of new investment products, whether it's derivatives, whether it's different types of investment products like ETFs and ETPs, access keeps improving over a period of time. I'm wondering what you guys think about the likes of Vanguard opening up retirement accounts as a form of access to allow crypto ETFs. Do you think that brings in a new wave of passive investment? Do you see that growing? Do you still see some challenges? Like, how do you guys view that space and access?
Yeah, sure. I'll jump in here. I mean, all of that is inevitable. I think the right way to think of institutional crypto adoption or its expansion from traditional retail base to a broader segment of the population is a series of successive waves. Retirement accounts are one of those waves. We're still extremely early in that. I don't even think we've begun to feel the impact of that. But over time, I think crypto will have a role in essentially all portfolios. And the persistent bid that you get from retirement accounts will be a major driver. It will drive down volatility and it will, increase price over time. So that's going to happen. It is many years in the future, but there are all these successive waves, right? There is the financial advisor wave. There is the broker dealer wave. There is the endowment wave. There is the sovereign wealth fund wave. There is the central bank wave. There is the retirement wave. These are all moving on their own time schedules, but they're all additive. And importantly, for the people on this call, they're all starting effectively at zero, right? So there's only upside in terms of the growth of crypto and retirement accounts. And I think that's the way to conceive of it, is like a series of successive waves that are slowly building over time.
Pretty much.
I agree.
Good way
I
to think about it.
that, as Matt said, the opportunity is massive. We're basically at zero right now. There's, I think, less than 0.5% of US wealth assets are allocated to crypto, and that includes ETFs and DATs. I think the opportunity is massive as it relates to retirement and tax advantaged accounts because they are very structurally aligned with the return characteristics of crypto. You have a long time horizon, meaningfully appreciated assets. And now we live in a world where crypto is income producing. So, investing in crypto products in an IRA is to me a no-brainer. And I can tell you that I own a lot of my crypto assets in a tax advantaged way.
Yeah, I think that's really exciting, and it's a very exciting development. Even though, we're on the commodity side here, I think that having open access and easier access is beneficial for everybody. The way that we look at it is that is mostly around the interplay of kind of the spot ETF side and those and their ability to be traded in brokerage accounts, versus the kind of the raw commodity side that we support and kind of how they, play with they interact with each other. I think that's really important. I think, it's, maybe every, mom and pop doesn't quite understand exactly when they go to execute and buy an ETF where that liquidity is coming from, but ultimately they want to get a good price and they want to be able to not pay a lot to do it. And I think, that's a really important part here. And, being able to bridge the kind of the ETF world with the commodity world that we have on our side of things, helps price discovery, build liquidity, and ultimately trust in the system that people can kind of get in and out as they see fit, but ultimately just grow liquidity overall.
Amazing. Riding waves, creating ripples, I guess just shifting gears a little bit. Since launching in mid-November last year, US spot XRP ETFs have surpassed 1.2 billion in assets with consistent net inflows, even during broader market pullbacks. Ray and Matt, do you think since you've launched last year, like what has changed in terms of XRP? How have you seen flows come in on your XRP spot ETFs? What is some of the thinking there when it came to launching XRP products?
So for us, XRP is a long-standing, structurally important asset. There is a very strong follower base, and it is, by all extents, a battle-tested blockchain. And it's an asset for which there is clear demand and enthusiasm. And ownership through an ETF allows investors, institutions to own the underlying through a structure on which they can get leverage through their normal channels.
Yeah, I'd absolutely agree with that. It's also an asset that is backed by a blockchain that's really unique, has unique characteristics. And I think when you're early in the development and rollout of a majorly disruptive technology like blockchain, having different approaches is really important. So it's, as Ray mentioned, an asset with staying power, an asset with a really dedicated group of supporters, and a really differentiated technology that it's easy to imagine the real world applications of. And at this stage of blockchain's growth, that's a great product to have, and we're excited to have it in the market.
Amazing. And then Mike, could you tell us a little bit more about how do you think about stablecoins and XRP as margin collateral on various venues and derivative platforms? How does Bitnomial think about it? How do you think about it? What does it mean for traders and institutions, and how they look to trade in the future?
Yeah, so that's a great question. I think the important thing that we think about is people have assets on their balance sheet, and they want to put them to use where they can. So, for example, let's talk about DATs for a second. Any XRP DATs are going to have a lot of XRP on their balance sheet. Now, there could be certain things that they want to do with that. They may want to tap into additional financing. They may want to maybe they want to, get into, CapEx spending, something like this. What they're going to be able to do is they're going to be able to need to put that asset down somewhere and do something with it. And I think what we can do here at Bitnomial is that putting down those digital assets to either risk manage, gain leverage is really important. And I think just for the broader ecosystem in general. So think about it this way. For robust lending markets to kind of come into fruition, you need a lot of risk management tools. And what a lot of those financiers and lenders do is they'll take assets and then they'll risk manage them via options or hedging, whatever they want to do. And if you can't do that in a capital efficient way, it becomes very expensive, and ultimately they pass those on to the borrowers themselves. So I think that's what we're trying to do is we're trying to drive down borrowing rates via people being able to put their native collateral at a clearinghouse so that they don't have to, borrow against that and put down dollars, which is very complicated and is very common for the derivatives industry today is just use US dollars. Obviously, you can go OTC, but unfortunately then you have, counterparty risk, and there's ISDAs and all sorts of fun, complicated things and legal agreements you have to get yourself into to be able to achieve that. And so in a centralized, exchange and clearing model that we operate, we're trying to make it as seamless as possible for everyone to use the digital assets that they have to be able to risk manage and get the leverage they need for whatever kind of trading opportunities they need, all the way from speculators, hedgers, to people doing lending and financing, to everybody. On the second part of that is for the stable coins, is I think that we see stable coins take off as just a better method of payment. And I think that there's a lot of, and there's a contingent from what we have seen on the crypto native side, where the kind of the abandonment of US dollars to some degree, where you can't move it very quickly. Your bank accounts can get shut down, everything else that we've seen in the past. And so people are really starting to use stable coins, and being able to accept it natively without having to use an on or off ramp is really important. And so, Binomial Exchange is looking to accept RLUSD very shortly as a way for margining and collateralizing trades. And so we're really excited to be on the forefront of that and kind of push this way forward.
Absolutely love to see stable coins and Binomial at some point. I think just bring us home into the home stretch and question for everyone, every one of you. What are you most excited to see in the next wave in the larger XRP ecosystem, both from a technical and product perspective? And where do you see participation from retail and institutional investors transitioning into?
Sure, I'll take a shot from a 30,000-foot view, which is that I think the market doesn't realize how big a deal both stablecoins and tokenization are, and they're going to find out over the next 12 months. And so, seeing XRP build its case on the stablecoin side, seeing it participate in the broader RWA market, I think is going to really open some eyes. So, really excited about that. In terms of how institutions are interacting with that, they are all looking for ways to invest in those trends, particularly with market prices where they are. So I know our team is out talking to investors every day about XRP and its emerging role in those ecosystems. So I'm just excited to see that play out over the next few quarters.
I am as well. And again, we have a strong, vibrant community. I think it generally, from a blockchain and crypto perspective, there's a lot of cases where product market fit has kind of lagged the price sentiment and the narrative. We think that that's going to change over time. You have, as Matt said, a battle-tested blockchain that has a real opportunity to capture market share as we see the proliferation of these use cases. And ultimately, I think a lot of the excitement comes just from the demand. So, as we talk to investors around the country, enthusiasts, stakeholders, it's one of the broadest communities, and there are a lot of diehard fans. And the sales team was just telling me that, anecdotally, advisors are constantly asked by their clients about XRP. And in some cases, it's the second most talked about asset in this community behind Bitcoin. So, we're all very excited.
Yeah, same here. I think from Binomial's point of view, I think there's kind of two exciting things that we want to talk about. Is one is obviously supporting more XRP products like options. I think it's be very exciting for people to potentially create different yield strategies with their XRP portfolios and be able to expand kind of and support whatever the blockchain has there in terms of real world assets. Listing those on derivatives on those would be, I think, a really exciting development. But ultimately, stablecoins and specifically RLUSD is a very exciting development. Every day when we talk about clearing and settlement and 24-hour trading, the movement of money is always the biggest problem. I can't tell you how many conversations I have with different with different brokers and banks that are worried about, well, how do we risk manage over the weekend when people are trading but we can't move money. Stablecoin solves this problem, and all the USD does specifically. And so what we would like to see and what we're really pushing for is 24/7 trading and settlement, and stablecoins will be the backbone of that, because as it stands right now, there is no other way to do it. And I think that's going to really push the industry forward, and I think it's going to be a really exciting development that we're happy to be a part of.
All right, amazing. So just to summarize our entire session today, thank you guys for amazing insights. To quickly summarize, not afraid of a little wall. We've seen a lot of cycles. Access continues to improve, whether it's jurisdictional products, different types of instruments. That continues to improve the way users are accessing digital assets today. on battle-tested blockchains like XRPL, wide range of use cases. Everything continues to improve. I thoroughly enjoyed our chat today. Thank you, Ray. Thank you, Matt. Thank you, Mike, for joining us. XRP community, I hope you enjoyed this session. Next up is the EMEA Innovation Spotlight. Hang tight. Amazing stuff to follow. Thank you, everyone.
Thanks for having us on. You know, an honor to get to participate and talk to this community.
100%. Thanks, everyone.
Hey, thanks, everybody.
XRP. I think they have one more panel and then they go on break. The XRP Innovation Spotlight. I've actually been curious on the places that are doing staking for XRP. It feels like that's like a new thing that's really big right now. So maybe it's an interesting panel. I feel like that looks better. I like that. Clarity Act chance still 56. Interesting. Bum, 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 bum.
Hello and welcome everyone to the XRP Innovation Spotlight panel. This is something that I am extremely passionate about. So happy to be here. I really appreciate Ripple, the team at Ripple X, and the team at XRP Commons for making this entire day possible. But you know, here we are going to highlight some projects that are interacting and developing different products and networks that are interacting with the XRP ledger, and of course, a couple of them that I myself am very passionate about. Get to moderate today as well with my my co-moderator Zilfi, and so there's just, you know, I hope everybody enjoys this as much as I know I will, and I'm happy to be here. Sophie, go ahead, please jump in.
Hi, everyone. I hope you can hear me well. Really excited to be here and co-moderating the session with you, Death Ranger. So my name is Jofi, and I'm leading community engagement at XRP Commons. Just a few words about Commons in case you don't know about us yet. We support builders on the XRP ledger through free development trainings and through our incubator program, the Aquarium, where we are currently running our 8th cohort focused on social impact, with founders participating literally from all over the world. And we are also hosting regular builder office hours where developers can get technical support while building on the XRP ledger. And the next one will take place tomorrow. So if you want to tune in, you can follow us at XRPL_Commons to stay updated. But without further ado, let's get into today's session. So we are focusing on projects expanding real XRP utility. How this will work exactly. So in the first 30 minutes, we will hear from 3 projects, and then we will open the mic for other ecosystem projects to share briefly what they are working on. So let's kick it off with Robert, CEO of Zaman, which you already might be familiar with, but Zaman is one of the most widely used self-custody wallets in the XRP ecosystem. So hi, Robert. And my first question to you is, when people utilize Zaman, what do they exactly use XRP for? What does real usage look like? And if you can also share maybe some examples and statistics.
Yes, thank you. I also hope everybody is having a nice XRP community today. And also thank you to Ripple for putting this together. So I'll share some context with numbers before I jump into the question. So Saman's been around for over 5 years now. There's never been a security breach. And we're kind of like this standalone product in the XRP ecosystem that everybody kind of knows or everybody uses, etc. Our users manage 1.5 million wallets, which hold over 2.1 billion XRP collectively. So those are some of the baseline numbers. Last year, we averaged 280,000 monthly average users, peaking around 400,000. And when people use Saman for XRP, we've seen it for every single year. Payments, so sending, receiving XRP, that's by far the biggest use case and takes the biggest share of transactions. And we're also seeing a big shift in what's happening in our XApp ecosystem. So for people who aren't aware, in the traditional crypto term is decentralized apps. In Saman, we have XApps, so Saman X XRP apps. And you're able to engage with the ecosystem in the wallet without needing to leave the wallet. And we're seeing a very big uptrend for DeFi that started last year, and it's still continuing. To give some numbers around that as well, then last year, XApps were opened more than 10 million times. And another one that was mentioned in the earlier sessions, etc., the one is that we might be in a crypto winter. The one thing that I love the XRP audience for is that, and what we also see from our data is that people stay on the chain. There's a lot of activity with those DeFi products going into RLUSD, etc. On-off ramping volumes, like off-ramping volumes aren't spiking. So people really like to stay on chain and they like to interact with the XRP ledger. And Saman, for more than 5 years, has been the place to do it.
That's very impressive. And you touched on this a bit, but Can you expand a bit more about maybe the user behavior change you're seeing as XRP expands beyond payments?
Yeah, absolutely. I think we've seen some great amendments in the past years, and I think there are still some in the pipeline and some up for voting. The big shift that happened in 2025 was yield products started popping up, and that's been a question that our audience has asked us for. I mean, for years. Again, we have our support team is something that we're extremely proud of. I'm personally extremely proud of. Last year we had tens of thousands of tickets. 99.99% were closed within 24 hours. So I always get the scoop from our support team.
I'm logging this rebound right now. I think we recover here. So I'm logging this rebound right now for people that are curious. I'm planning a giveaway for our exchange partner. So if you guys want to wait, I think probably tomorrow, the day after, we'll start like a $2,000 XRP giveaway. It could be interesting.
One other than payments. And I also think that as the ecosystem grows, the DEX is becoming more and more liquid and more interesting assets are popping up. I think RLUSD is a big one. And I think our user behavior, by far the biggest change in the past year and still continuing, was again yield products. People want yield, and they're voting with their money.
That that is really interesting, and of course, like yield being something that has just been something that has been being talked about in the ecosystem and the community for a long time, and is only being more of a popular topic. From you guys and Zaman, what are you guys doing to position yourself so that you can garner the greatest opportunities for those who would be interacting and utilizing the wallet to interact with these yield products?
That's a great question. I personally have the experience of working together with both my co-speakers, so Hugo from Flare and Fig as well. Again, from Saman's point of view, we are kind of like the signing layer for the ecosystem, and if people are using the XRP ledger, then most likely they're using Saman. So we are working quite closely together with all of the yield platforms. For example, Saman 5.0 introduced virtual assets that was targeted for Flare's smart accounts. So essentially enabling people to earn yield on their XRP with a few clicks using Flare's technology. So essentially your yield earning XRP will still be displayed on your home screen. We're making that user experience a lot smoother for users who are looking for those yield opportunities, in a sense that you can literally access these yield apps, yield opportunities from your home screen. You don't need to go digging around in the XApp list, etc. We also, again, I mean, the process to get listed into our XApp is quite thorough. So in our feedback rounds, I also think that we've been able to give a lot of great feedback for different yield platforms that has made their product better, made our user experience more smoother, and I think in the end everybody wins.
100%. I couldn't agree more. And of course, Zaman being a project and a wallet that I've utilized for many years myself, super passionate about. I really appreciate you being able to come up and speak to us today about the products you guys are building over there. I'd really like it to go over actually to Hugo. And Hugo, thank you very much for being here today. Flare, of course, arguably, in my own opinion, the largest layer 2 interoperable network interacting with the XRP ecosystem today. And of course, FXRP being something that's highlighted as this wrapped version of XRP being utilized on the Flare network. You guys have released a lot of updates and a lot of changes recently trying to, promote this FXRP and this ability to lend and borrow the XRP on the Flare network. From you guys, what is it that people should really understand that the Flare network is providing for XRP and the XRP ledger ecosystem? And some of the things that you guys have explored from an ability to have a smooth interoperable experience occur.
Hi, hope you can hear me. Thanks so much for having me, and thank you to Ripple for putting this day together. So, let's just frame Flare because there are a lot of listeners, some of whom may not be familiar with Flare. So, Flare is an institutionally focused smart chain where XRP can interact with both DeFi primitives and TradFi use cases that aren't available directly on the XRP ledger. Think of Flare as working hand in glove with XRP and giving additional huge utility to both XRP and, most importantly, the XRPL. So, right now on Flare, we have lending protocols, both more traditional lending protocols like a compound fork, which is called Kinetic. And recently, in the last couple of weeks, we have Mystic powered by Morpho, which is a newer modular lending protocol with isolated risk. This is the type of lending protocol that is favored by institutions. With DEXs for liquidity, and both liquidity and, most importantly, the ability to liquidate lending positions. We have Enosis's CDP product protocol, which allows people to directly mint stablecoins against an XRP holding. And we have perps, DEXs, and prediction markets. And these are kind of core building blocks around how we think about making XRP have yield and be a collateral asset. So those are the core building blocks, and these type of building blocks are present in most ecosystems. But then we have Firelight, which is a new foundational DeFi primitive built to benefit the entire space using XRP. And it offers the ability to stake your XRP to earn yield by providing cover to blue chip DeFi protocols across many chains. And this is a market with a vast potential size, and it offers organic on-chain yield for XRP. So Firelight, in existing on Flare, will further propel our ecosystem through driving demand for XRP and demand for borrowing and lending against XRP in order to participate in Firelight. So it's kind of like a core plank to how we think about spinning up the kind of demand flywheel for XRP. So to tie this ecosystem together, we also have on-chain vaults that allow users to put their XRP to work within the Flare ecosystem without having to directly engage with the DeFi protocols themselves. And looking ahead, we have two really interesting things. The first is, as Robert said, smart accounts, of which Zaman is one of the first partners. And this will allow XRP users to access Flare by making transactions directly on the XRPL. No need to touch Flare. So this will make using Flare's ecosystem feel like using XRPL. And there'll be no other smart chain in any ecosystem that we are aware of that will feel as native as using Flare with XRPL. So it's a great UI improvement. We'll be starting with, one, maybe 2-click yield solutions directly on XRPL with smart accounts. These make a transaction on the XRPL, and the intention of that transaction is then autonomously executed on Flare using Flare's data protocols. We'll then be building out further functionality over time so that Flare's full suite of powerful functions can be used with XRP, giving sort of practically native functionality. And this will drive transaction activity on the XRPL itself. And as we support more functionality, it'll actually give XRP more to do. And then really the second thing, which is, I think, really much bigger, is that Flare is building a compute layer together with something called protocol managed wallets. Those protocol managed wallets manage assets on the XRP ledger, not just XRP, potentially any issued asset on the XRP ledger. And this combines it with hugely scalable and private compute environment for both XRP and issued XRP ledger assets. And I think it's important for people to understand there's been a lot of conversation today about tokenization. And Ripple is leading the charge in tokenization and putting that on the XRPL. And the question is, you know, once you have all these tokenized assets, what can you do with them? Well, really, what we're building with the compute layer and with protocol managed wallets, you can build any institutional or crypto focused use case. So what we're building with our compute layer and what we define as Flare 2.0, it won't just let XRP do more, it'll let the XRP ledger itself do more without having.
If you enter this trade, smash the like button because it's free money. It's free money. You're welcome.
With private,
literally eating a Ninja Creamy and making an 8-hour minimum wage.
XRPL code, and this puts them straight to the head of the queue on where to tokenize.
Wow, that is incredible. I hope everybody in this space, if not, didn't get to comprehend that everything you had just said, goes back and listens to that, because incredible things that you guys are building for the XRP Ledger ecosystem. And thinking about, you know, of course, there's like tokenized assets that exist on the XRP Ledger. Could you see those types of assets also interacting with these lending markets and you know, through partners like this Morpho and Mystic partnership that has been made?
So absolutely. I mean, our goal is to essentially offer the XRP first, and then the XRPL, effectively a full smart chain with seamless interaction through smart accounts. And then to go a little further than that, because Flare is a blockchain, but when we have our compute environment, we can do quite exciting things with those assets in private. And that's absolutely critical for institutional use cases. So what I see is a Flare as being extremely complementary to Ripple and the XRPL's efforts to push tokenization, to really bring the TradFi world onto new rails, with Flare effectively being an outlet for all of that. Once you have the assets in place and those are on the XRPL, what do you do with them? Flare is a good answer for that.
I really appreciate you for coming up today, Hugo, and sharing some of your time. I, of course, lover of the Flare Network and all of the people we have up here as panelists so far, but it's incredible to hear all of the things that are being built to support the XRP Ledger, XRP, and the ecosystem around it.
Yes, thank you, Hugo, for sharing your experience and also like all the amazing possibilities that Flare opens up for the XRP Ledger. And now let's also turn to Fig, our third speaker of today, who is the co-founder of Squid Router. Squid Router focuses on cross-chain liquidity and making assets usable across ecosystems. So essentially what it allows is for users to swap and bridge any token across over 100 blockchains, including XRP and the XRPL EVM. Hi, Fig. Nice to have you here.
Hey guys, thanks for having me. Super excited to be here.
I feel like you're one of the best people to talk about interoperability. And yeah, I guess in the context of this, to you, why does cross-chain access matter for the XRP right now?
Yeah, I think it's a really good time for cross-chain because crypto is just getting so much real adoption, and XRP is like leading that, of course, with institutions, but there's so much adoption on other ecosystems as well. And I think access is probably the most important part for building relationships, business relationships, users, everyone who wants to access the XRP ledger from a blockchain like Solana, Ethereum, even Bitcoin, and some of the other less used blockchains is cross-chain. You need to be able to access it in one click. XRP is a top 5 asset in crypto. We've got RLUSD coming up, probably the safest stablecoin in the entire crypto ecosystem. And if the XRP community wants to like drive adoption to these two assets and everything else that's being built on XRPL, we need really good open trade routes with the other blockchains. And you could see this in a competitive way where, you know, we want XRP to be the only blockchain, XRPL, But I think, you know, we've seen time and time again over the course of history that free markets like are a positive something for everyone. And, you know, the innovation and adoption of crypto happening on other chains can actually drive more adoption and innovation on the XRP ledger as well. And it's like cross-chain, that's the missing link there, like being able to bring those innovations across and let users traverse the ecosystem and adopt XRP's tech.
And super cool, right? I mean, you know, thinking about interoperability and being able to interact with other networks and expand this XRPL ecosystem is truly a highlight. And you and your team, you guys have been building some great things. The thought of putting this into practice, right? Could you briefly maybe walk us through, right? How does Squid Router actually connect all of these networks and that seamless interaction that occurs through that?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I'll go through some examples. So, I mean, the first really simple example is where the official with Axelar bridge for XRP between the sidechain, the XRPL sidechain, and the main ledger. So you can use Squid to, if you have XRP on XRPL, you can go to our application, or if you're a developer, you can use our API to transfer that XRP over to the sidechain where there's an EVM environment and, you know, building ecosystem of apps over there. But then Squid actually supports 100 chains, and we support tens of thousands of tokens. So if you're a user on Solana and you've been trading meme coins, but now you want to do something a little bit less risky, you can swap your Solana over to RLUSD. We don't actually support RLUSD just yet, but we will soon. You can swap it over to RLUSD, hopefully invest in a yield product on XRPL, and we've got lending coming soon on the ledger. So like really excited for all of these products to come up. And then lastly, if you're an institution who issues assets, you know, these huge institutions like BlackRock and Securitize, and, you know, the list goes on, they often issue assets on multiple chains. So if they've issued an asset on Ethereum and they also want to issue it on XRPL, then our technology allows sort of a combination of off-chain and on-chain logic to happen, where these asset issuers are actually off-chain, you know, they're institutions, and our protocol allows market makers to KYB, you know, like on board with these institutions and allow the issuing, minting, and burning of these assets, and then the market makers also plug into Squid, and you can move these assets, say from Ethereum to XRPL and back. So our protocol's, you know, fully decentralized and non-custodial, so we don't ever have to, we never take control of users' funds, and that really helps distribution. Like we can offer the protocol, well, it runs autonomously, so it can be accessed from any jurisdiction, and then we can pick and choose places where, you know, market makers work with institutions to do cross-chain activity. I'll stop there. It's getting a bit technical.
Yeah, speaking of technical, actually, I found it super cool when I was looking through your site that you have something that's called Squid School, where you explain like highly technical topics in super easy terms. So I was wondering, what's your goal with this platform? Is this something that's going to grow as well? Because I found it super interesting.
Yeah, thanks, Sophie. Yeah, we put so much effort into that. When we launched an XRPL, I think we did 32 different XRPL focused tutorials, everything from setting up a wallet to, you know, what is a token, and Squid's always been about access, and that means all the technical things that I was talking about before. But in reality, crypto is a really scary place. It's intimidating, even to people, technical people like me. And we think that access mission, making crypto simple and accessible to, you know, the world, extends all the way through user experience and education. So that's the reason we've invested in Squid School, and it's going to become more and more part of what we do. We break down the products internally at Squid into, you know, we've got different technical products, but Squid School's there as like one of the top 6 things that we work on. So yeah, glad you called that out. Thanks for the words.
Fantastic. Really glad to see that growing as well. I think without further ado, we can jump into the second section of this session. So for projects who are listening to this session, we kindly ask you to request to speak from your corporate handle. And in this 30 minutes, we will try to give the floor to several projects to explain briefly what they are doing, what they are building on the XRP ledger. So I'll just leave a few seconds for projects to join. And we have Anodos here. Hi, Panos.
Welcome up.
Hello, guys. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Yeah, doing well. Here we keep building. Happy XRP Community Day.
And I'm glad to have you up here. Of course, another project that I am passionate about in the community, and Panos, yourself and your partner, you guys have been building for many years already. If you would like to go over, Anados, what you guys are building, and where you've started and where you see the future going for you guys, I'd love to hear it.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, personally, I've been in the XRP ecosystem now for over a decade. We started Anodos back in 2023. And since the last XRP Community Day, many things have changed, but our mission remains the same, which is to bring DeFi to the average person. We want to build this front door for mass adoption and the killer consumer app for the XRP ecosystem. And my favorite analogy is always, what Ripple is doing for institutions, Anodos is trying to do for retail and consumers. And we believe that we need to have these powerful features of XRPL accessible to anyone. And we have Anodex, our XRPL DEX interface, which has now evolved into a one-stop shop for all things DeFi on the XRP ledger, which includes like swaps, AMM pools, on-off ramps, bridging, and the Anodos wallet that we launched 2 months ago. And it's XRPL's first passkey-powered wallet, powered by Ripple's Palisade MPC technology, and allows everyone for the first time to create an XRPL account in roughly 10 seconds with their biometrics. We also continue being infrastructure contributors and the UNL validator. We're also currently building a few developer tools like an API infrastructure and a sandbox environment for XRPL developers and the community to be able to experiment with XRPL and also test like new amendments easily. And finally, the main focus for this year is the Anodos Neobank, which is the first financial super app and, as we call it, XRPL-powered bank. And this is a completely on-chain and decentralized banking super app that will also bring the first self-custodial card, where people and users will be able to spend XRP and RLUSD in collaboration with Visa. And our end goal is millions of people using XRPL without ever realizing it and bringing this massive on-chain activity. So yeah, we are cooking lots of big things at the moment. And yeah, just make sure you follow us and sign up on the wait list of the Neobank for early access.
Great. Thank you so much, Panos. Looking at other projects here, we have Mandla Money. Can you speak? No.
Cool,
Yeah.
great. Thanks, Sophie.
Yes,
Can you hear me?
perfect.
Okay, perfect. Fantastic. Good evening, everybody. My name is Julian. I am one of the founders at Mandla Money, based in Cape Town, South Africa. And what we are building is a stablecoin platform that allows people to send and receive stablecoins to cell numbers, so via WhatsApp and via SMS. I think we can think of this as, sending money using Apple Pay, except we are doing this using XRP or RLUSD or any stablecoin issued on the XRP ledger to a receiver's cell phone number. So that's at the heart of the stablecoin platform. What we've recently added is a capability to allow for bulk payments. So this would be, if you have maybe a government that is distributing social grants or welfare, or maybe an NGO that's distributing aid in a civil contingency affected area, they log into a web platform, log in with an XRPL wallet, and then just put in the cell numbers of the recipients and the amount that they need to pay. And then they click on pay, and then that is distributed to these user cell phone numbers. They receive notifications via WhatsApp and SMS, and they can sign up and create a wallet if they don't already have one. And then they can then do peer-to-peer transfers amongst themselves, or they can then cash out through off-ramp through an exchange or a local off-ramp partner. We like to think of this as the evolution of mobile money in emerging markets. You might be familiar with maybe M-Pesa in Kenya, in East Africa, or other mobile money type of solutions, and this is really now mobile money powered by stable coins on the XRP ledger. I think for this year, one of our bigger plans is to add payroll capability to this bulk distribution platform, so that instead of just distributing relief aid or social grants, we can also then have gig or remote workers being paid via stable coins to their wallets as well. So that's what we're building, and the idea here is just to try and address financial inclusion and allow for people to be able to do these micro payments, which are otherwise expensive in emerging markets using traditional payment rails. So yeah, I think in a nutshell, that is us, a B2B2C stablecoin platform, allowing people to send and receive stablecoins to their cell phone numbers.
That was a really interesting thing there that you guys.
I am going to be leaving the community day chat until I think the next session's at 1:30. I'm pretty sure they're just doing like community stuff right now. And while, obviously that's important, it's not probably the reason that you're here right now. Right now, just to get you guys updated, we opened along on XRP. We are betting on the rebound. The stock market is beginning to bounce a little bit. The crypto market's bouncing even more aggressively at about 66.6. Cursed number, I know. But with the current volatility in crypto, it is pretty likely that the trend continues. I think a lot of people are overly bearish. I keep getting comments from people saying that crypto is dead for retail, that how dare you convince people at retail to get into crypto. And I'm like, I don't think people understand that retail isn't the audience anymore. Like you guys, me included, we're not the main customers for crypto at this point. We used to be, but crypto got too big for us. So at this point, the institutions are the customers, and the institutions, I mean, you've seen here during XRP Community Day, I mean, they've been all over it. They've been all over XRP. I think it was Dragonfly that was saying XRP was the second most sought after asset. Grayscale was literally saying, the representative of Grayscale was literally saying that she's been long on XRP since 2017. How do you even do that? But yeah, like very clearly these institutions are very much aligned with XRP. I wanted to take the time here before the America session begins, because yes, guys, there is another session. Right now, we finished the EMEA session. We are going to be getting an America session. Obviously, the America session is going to be pretty exciting as well. XRP, Ripple is mainly an American cryptocurrency, which, by the way, don't discount the South Korean holders, because I went to South Korea and I actually saw quite a few XRP holders there. I went to South Korea last year, because of Korea Blockchain Week. I was actually there for Korea Blockchain Week, had to meet up with a couple sponsors. I met up with a couple founders, investors. We chatted there, and that was great. But yeah, the America is going to be the next session. Let me make sure I'm clicking this so we get the right live stream here. Americas. Where's the link for this thing? So yeah, the America session begins at 1:30 p.m. Eastern time. Meet the new executive director at the XRP Ledger Foundation. So XRPL Foundation is going to be posting some information up here, which clearly is going to be important to look at. Starts at 1:30. Okay. So yeah, this is the next big thing. I don't want you guys to just be like looking at a community page. A lot of you guys are maybe a little bit less tapped in. You're more interested in what's going on in terms of price action. Price action has rebounded. So since the start of the live stream, I think we were at about $1.40. Let me give you some context on what's going on and why this happened. So we got jobs data, and apparently we added about 130,000 jobs. So you would think that's a positive thing. However, and it is a positive thing, but it is not the greatest thing in the world for equities because it signals that we might not actually need interest rate cuts. And a lot of people were betting on interest rate cuts being the reason that we pumped. And so you could kind of see here, no change has gone from 80% to 90%. Over here, you can see for yourself that on April as well, it went from 69 all the way to 79. And even in June, the one that I was predicting went from 57% down to 51% on a rate cut. So yeah, like it's not looking the best at the moment. And it's looking like we're not going to get a cut. So we'll see where that goes. But the crypto market, it does look like it's stabilizing. Like it looks like it's stabilizing. Whether or not we make a new low is up to the market to randomly wick down. But if it continues the current trend that it's doing right now, we're going to continue to see the market recover. So I think this trade makes sense. And so the America agenda, what are we going to be looking forward to on the America's agenda? Now, the America's agenda has the 1:30 p.m. XRP Ledger Foundation Executive Director. This is going to be big for anybody that's trying to build a project on the XRP Ledger, or anyone that is interested in seeing developments in the XRP Ledger, which I think should be most of you. So 1:30 p.m. is, I don't know why I didn't put it as must watch, but that one's probably a must watch. In terms of 1:55 p.m., you could probably skip that one. And 2:35, that's good to see, crypto advocacy, real holder stories. 3 p.m. and 4 p.m. are the best ones. And 4 p.m., obviously, that's Monica Long. This is the president at Ripple. That's going to be a major one. It's going to be like Brad Garlinghouse level. So you definitely want to be there for 4 p.m. If you want to skip all of them, that's okay. But the 4 p.m. one is going to be important. So make sure that you're staying tuned for the 4 p.m. Panel, because that's going to be the big panel. It's going to be talking about Ripple's 2026 priorities. That's realistically the biggest panel that's going to be coming from the Americas panel. Right now, we're just kind of in the interim for XRP Community Day. It's not like XRP Community Day has ended. We're currently waiting for the next panel. Make sure you're pressing the like button. Make sure you're supporting the channel, because every single like brings more people over to XRP Community Day. The more people that are informed about what's happening on XRP, the more people that are holding it, and also the more people that are, of course, in support of XRP's vision. I mean, at the end of the day, a big reason as to why XRP is as big as it is today is because of the XRP army, because of how strong XRP brings mindshare. So I always like to emphasize that point. The biggest coins in the crypto industry all share the same exact characteristic, that they have entities like the XRP army. So the next major event is the Americas time zone. A lot of you guys are going to be probably around for that, I would assume. I think there's probably not going to be a lot of volatility until 4 p.m. I think 4 p.m. is probably going to be the next big wave for crypto, because that's going to be when stocks close. Stocks have been kind of weird today. They've been really weird. Really, really, really weird. I mean, look at this. So we've seen a bigger rebound in crypto than we have seen in the stock market. Like, this is not normal at all. Usually we see crypto kind of just follow the stock market, but no, it's kind of like doing its own thing. It's down 4%, but starting to recover a little bit more aggressively. So hopefully we see that continue here throughout the rest of the day. We haven't gotten any major announcements. I could go over my Did this not say? Oh, there it is. Okay. I was about to crash out. So I've been doing notes on all this. I've been doing notes on all of the stuff that's been going on for XRP Community Day. So the one that I found most important and the one that I want to talk to you about is, of course, the Brad Garlinghouse panel. That's the keynote panel. It's the most important panel. They had the CEO of Ripple on. That's the first one that happened at 10 a.m. I found that to be the most informative because it gave us a glimpse into what they're looking at and what they're focusing on. So they asked him about the global markets last week and the drawdown reaction. Wait, guys. Why don't I just record this? What am I doing? Hold on. Like, what? Yeah, I understand why I'm not recording. Okay, I'm gonna wait until the Monica Long thing before I record it. I was about to say, because I was about to just go into a whole tirade about this. You know what? I'll do it for you guys that are here because you took the time. So since the Trump election, XRP is by far the best performing of all the major crypto assets. He said it's up about 170%. In terms of White House representation, the CLO of Ripple, that's the chief legal officer of Ripple, was in the room yesterday. This is in regards to a stablecoin yield debate. There were a lot of banks in the room. There were a few crypto representatives, namely Coinbase, that's one of them, Paxos, another one, Ripple, the other one, that were in the room. Apparently, they made some progress there. Something to note is that Brad Garlinghouse is predicting a 75% chance of the Clarity Act being very close to passing by April. I found that to be very interesting. Very, very interesting little fact. A lot of people are waiting for this Clarity Act thing to pass, and he's like, I'm perma-optimist. I'm thinking this is going to go through. And he's actually in the room. I'm not in the room. In terms of acquisitions, acquiring companies, they played offense last year, made it very clear. They acquired quite a few companies. They were playing defense for about 3.5 years because of the SEC case. And what he said is, we're going to work hard in 2026 to change this. They have now the Ripple Treasury and Ripple Prime as big acquisitions. Too many people are focused inside the echo chamber of cryptocurrency, and Ripple's strategy is the opposite. They're focused outside of the echo chamber, so bringing traditional finance into the crypto space. He liked to note G Treasury, which is now Ripple Treasury, because it had made $13 to $14 trillion in payments, and a solid amount of that was cross-border payments. And they had zero crypto exposure. I mean, none of that, none of the $13 to $14 trillion was a crypto exposure of any sense. He also said that RLUSD will be used on the XRP ledger, so that's good. This year is about integration for them, so he wants to let us know that you shouldn't be expecting any major acquisitions. However, maybe Q3 to Q4, they might be more inquisitive to do so. Right now, their plan is integration, so integrating the purchases that they've already done. This is the year to actually go through and make things happen, not just acquire more companies. He doesn't reference Ripple as a crypto company, but as an infrastructure company. He believes that companies in crypto need to think bigger. And what XRP is for Ripple is pretty much just good tech. It's great tech. They happen to be using the blockchain. They happen to be using XRP. They want people to think bigger, because if people are just thinking in crypto, they're never really going to broaden out and get mass adoption. He also stated that XRP is the North Star for Ripple, which is the purpose. The purpose of Ripple is to work on XRP. It's all focus on driving velocity to XRP and the XRP ledger. Ripple payments, permission domains, Ripple Prime are using the XRP ledger for collateral, enabling payments using RLUSD for treasury management. They did two big things from the regulatory side that he liked to note. The first was the OTCC charter, which allows stability around RLUSD. Many people know they set up RLUSD under the New York DFS trust license, because he felt at the time that was the gold standard. He wants to be the most regulated, compliant coin out there, because what they're focused on is institutions. He wants to secure and cement a leading position as a stablecoin provider, and because of that, they're following the gold standard, which is two major regulatory bodies. There's been a lot of speculation about things in the future, but mostly the things that maybe he's most interested in are things like Fed master accounts, which he thinks is compelling. There are things they may do in the future, but he won't go over right now. 10 years ago, though, he had no idea they'd have conditional approval from the OCC. It's massive progress relative. Let me make sure I correct that for later. Relative to where they started this journey. What he's most excited about this year is getting more activity and momentum around lending protocols and other protocols on the XRP ledger. He believes it's a major priority for Ripple, yield generation, supporting platforms like Flare, Axelar. That's going to be a major focus for them this year. XRP spot ETFs, he was asked, where do you think it's going this year? He said that XRP spot ETFs are a really important part of making crypto more institutional, but he also believes in a multi-chain world. He's proud of the fact Bitcoin had a powerful ETF launch, and XRP was the fastest to hit $1 billion in assets under management. Let me make sure I write that. Since Ethereum on their ETFs, XRP ETFs have shown enormous strength. Anytime we have a recovery on Bitcoin, XRP is just showing so much strength. Institutions are getting asked day in and day out about grabbing XRP. Vanguard used to be very anti-crypto, and now they're for crypto and have opened up retirement accounts for investing into cryptocurrency. They need to adopt what their customers want at the end of the day, and customers want cryptocurrency. He also says we're still on the early days for cryptocurrency. In 2025, we went from 0 to 1 because of ETFs, BlackRock. Make sure I fix that. He stated Larry Fink was talking about the opportunity about tokenizing assets on the blockchain, and that was the first big breakthrough for the crypto industry. It just says very early, but crypto isn't fringe anymore. It's being absorbed into tons of different sectors. Institutions aren't just using blockchain for crypto exposure. They're also exploring cross-border liquidity, other use cases. So pretty much what he said here is that, back in the day, the only reason an institution would get into crypto is for price appreciation. So the price of Bitcoin going up, them making a profit. But these days, they're actually exploring multiple things. It's not just about getting crypto exposure for price go up technology, but it's also for actually using it for things. They're exploring cross-border liquidity and other use cases. He also said it's insane the crypto markets have been struggling the past few months from a price perspective. It feels very bullish overall. In terms of the Clarity Act, does he see it passing this year? He says, as an entrepreneur, he's always optimistic and has been very close to this because of their CLO. The White House is pushing hard to get it moving again. It's stagnated for some time. He sees a 75% chance at the end of April, it's back on track and close to being signed. And in terms of where do you see Ripple in 2030, Ripple will continue to grow as a platform company that uses XRP and the XRP ledger for all of their use cases. So driving trust, utility to XRP. From their 10:30 a.m. panel, the SVP of Ripple X talked to Aviva Investors, which has over 250 billion pounds worth of assets. Right now, the UK's largest diversified insurer with over 25 million customers across the UK. Just pretty much talked over and over about the fact that they don't want to be left behind. They were one of the first to embrace the Telegraph, and they want to be one of the first to embrace cryptocurrency. They see the writing on the wall. Traditional finance institutions are embracing the XRP ledger to move their operations into the future. They're working with Ripple to bring tokenized mutual fund structures onto the XRP ledger, which is mostly yield-bearing tokens with high stable volume because of the things that they're backed by. In terms of their startups and VC panel, the main thing I took away was this. We're starting to see consolidation. What that capital is used for is making people jaded. So what he's essentially saying is, in the early crypto days, people only bought crypto because of price appreciation. That's why meme coins were so big. Think about it. If most people are buying Bitcoin for the sole purpose of the price going up, they're probably going to use the same justification to get into stuff like meme coins. That's why we've seen meme coins do as well as they have. With this being said, we're starting to see consolidation of capital. So a lot of people used to just invest into cryptocurrencies based on which venture capital fund entered. And at some point or another, people kind of started flipping on the VCs. They started saying, hey, these VCs, these big fish that are coming in, well, they're eating a big piece of our pie and they're just going to be dumping on us over and over. There was no value accrual that was happening in those cryptocurrencies. And so what's happening now is people are moving to more value add cryptocurrencies, such as XRP. I mean, that's the reason that XRP is still the 4th biggest cryptocurrency out there. And I find a lot of VCs are beginning to talk about accumulating some of these bigger crypto assets versus just throwing a bunch of money at things that are not working. I mean, clearly, a lot of these angel investments just aren't working out for the average crypto investor. And so that's so far what I have for XRP Community Day. I'm going to make sure I'm up to date, though. I think 1:30 is going to be the next major panel. I mean, they're still having the EMEA panel. If you guys would like me to continue to talk about just XRP price, etc., feel free, comment. You can also just comment if you want me to just put the space on it and just let it play. I would also like to do that. That would be very easy for me to do. I'll just leave the space on for now.
Brad said something earlier, right? The XRP to them is the North Star and always has been. And, you know, I continue to believe that as well for my own self, from looking at the potential of what these technologies will really offer.
Yes, that's right. And let's not forget that we also have a very exciting announcement at the end of this session. So if you kept listening throughout the session, you actually get a big reward because we are just announcing the second swag drop of the day. So the RippleX account just shared the link in the comment section of this X space, and you can just sign up to win one of the bags. And if you missed it, then don't worry. There will be one drop throughout the event. And yeah, without further ado, I think we can wrap up this session. This is the end of the first session out of the 3 happening, and you can tune in into the Americas and APAC ones as well. Thank you so much.
Okay, so they're done with the first session officially. Cool. All right, so next session, like I said, is going to be the America session. So if you're an American, God bless America. I had to do it. Then this is going to be our session. Where is the link for this? Oh, here it is. Okay. I had to do it. I'm sorry. XRP Community Day America is today. Okay, so we've got, 20 minutes before this one starts? All right, so what's going on in the crypto market? So we're once again ranging back to $66,000. Something I want to say, though, so Bitcoin went to 65, what is it, 65.5, and XRP's price was much lower. So XRP is actually outperforming right now relative to Bitcoin. I mean, Bitcoin's down 5% almost, and XRP's only down 2%. So, yeah, pretty good day for XRP holders, I would say. This is the problem. There's so many people that like to just talk about the fact that, oh, it's not performing well right now, so this is something that isn't worth my time. Well, what if everything isn't just doing well right now, but it's outperforming the biggest asset in the industry? I would say if a stock was outperforming Nvidia, that's a pretty good hold. like I don't know what to say. But hopefully this XRP Community Day space that comes up, I mean, we're going to be listening into the new XRP Ledger Foundation lead. And XRPL is going to be a main focus for Ripple here moving forward. So this is going to be a big introduction for the community. I want to make sure we're going to get in there the second that it starts. But it does look like we have about 20 minutes. If you guys do have any questions, feel free to go ahead, drop them in the chat. I'm always happy to read them, happy to answer them. No matter how dumb it is, you could just ask me what I ate. I ate ice cream, but it's not really ice cream. It's protein ice cream. I just practically ate a protein shake. I know, it's a big life hack. I think people would lose a lot of weight if they all own Ninja Creamies, but that's besides the point. Yeah, we're just kind of ranging right now. It's very boring. Funny how big names buying the dip can feel like a turnaround until you zoom out and remember the cycle map. Blah, 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 blah. Not good. Let's see some of the reactions for XRP Community Day. See what the people are saying. If you aren't already excited, Aviva investors. Let's see what we got here. XRP Community Day should be held on Halo 3. Yeah, man. Anything but Twitter Spaces. I mean, Twitter Spaces are such a poor platform. They keep breaking every 5 seconds. Big thanks to yesterday's participants. XRP Day. Bitso transforming LATAM settlement with Ripple payments, RLUSD, and XRP. What's this?
The journey of innovation for stablecoins is really just the beginning. It's reinventing, reimagining how money moved around the planet. I am Gabriele Zuliani. I lead the revenue and sales for Bitso Business. Bitso Business, a company founded 11 years ago in Mexico, originally as a crypto exchange, created the second new business line, which is dedicated to B2B money movement. We are trying to solve the ultimate challenge of moving money across borders, which has been hindering the industry for the last 40, 50 years. When Bitso Business was created, there were two very obvious use cases in LATAM. One was remittance and the other one was volatility of the local currencies, both of which were immediately found as great solutions addressed by blockchain and cryptocurrency and stablecoins. The whole model used to happen in days, if not weeks. Rather than going through 4 or 5 different hops and waiting a week for my money to land on the other side of the planet, I can do it like this. And I do it with stablecoins instantly at almost zero cost. So this is where the adoption is coming. And honestly, we think it is the tip of the iceberg. Adoption is really boosted by knowledge and by regulation. Understanding how stable coins work, where are the reserves, how you're being audited and everything else, which created the trust. It's really transforming the way money has been moved over decades. How we can make the life of those corporations and companies moving money B2B easier with a faster product, a better service is so exciting. Innovation doesn't belong to one region, it doesn't belong to one company. If you stop innovating, you will become eventually obsolete. It's an opportunity to innovate in cross-border payments. We are very happy to be the early adopters as a partner in this distribution of RLUSD, because as the demand will grow in the US soil, we are ready to serve that demand to become the rail and the payout partner in LATAM.
Oh, that's really cool.
The journey.
So they're one of the main partners for Latin America. That's cool. Yeah, I find one of the main customers that are probably going to be using these stable coins. I mean, obviously the banks and everything, but it's definitely going to be these countries with more volatile currencies. I mean, you should see the Argentinian currency. It's terrible. I was in Argentina last year, and it was just being devalued at record numbers. So yeah, these guys are going to be big customers. They're going to be big customers. I mean, I think that, of course, Africa is a big market, but, you know, they already have market penetration through Nigeria. You know, we're going to have Southeast Asia. So a couple big places, honestly, that can get some very easy market penetration. Let me refresh this right here. So we've got about 20 minutes before the Americas panel begins here on XRP Community Day. Make sure we're smashing the like button, getting the word out there that XRP Community Day is happening right now. The more people listening into XRP, the better. The more holders that are informed, the better for the industry, honestly, overall. I mean, honestly, if more people looked at these X spaces, the space would be in a much more stable place. But, you know, unfortunately, you know, people have other things to do, so it is what it is. Bitcoin is at 66.3 right now, which actually, like, for this price on XRP, that's pretty good. It's pretty good. Yeah, for some reason, XRP is actually outperforming. I bet if we went to Polymarket. Yeah, no, XRP is doing pretty well, surprisingly. 1.3693. Oh my God, could you imagine if it flipped? Oh my God, that'd be crazy. Look at this market right now. Oh my God. Oh my God. 3 seconds. Oh my God, that was close. That almost hit the target. Sheesh. That was way closer than it needed to be. That's crazy. Yeah, that's why you don't gamble. That's like, The odds are crazy. Yo, I would have soiled myself there. Let's see what we got on the feed. Boom. Might need to give Jesus a run for his money. What's going on here? Day and night I fought with charts. Oh. I spent more time staring at candlesticks. Okay. I was invited to compete in a live trading esports competition on stage. All right. Let's go. The boy. AMA in 21 hours. Cool. Maybe we'll live stream this. Oh, XRP's moving. XRP, it's moving. Well, we're going to 38 cents, I think, my friends. My friends, we are pumping. Gigapump, gigapump. Respect the pump. I love Ivan on tech. I'm gonna bookmark this. Michael Saylor makes a big Bitcoin prediction. Oh, I love that. Give me the hopium, Michael Saylor. Let's go.
Real quick, if you were to make a prediction about where Bitcoin is,
oh, come on,
call it 12 months from now, what do you think?
You know, I don't really make predictions over 12 months. I think the Bitcoin is going to double to triple the performance of the S&P over the next 4 to 8 years, and I think that's the only thing we need to know.
Ah, you didn't give the answer. Lame, lame. What's Gary Vee saying?
No, I'm buying.
XRP's pumping, my friends. Let's go. You got to pump it up. Hey, for the people that entered the trade with me, shout out to y'all. You deserve the profit.
Just buying?
I'm pumped.
Okay.
I didn't think I was going to get another at bat like this.
Can I tell you that last time when it dipped, like I said, let me pick up another, and I didn't.
Yeah.
We thinking about like a little.
I'm buying.
Yeah. So
But by the way, everyone who's listening, not financial advice. I've worked 40 years to be able to afford to take the risk. Yeah. I don't see it as that much of a risk anymore. I think the world will only get more tech-oriented, not less. I think that the cynicism against, governments and dollars will continue to grow. I'm shocked we get another bite at the apple at this level. I never thought I would buy it under 70. So I'm grateful for that. So I'm buying a little something. But by the way, could it go to 40? It could.
Okay. During Fox Sports. What a weird place to do that. Saw an appointed judge rules Frodo. Okay, bro. You gotta pump it up. Let's go, XRP. 138, 138. Let's go. I think we're just going to keep pumping into this. There's no way we don't. I'm not closing. I think we're going to have a recovery. So about 10 minutes before the America session begins, we're going to have the XRP Ledger Foundation hopping on and beginning and starting it all off. And then we're going to have Monica Long at the end, which we are definitely going to want to be there for. That's where the most of the alpha is going to be extracted. You want to pump it up. So excited for the XRP family that I'm at a loss for words. Is that why? Because he's saying that he likes XRP? Okay. I mean, I like it too. Bots now generate 51% of all internet traffic. Wow. Ooh, yikes. Officially surpassing human activity for the first time. So most of you guys are bots? Are you guys not humans? Am I just talking to a bunch of bots? Question mark. 51% of all internet traffic. That's crazy. Stop playing with crypto and stack real money. Yo. What's this?
It's no offense to Bitcoin. It's just, it's 2009 technology. And tens of billions of dollars have been spent, and armies of scientists and engineers at scale have figured out a way to make this stuff run better, and Bitcoin can't keep just pretending like that didn't happen. So upgrading to post-quantum is an opportunity for them to acknowledge that and actually innovate at the same time. So it can be very good for the ecosystem. It's no offense to...
Okay. Yeah, I think we're going to get quantum upgrades probably next year. Bear market bro, what is that? Aren't eggs expensive? Dude, I have like 1 billion eggs. I eat like 3 eggs a day. 4 eggs a day. JD Vance and Gavin Newsom are only 4% apart in the 2028 presidential race. Okay. I am a large Bitcoin buyer at 42 to 52K, selling kidneys sub 40K. This is the type of shit that gets engagement on X. I think these buys / prices will age very well into 27, 28. Patience is required, but patience always pays best. Yeah. I don't know. People tend to always just put lower and lower prices on their predictions just to get engagement. What's the basis on a BlackRock XRP ETF? I mean, he was glazing Larry Fink. I mean, I would like it. I feel like it's actually pretty likely that we get that this year. I wouldn't see this as unlikely at all. I feel like Zach's onto something.
BlackRock chooses Uniswap today, but is that XRP ETF coming up next? You guys already know we've been talking about it all the way back from when.
Okay. About 8 minutes until XRP Community Day Americas starts. What a coincidence. During the European session, all we did was dump on XRP. The second we start getting closer to the America session, would you look at the price of XRP pumping? Would you look at the price of XRP pumping? So the Americans are keeping it up. We are keeping it up, my friends. City delays Fed rate cut forecast to April. Ooh, not good. U.S. has built its largest copper stockpile in decades. Oh, good for us. Yeah, Robinhood and Chainlink. So a lot of people are fudding right now Robinhood because of how interlinked it is with cryptocurrency. A lot of people are fudding it. I think they're full of it. You know, Robinhood's going to pump. I wonder how MicroStrategy stock is right now. I'm very curious. 6% today, 3%. It's like Coinbase's stock. It'll recover. Just found this plugged in the attic. What is this? You can't. What is this? All right. 7 minutes left, my friends. XRP's price is it's doing stuff. It's actually doing stuff. Feels good. Feels good. It took a while for this trade to finally pan out, man. It's like Bitcoin's like boring. Bitcoin's boring today. I think it recovers back to 70 though. It's gonna retouch 70. Like my prediction here is it retouches 70. It just rebounded too strong when it went down there. It's just too much volume. It's gonna rebound to 70. So we're playing for the 70 rebound. XRP is gonna outperform Bitcoin. So we're gonna make more money. We make more money. A genuinely huge moment for XRP Ledger as traditional finance moves on chain. Aviva Investors, the global asset management business of the leading UK insurer Aviva, has announced a partnership with Ripple with the intention of tokenizing traditional fund structures on the XRP Ledger. Very, very good. Oof, wrecked. Oh yeah, I like this one. This was funny. This guy said, I have found that there are two types of people who still insist Bitcoin is going to zero. Those who've done zero research on it, and those who did the research, didn't buy, and are now rooting against it out of regret. Neither is correct, of course. And this guy was like, you're missing a third group of people who completely understand Bitcoin, did all necessary research, and still chose not to buy it. Which is literally what this guy said. It doesn't make any sense. He said, and those who did research, didn't buy, and are now rooting against it out of regret. Which is literally this guy. But anyway, he made a post. He said, don't make the mistake of thinking that buying Bitcoin below $3,800 is a bargain just because the current price is better than 80% below its record high. Bitcoin's price could easily drop another 80% from here, and at $750, it would still be expensive. Yikes. Ooh, yikes. Big yikes. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That's not good. Uh-oh. Someone didn't buy the dip. That's why I hate people that try to tell me that the price I'm buying an asset at is incorrect. Like, if it's going to go up anyway, who cares at what price I get it? Too many fudders. Too many fudders. Price of XRP is pumping. Pumping right now. Seems like the market is recovering. Looks like the direction is going in our favor. All right, my friends. XRP Community Day Americas is now live. I have it muted because they just have music playing right now. Just waiting for it to start. For the panels that we have coming up, we have the new XRP Ledger Foundation Executive Director. He's going to talk about foundation governance, grants, ecosystem programs. We have XRP features, what's live and what's next. We also have Meet the National Cryptocurrency Association. Cool. XRP Innovation Spotlight. And the president of Ripple. XRP at the core of Ripple's business. So pretty packed session that is coming up right now for XRP. Why do they have lo-fi on? It's like they're trying to get all the YouTubers demonetized. What's this? I need a Pengu card. Thank you all for doing. Of course, it's my pleasure. I mean, I was gonna do it anyway. Like, literally, this is what I do as a content creator and as an investor. Like, I was gonna do this anyway. I just figured I would stream it, right? I'm sure people would find value. I also found that a lot of streamers, for whatever reason, didn't stick around for the Americas session. It's like, this isn't on YouTube. They left it only on X. Someone needs to stream this. So I figured, why not? Why not do it? It's my pleasure. Thank you for taking the time. Every view helps me. Doesn't matter how small it might seem, it all helps out in the end. We have a long open right now. Playing for the rebound on XRP. It's going well. It wasn't going well when I started the stream. I'm going to be honest. We were down, but we stuck around and XRP has rebounded. We're doing well. We're doing well. We're still going to keep breaking out here. So we're going to keep holding here. I'm not selling here at 38. No way. Probably going to get out of this trade by the end of this stream, though. Unless we get something crazy, I'm probably going to be out by the end of the stream because I already have other trades open. So I don't, and I also have a bunch of spot XRP. It's mostly just for the stream. Bitcoin looks like it's recovered a bit. It's down 3% still. There's still room to go. XRP's actually been doing a bit better. See, it's down 1.8% right now versus 3%. So it's actually doing better. Feels good. Feels good. I get it. The coin's down like 60% from all-time highs, but Bitcoin's also down pretty much 60% from all-time highs. So we're doing pretty good. Like if Bitcoin was down 60% and XRP was down 90%, I would be like, okay, well, that's kind of how every other alt's doing. But the fact that they're just down the same amount, I think is crazy. That shows you just how bullish people are on XRP right now. There's so many people that want this thing to go up. Building the commons. I actually am very curious here on XRP Ledger stuff because I'm not very well informed. If I'm honest, I'm not very well informed on the XRP Ledger. This could be interesting. I've been writing down all of the notes. If you wanted to pause the live stream to read this, that's the keynote from Brad Garlinghouse, CEO of Ripple. That'll give you a TLDR of his entire panel, and you would have skipped my YouTube video. So you could do that if you want to. You're welcome. Otherwise, put it in the background. It's an X space at the end of the day. It's not like there's going to be a ton of action here. We're predicting a rebound on XRP. Yeah, I'm not predicting a 30% pump on XRP because of this. It's looking like so far it's panning out our way. Anything can happen. We shall see. I want to make sure I write down what we got going on here. 1:30 p.m. New XRP Ledger Foundation Executive Director. All right, looks like it's starting, so I'm going to go ahead and allow it to begin to play so you all can hear. Make sure you smash the like button, my friends.
Hello, hello, sound check. Can I get a reaction to see if you can hear me, please?
Yes, I can hear you, David. Oh, good.
That's perfect. Hi, everyone. Happy XRP Community Day. Welcome. So welcome, everyone. Welcome to this very special community session. I'm David Pshiri. I'm the president of XRPL Commons, calling in from Paris. And joining me today is Fabio Marzella, co-founder and manager of the XAO DAO. Hi, Fabio.
Good morning, all. Thank you. Good evening.
I know it's early for you, late for me, and normal time for the US. We're kicking off this XRP Community Day Americas. Very excited to be the first one speaking on these sessions. And today we have a very important news to break. We, Fabio and I, along with the other board members of the XRPL Foundation, representing Ripple and XRPL Labs, we are here today to introduce our new executive director. We'll get...
This is why X spaces suck. This is why I don't do X spaces. If you've ever wondered why I never did them, that's why.
We lost you, David, if you could still hear us.
Am I lagging a bit?
Yes, you're back now, David.
Okay, so I'll go back from the beginning because I'm not sure. I think I got cut before reaching my high point. But in a nutshell, I think the XRPL Foundation is an important organization for the ecosystem. It plays an important role, and its mission is really ensuring that the protocol remains open, decentralized, transparent, and on top of it, accessible to all. And it is the steward of the network. It supports the core developers, the infrastructure, and the broader ecosystem. And 14 months ago, we created this new entity. We announced at Apex that the XRPL Foundation was kicking off, but most of all, it was looking for its executive director. And we have found him. Brett Mullin, super happy to have you join us. Brett, you're a tech veteran. You're an XRPL node operator. You're a long time community member. So, I think you're the best one to introduce yourself. Can you tell us a bit about yourself, about your journey with the XRPL community and the protocol? And let's kick this conversation off.
Yeah, thank you, David and Fabio, and Visa and David Schwartz, members of the board, for picking me for this position. I can't tell you, how seriously I take this position, and how much I want to give back to the community. So again, thanks to all of you for trusting me with this. Almost to the day, 11 years ago, I started at Ripple, hired by Bob Way, and was lucky enough to come to the offices in San Francisco and have David Schwartz and Bob and Stephen Thomas and Arthur Brito teach me about blockchain, teach me about the XRPL, write all over my desk in markers. It was an incredible time, and I'm so fortunate to have lived through that. And why I've been behind the scenes, it is this technology that's served me over the past 11 years. And I do think it's, time for me to give back, and that stewardship that you mentioned. And I'm very excited to do that.
Well, this is pretty cool to have you. We couldn't be happier to have your experience and your dedication and your enthusiasm to guide the foundation. We've seen several people for this position, and it's very clear that your roots in the ecosystem run very deep, that you have the passion for it. And so with Fabio, my co-board member today, we have a few questions from the board, but also from the community. I think we're going to take this session to explore a bit your vision, your roadmap, and I will let Fabio start.
Thank you, David. Brett, again, congratulations and welcome. So I guess the big questions that the community has probably been waiting for is that now that we've got an executive director, what are your top priorities, and let's say over the next 6 to 12 months for the foundation?
Yeah, so I'll start at a high level, Fabio. First off, it's the stability, the availability, and the evolution of the XRPL ledger. At a very high level, that's what I'm here for. And in the last session, if anyone was on the EMEA session, and in the rest of this session, and in the APAC session, you're going to hear from all of these people building on the XRP ledger. And I want to make sure that that foundation is there for them to build on. And that foundation needs to be secure. It needs to be available when you need it. And we also want it to be here in 100, 200 years. And, at a high level, that's what I'm here to accomplish. You're probably going to hear that, quite a bit from me. How do I start doing that? I think I start doing that by building a team of the best people from the community in each of those areas. And we've been, with the board, we've been building a team or trying to recruit a team. So you should see some announcements from me soon. I think the people you should look for is a director of community to interact with this incredible group, a director of technology, director of operations. With those people, I think we can establish the groundwork, the foundation for all the builders out there.
Very interesting. Some names will follow on, I hope. That's at a very high level. Can you dig maybe a little in the more micro level?
Yeah, so there's obviously I've been in this environment for a long time, and there's some things that myself and the board want to accomplish. I think most importantly is transparency. And right now we have a lot of people, a lot of great people doing a lot of good work, but that work isn't really shared. People don't know what's going on. And I've actually worked at organizations where they were these super people who did a lot of work, and then they leave the organization and don't document things, and there's a vacuum. And I want to make sure that that doesn't happen with the XRP ledger. I'm not alone. There's a large group of people with over a decade of knowledge on the XRP ledger. And I'm thinking about the future, and I want to get that knowledge. I want to document it. I want to share it. So the first step is documenting what we have now, and then getting input. I think that's something that's been missing. I'm getting paid full time to listen to this community, the people that are on this call. So it's a time of absorbing that information, and then working with the community to decide what we do. Real easy. I think there's processes that I want, very micro level. There's processes I want to get those up on GitHub, so everyone on this call can see what the organization is doing. I'll let you ask some more questions here, David. Sorry.
Yeah, sure. No, I think you're spot on. The thing you're mentioning about listening to the community, sharing information. There's been a huge call for transparency from major community members. So we're here to answer. What we've done for the last 6-7 months was really building with Brett a strategy for the years to come, making sure that the foundation has the resources, the talents that it needs to operate. So this was exactly what we were missing before. We had an entity, but it was basically an empty shell with a governance and a board. But the board was trying not to be too much operational. And so now that we have Brett on board and a team coming up, we'll be able to deploy the whole roadmap for the foundation and for the community. So beyond the process and everything, can you maybe take an example of what the foundation will do in regards to, for instance, core development? We touched recently on specifications and things like that.
Yes. Yeah. So it's very important to have documentation of the protocol. And I know this isn't the most exciting thing in the world to everybody, but especially in this world of AI, you need to be able to feed into AI context so it can make its decisions, and having accurate context is incredibly important. Recently, we partnered with a company called Common Prefix to document the payment engine of the XRP ledger. And that was received incredibly well by the community. In essence, we've needed this for a long time. It helps us build. And with that knowledge, we can bring on more builders to the core protocol, and they can understand that protocol better, and they can build better code. Even our security auditors are taking that information and putting it into their processes. So the foundation is going to sponsor more of that, continuing the specification of the XRPL protocol, and maintaining that. So when something changes, those specifications are continuously updated, and there's a process in place for keeping them updated. So again, not the most exciting thing, but it's that documentation and then sharing that documentation that empowers our core developers and will grow the talent set across those core developers.
Well, if you ask me, I think it's very interesting, to know that there is an entity with people in it that are packing knowledge and sharing knowledge. I think for the longest time, this knowledge was in the head of a handful of people, and so that is definitely a risk for an ecosystem. To rely on a few talents. We have amazing talents, but the talents, they come, they go. We hope that the foundation will be sort of a beacon for creating this Bible of documentation. The xrpl.org documentation is already amazing, but building up on top of that and continuing to improve it will be instrumental in your success. I'm really looking forward to that. We had a number of questions from the ecosystem asking the difference between the foundation and XRPL Commons. And so I think it's interesting if we talk about our visions and how these two entities will live side by side without overlapping to each other. Maybe I'll kick off with a few things that Commons is doing, and then what the foundation can do later on. So at Commons, we have a mission that is creating the conditions of success for builders, whether they're developers, entrepreneurs, researchers, corporate innovators. And when we say creating the conditions of success, is really trying to be the invisible hand to connect people to opportunities in the ecosystem, trying to create career paths so we have developers who can sustain a career in the XRP ecosystem. So the projects that we run at Commons are an incubator, training programs for developers, hosting meetups, hosting hackathons. We're trying to be the builder ecosystem operating system. We try to onboard developers that are building on the XRP ledger, companies that are going to build using the XRP ledger. I think the fine line with the foundation is the foundation is in charge of the protocol and of the community of developers, infrastructure operators that are managing, operating, maintaining the protocol itself. So let's say the foundation is the protocol, and we're at Commons, we're on top of the protocol. And so a question that came last year, we were running at Commons a bootcamp for core developers, and we trained for 3 weeks a number of people who came just to learn about how can they contribute to the XRPL protocol. I think, for instance, this type of programs will transition over to the foundation as soon as there's a team that is formed there that can take over. But that's one of the examples. At Commons, we also contribute to the infrastructure and the grants for the builders. I think this type of things, contributing to the infrastructure is just the role of any entity in the ecosystem. Everyone should contribute if they have the knowledge and the resources to. And the grants, for instance, I think Commons will focus on giving out grants to builders launching projects, whereas the foundation will focus on giving out grants to people keeping the protocol up to date and running. Anything you wanted to add, Brett?
No, I mean, I think that's incredible, David. And the word foundation is critical here, right?
Mm-hmm.
The foundation is really that bottom layer that Commons and its developers are building on top of. And so that includes the infrastructure, organizing upgrades, talking with the community about the best hardware to run the protocol on. The governance of the system, and then that core protocol. And I think most importantly, moving that core protocol into the next century, the evolution of that core protocol. So not just keep the lights on, but also where are we going to go next with that core protocol, which is an incredibly exciting area. There's some low-lying fruit there, things like increasing system requirements that can help us to bring up the capacity of the network. Again, that's my goal, is to make that foundation strong for everybody else on this call.
I think we can also maybe explore how the DAO will play a role. The DAO is a founding member of the foundation, and from its inception, the conversation with the DAO was trying to give a voice of the users at the foundation level. Fabio, do you want to expand a bit on that?
Yeah, thank you, David. Yes, definitely. So yeah, just a quick touch on what the DAO actually is and why it would matter to the community. So really simply, the DAO exists to give a community a voice. And my role on the foundation is basically to take DAO members into that room and make sure they're part of the decision being made. When we talked about voting, and it's not my vote, through the DAO, we come together, we discuss things, we put proposal forwards, and we vote as a community. Once we landed on a position on whatever project or positions we want to take, that goes forward as one clear and unified view that reflects what the DAO or the DAO members want. So the whole idea is pretty straightforward. There's lots of voices coming together as one. keeping governance open, fair, and I guess it will align with the broader ecosystem. So at the moment, we are looking, the DAO is pointing towards the 1,000 members. As soon as that task is arrived and achieved, the proposal windows opens for the members to start lodging proposals, and we'll take it from there. So I'll just entice every listener and every XRP holder to go to the DAO webpage and have a look at it, have a read of it, and yeah, keep this thing going and moving forward.
That's fantastic, Fabio. Really helps me with, a challenge of taking leadership of a decentralized organization. And how do you keep that, how do you show leadership and also keep the network decentralized? So I think, this board and the DAO being on that board is an important way of doing that. And thanks a lot for your work and your contributions.
Thank you, Brad.
I think, one other thing I want to mention before this session was over, there has been some work going on in the background by the foundation that we didn't get to mention. I can't really take credit for this as I just joined. It was more David was much more involved with this and the board. But there is a refresh to xrpl.org that we are pushing out, and I will share a link with that for this group in Twitter after this session, and we should have a little poll for you to take and give your input on that. And so the site has been refreshed and it looks absolutely amazing, but as the executive director of the foundation, I do think it's that substance behind the website. When you click on those links, that is, really my responsibility and the responsibility of the leadership team that I'm bringing in. So, the site looks incredible. It shows a commitment to promoting and marketing the XRP ledger. And then it's my team really needs to have great content behind those links that you're looking at. And sorry, David, you're breaking up on us, so I just
no problem.
Just started talking there.
No problem. It's the foundation will share a preview of what xrpl.org will look like. It's not yet live, but the team has been hard at work. Kudos to people at Ripple.
All right, looks like that's the end of their panel. Right now, I'm crafting a post based on everything that he just said. I wrote it all down. If you guys didn't know, I write it over 140 words per minute. So I got all of it. I got all of it. All the stuff that matters.
The idea that the foundation is now operational. Until now, we had a boat. Now we have an engine on the boat.
Button,
and we're going to go full speed with it. And so expect more communication from the foundation very soon. Expect a two-way channel of communication where you will be able to engage with the foundation. Brett, I think, is the most personable guy in the ecosystem. You can talk to Brett, and so I encourage you to start conversations with him. So, thank you everyone for joining. I know it was a big news.
I think he cut off. Yep. Core protocol evolution. Key hires coming. Cool. I'll have it up pretty soon. Yeah, I've gotten pretty much all the major panels. Like we got all the good ones. So next panel is going to be XRP features. What's live and what's next? Well, we'll see what comes from there. XRP Ledger Foundation stuff was pretty much just transparency. I mean, that's all he just kept talking about. Just transparency. I guess a lot of people were upset about transparency issues on the XRP Ledger. So he was just talking about it the entire time. Come on, get it up. XRP's price is, I mean, look at this. It's doing nothing right now. Hopefully we have a breakout. In the next hour. It's just kind of just chilling right now. It's doing a lot of nothing. But it is trending upward, which is a good sign. That is a good sign. Did this go down? I am going to refresh. I feel like X spaces are always breaking.
Hey, Matt.
Hey there.
Hey, amazing. It's like a group of friends already here joining to have that amazing conversation. Jazzy's also on stage, I believe. Jazzy,
Hey, Bet. How's it going?
great, amazing. Well, yeah, we're going to start with this session here. To start with, first, I want to give like sort of just very briefly an introduction to each one of you, and then Crippen, you can also do that for yourself. We have Mayuka, which is staff RippleX engineer. She did a bunch of research and amendment work. You know her from X, very active in the community, involved with everybody here. And we have also Ayo, who is head of engineering at RippleX. And I had the pleasure to have last year an end of year space with him, which was amazing. So great to see him here on the stage as well. And we have an OG actually as well, and Ripple OG, which is Jazzy, coming from the head of product at RippleX, and did a bunch of DeFi. You guys remember with the AMM, you have seen her posts and also her takes on around it. So with these three guests, we have also Crippen writer.
Hey guys, for people that don't know me, I do education on X mostly, and also, which is pretty new, I do a show that is called Crippen Writer TV with that actually, where we talk about XRP Ledger mainly and XRP and the whole ecosystem, which is basically everything which we care about also right now, about the institutional DeFi roadmap that got released just a few days ago. And on this, Jazzy, just straight up, let's jump into this. Why do we care about FX payments, tokenized collateral, and credit right now? What are this? What are we solving with these new use cases?
Yeah, definitely. Thanks, Crippen, and thanks for having us. Excited to be here and to chat about this. So to take a step back, I mean, we're really looking at the intersection of two main areas. The first is where there are serious problems in finance, particularly institutional finance, that result in inefficiencies or unequal access, or trapped balance sheet today. And also the second area is where there are clear technical advantages of blockchain technology, particularly the XRP ledger. So we know the XRPL is fast and cheap. There's other clear advantages around how the features work, being built at the protocol layer rather than a smart contract level. And so if you look at those two spaces and where the intersection is, payments, credit, and collateral have really come across as three opportunities for us to solve real problems in existing institutional workflows, rather than sort of speculative use cases or use cases that are trapped to only a crypto native audience. And so if we look at each of them more specifically, payments, for example, cross-border rails, as we know, are slow, expensive, inaccessible by many. On the collateral side, there's major problems around trapped balance sheets and slow settlement cycles, unnecessary counterparty risks, for example, without atomic exchange of assets. And then on the credit side, we have fragmented manual financing infrastructure, inaccessible funding venues, or inaccessible investment opportunities on the lender side. And so the goal is really to make these faster, atomic, and programmable on chain by building features in these use cases on the XRP ledger.
This DeFi roadmap that RippleX was publishing and Ripple publishing, I have to say, was really like overall really great because it gave like exactly that insight with examples and interesting use cases, how XRP's utility plays into this as well as the center of it. For example, auto bridging and a bunch of other functionalities. That was really great to see, and I love to follow that roadmap along, of course, with all of you guys. From that part that Jazzy was talking about, IO, I'm interested, and Jazzy was like already touching on it a bit here, is from a architecture point of view, from a XRPL ledger point of view, why is the XRP ledger in a really great position exactly for this right now? And what are maybe some upcoming features that we can then talk about after that would play into that?
Yeah, no, I think Jazzy covered a lot of it. I would add that XRPL from day one has been designed and purpose built for deterministic execution. Right? If you think about smart contract platforms, it's sort of wild west. You can deploy anything and everything, but when you think about deterministic execution, it's predictability, it's consistency, and I feel like XRPL has sort of cornered the market on building the right primitives that unlock financial use cases at scale. And that's the first big reason that I think XRPL is like primed for this time. And then the second thing is just frictionless, and low cost asset movement. So fees are cheap, simple APIs for launching tokens and tokenizing assets. So those two things together, I think, just kind of work really nicely. And then when I think about just the evolution of XRPL, we're able to evolve the ledger without actually fragmenting it. And we have all these native primitives at the protocol layer that just directly fit into financial workflows. And so this is really the time for XRPL to shine.
So Jesse was like mentioning tokenized collateral, credit, and FX payments. Is like as a really main use cases that are very promising, and there's a lot of product market fit out there. What are some features that the XRP ledger already has or needs to do exactly these things? For example, collateral or lending that you can mention.
Yeah, I think one of the simple things that you talked about earlier is that auto bridging feature that's inside the DEX. When liquidity gets thin, between two assets, right? The fact that the ledger automatically routes through XRP to get the best possible price just kind of makes it seamless, and I think that's a nice feature that I think will become even more pronounced as permission DEX, permission domains are coming live, just kind of give more structure to the market. But yeah, it's those kind of unique features that are part of the XRPL architecture that I think are going to shine and bring additional utility to XRP.
There are so many new features. There are also multi-purpose tokens, token escrow, batch transactions, and all the stuff around permissioned as well. Permissioned domains, permissioned DEX. Jazzy, maybe help us understand why do we need all these new features, and will this really help XRP and the XRP ledger to accrue more liquidity and volume on chain?
Yeah, definitely. There's definitely a lot in the roadmap, as you guys saw in the recent institutional DeFi roadmap piece. If we start with permission domains and permission DEX, two of the most recent features, taking a step back, the XRP ledger has supported open payments and the permissionless decentralized exchange for a very long time, arguably, longer than any other blockchain. There were order books at first, and then more recently, we proposed and added an automated market maker, but all of that was still permissionless. With a payment, when you look at institutional use cases, that usually works fine because you can send directly to a known counterparty. But with the decentralized exchange, or most exchanges in general, your counterparty is unknown. So it's really about open price discovery and matching. And while this is great from a permissionless perspective, this is a problem for regulated institutions because they can't trade with an unknown counterparty and still meet their compliance restrictions. So by adding a feature like the permission domains and then the permission DEX on top of that, what we're doing is allowing for institutions and regulated entities to access these benefits of cross-currency payments and trading on the XRP ledger, without, violating compliance expectations. And what's unique on top of this is the approach we used on the XRP ledger does this in a way that it doesn't create liquidity silos. We've seen fully permissioned protocols launched in other ecosystems before, and unfortunately, they largely failed. And I think the problem here was they were fully separate and siloed from the other, permissionless DEX or lending protocols. But by building it with the permission domains mechanism, it's very simple to arbitrage between the permissionless DEX and the permission DEX to allow liquidity to flow freely between the two systems. So you really get the best of both worlds. And the net effect there is institutions can use XRPL for production, payments, and FX, and not just experimentation. So, I mean, that's one example on the payments and FX side. We can, certainly get into similar examples later in the conversation on the credit as well as collateral side.
By the way, for those who don't know, Jazzy is a huge fan of the native functionalities of the XRP ledger and how it differentiates itself from other solutions, as you can tell, and how she was saying, which I love that how you put that out. One thing that comes to my mind specifically when you mentioned the permissioned DEX and also that it's aggregating liquidity and not segregating liquidity. We definitely see like a lot of protocols who do like different version updates, version 2, 3, 4, and each of it is its own protocol with its own liquidity that they cannot just take with them. So that segregation is not on the XRP ledger because it's all native aggregated. Yeah, that's a huge plus specifically for institutions. In these things, specifically with the compliance building blocks that we just touched on, the order book, the XRP Ledger DEX. I'm curious if you can maybe expand a little bit, Jazzy, on how like features like MPTs, token escrows, and so on fit specifically in the process of utility for, I guess, XRP as a token and for institutions in that aspect.
Yeah, so MPTs is a new, multi-purpose tokens is a new token standard on the XRP ledger. It's lighter weight than IOUs. It has other advantages that make it very well suited for tokenizing real world assets, for example. And on top of that, which I'm sure Ayo will go into in more detail, we're building privacy functionality on top of the MPT token. And so when you start to piece these things together, MPTs, batch transactions, and then privacy, you start to get the ingredients for institutional grade delivery versus payment, which is basically the ability to exchange assets and cash atomically in the same transaction, which reduces counterparty risk. So this is a really clear, value creation opportunity for blockchain technology solving a real world, financial problem. In terms of, XRP fitting in, I think on the base level, XRP is always used for transaction fees and also account reserves, and in some cases object reserves as well. But I think there's more unique things we can build on top of that. I think it makes a lot of sense to use XRP as the cash leg of a repo transaction, for example, in some cases, because stablecoins are often subject to different regulations in different geographies, and XRP we know is regulated, we know is global, and can just make it a lot simple and more global by replacing it on the cash leg as well within the transaction.
XRP is the only asset on the XRP ledger without a counterparty and that any account can hold. And that makes it very differentiated, obviously. Yes. Crippen.
Another differentiator is also not only that XRP has no counterparty, but also that in contrast to other networks, most of all in this case right now, all features are primitives. They are native features. But Mayuka, what I would really like to know, because you're on the programmability side of programming, why do we want primitives, or why do we still want primitives to be the main focus right now? What makes it so different to have it all native and as a primitive on chain?
Yeah, so I think primitives are a really good selling point for the XRP ledger, because it means that everything just is sort of built in, it works natively, it's going to be battle tested, audited, all of that, and it's just a transaction. You don't need to specify anything separate, you don't need to write your own code, it'll just work. And with respect to the DEX specifically, it means that we don't have any liquidity segregation, as Jazzy was talking about earlier. It's all just one big native DEX. It's not, several different DEX smart contracts or anything like that. And that especially becomes a benefit when you integrate something like the permission DEX into that. Having that as a native feature means that you can have that easier arbitrage. You can have it all
First take profit is going to be around 140, 141.
Correct. It's all just the XRP ledger is all just one big smart contract, if you will. It's a very seamless process. It's all just very automatically integrated. All you have to do is specify one extra field as a part of your permission decks. So it's the exact same process, basically no change as long as you're properly permissioned. And I think that's just makes it so much easier to use.
Did you
I
also
guess not.
mention? Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just saying, you mentioned, did you also mention, because this is something that you always also highlight, the human readable transaction outputs that you can generate?
Yeah, absolutely. Human readable, human generatable. You can just look at the transaction, see what the fields are, and roughly understand what that transaction is going to do just by looking at it. And you don't necessarily need, a whole bunch of tooling to just understand what your transaction is going to do, let alone understand how it integrates with the whole system. You have your escrow object is named escrow. Your offer, when you're trading, your offer object is named offer. It's all just super simple, super human readable, super easy to use. Once you, if you just understand how these things work, you know exactly how to work with them.
Going with this, one of the other points that Jed was pointing out in the beginning about interesting use cases, and it certainly is like one that a lot of people in the XRP community right now are looking forward to. I mean, Brad was mentioning it in the opening space. Definitely, when you look at Evernorth with Ashish, how they have mentioned it multiple times, is of course the lending protocol. This is right now currently up for voting on the XRP ledger. And a lot of people are looking into it. Some people playing already around with it on the DevNet. So maybe you can tell us a little bit more about that, Jesse, why it is such a significant addition to the XRPL and how it ties like into this whole DeFi ecosystem to have essentially native credit on chain.
Yeah, definitely. This is definitely an exciting one for me and the team as well. Credit is a brand new financial and technical primitive we're looking to bring to the ledger in 2026, as you mentioned. If we take a look at what's wrong today, what's missing today, what we've proposed here, I think is fundamentally different than what exists on other blockchains today, which is typically more of a money market or margin instrument where you over collateralize one asset, typically crypto, and then borrow cash, which is really great for crypto users, but doesn't solve the much broader real world financial problem and around financing and balance sheet expansion. So what XLS 65 and 66, the lending protocol and single asset vault, will introduce is credit functionality, including capital aggregation or fundraising, on-chain loan origination and servicing, default management, and then, of course, yield accrual or ROI on the investor side. And so this approach brings a number of different advantages, both to off-chain as well as on-chain lending today. So native lending makes originating, collateralizing, and settlement fully programmable on-chain. This version of lending will leverage a third-party custodian in the event that it's a collateralized loan. And then we're looking at future versions that bake that right into the protocol. So more to come on that front. And it really just removes a lot of the issues around settlement delays, reconciliation problems, and just allowing new financing use cases such as payments financing or working capital to be directly on chain for the first time. So we're really excited about this. We're already seeing both grassroots projects from the XRPL like Soil adopting, experimenting, talking about this, which is great. We're also seeing large institutions looking to the lending protocol to for balance sheet expansion essentially, and to tap new capital sources. So really good signals from the market so far, and I think XRP can play right into this in terms of both gas and account reserves, liquidity for funding. There's obviously a lot of XRP that's sitting unused today, and being able to lend that out, earn yield on your XRP, and also provide a new funding source to borrowers is really a win-win for the ecosystem. So we're really looking forward to this one.
Crippen, I remember you,
Yeah.
you were mentioning about with the lending protocol how we talked about this with the capital requirements that are different and the advantages.
Yeah,
Do
the
you second that?
the institutional approach is, I think, what makes this very different to other, let's say, more decentralized or approaches that are off chain, either off chain completely, or that are completely on chain, like Aave, for example. So this hybrid, so this kind of middle ground, which will use the best of XRP and XRPL, but also give institutions like a chance to use what they already know and love. Which brings me to the question, Jazzy. I mean, many people will, many listeners right now will probably also like to know, will Ripple themselves also use the lending protocol, or is this just something for the broader institutional market or retailers like us?
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, I will defer to the my counterparts on the Ripple Payments team to confirm or deny their plans there. I do think that the lending protocol from a technology perspective makes a lot of sense for the payments financing use case. I do think that that product set has seen a demand for credit in the past, and the ability to do that in a decentralized way by tapping the economic value that's sitting in millions of accounts around the world of XRP holders really lines up from a supply and demand perspective. So I think that's all I'll say on that front.
Yeah, let me also let me definitely also say that I'm really happy that Mayuka did the Q&A here, where people were able to ask questions for the Ripple Payments team about the XRP Ledger DEX integration. That was really good. So I hope to see more of that definitely also in the future, Mayuka.
There
So-
are
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
When we talk about institutional products and institutional demand, like I always think there's this one puzzle piece that is missing. We already know about compliance, and everyone is talking about compliance, like permission domains, permission tags. We already know this. We know we need liquidity, and it needs to be regulated and compliant. But there's also privacy, which is like a really difficult topic, because privacy is something we all want, but at the same time, it's pretty complicated on a technical level because we are talking about zero knowledge proofs. So maybe before we go deep into privacy, help us understand what is zero knowledge proof. Try to elify zero knowledge proofs for us.
Yeah, I'll try to keep this straightforward from a technology perspective. I think zero knowledge proofs have been around for a really, really long time, and they just didn't find adoption until blockchains come along in a massive way, right? And the fundamental tool that zero knowledge proofs represents is the ability to prove a statement is true while holding back the sensitive and private information that would validate that proof. And there's a lot of applications for zero knowledge proofs. I mean, privacy and how we think about hiding information or confidentiality is one way to think about it, but it's also useful for compressing information so you can verify a large amount of data with very small with a small proof, right? So for reducing storage costs as an example. But in the institutional use case, but before I keep going, does that help with at least a good sort of high level way of
Yes.
understanding the tool? Okay,
Definitely.
cool. So the second phase of this is that how do we actually instantiate this on a blockchain, right? And in our particular case, again, we care about scale, we care about security, we care about privacy as use cases for zero knowledge proofs. But when I hone in on just the privacy, the context is this, right? What people do today when they want to hide information is that they store it in a database, they wrap it around APIs, they might encrypt that data, they may not. But there's usually access controls that are part of determining who gets access to that piece of data. And that works for a large, percentage of the audience, right? A large part of the world. But when you have to maintain the security of it, depending on the use case, that actually breaks down because that data becomes a honeypot. And if it's maintained by a single party, then that party becomes the central point of failure. And so there's this. So when you think about the reason that you would actually want to achieve privacy on a public chain, it's really because you want to leverage shared infrastructure. You want to reduce your attack surface by shifting the complexity from one database to many databases, right? And the net effect is that we have public shared infrastructure that are blockchains, but we desire private interactions. And institutions have been expressing that through saying that, hey, we want to protect our customers in that they want to do things with digital assets. They want to trade against it. They want to, they want to move it for different reasons. But we want those interactions to be private. We don't want the whole world to know exactly how our customers are deciding to use and leverage, this new technology. And so that's where the motivation comes from to kind of bring this technology on a public ledger, but preserve the confidentiality and hiding the sensitive information, between the parties that are involved in that interaction. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, so privacy essentially enables then security, right?
Correct. Yes. And an analogy I can give to kind of help people that are coming from a Web 2 kind of perspective is like when you log into your bank, right? It's an HTTPS connection. It's a secure connection that's private, and it's over a public internet, right? The network itself is open, but the connection between you and the bank is encrypted and private, right? That's the same mental model that we're applying here for public blockchains, in that it's public shared infrastructure, but it's private interactions. And that's where zero knowledge proofs really, come in.
So with zero knowledge proof and privacy basically coming on a public blockchain, or can be incorporated on a public blockchain, you have privacy and scalability, which you can then do. Like very specific on the XRP ledger, what are some interesting use cases that it would enable using like privacy? Because I remember like maybe you want to touch on this. You mentioned maybe payment channels could be something done with it.
Yeah.
Interoperability. Maybe you can dive more into this. I think it would be great.
Yeah. So there are definitely a lot of interesting use cases. In the payment channel example, it's more about allowing you to pay a service, an online service privately, without them being able to identify you as a customer. So if you think about VPNs, being able to surf the web, at an internet cafe, but the service provider or the VPN service is not able to track your network your network activity, right? So that's like a low hanging fruit that people that are looking for privacy would, obviously leverage the intersection of payment channel and zero knowledge proofs to kind of get this streaming payments type of, private streaming payments type of, use case. But for like interoperability, I think the value is really just the ability to connect chains in a trustless way using a different set of, techniques is the other value prop, right? And we talked about interledger protocol as a one place this could be a real value add. And then there's
on this IO, yeah, if I may ask, you mentioned like with ILP, how would that connection like work, or where would it touch it?
So if you think about how interledger works, I know you're one of the experts on how the protocol works. But it's really a simplistic protocol that allows people to send value, with a risk calculation, right? Like I'm only going to send as much as I'm willing to trust you, right? So I send a penny, I'm willing to lose that penny. But the idea is that you form a network of nodes that are willing to send money to different connections at a low cost, right, to them. Because so it's a probabilistic type of protocol in that sense. And so the more connections you have, obviously the faster to move value, right? But being able to do this with different, currencies, right, different chains, was where the cost of integration kind of becomes high, and leveraging payment channels like payment channels were becoming standardized, about 10 years, well, about 5 to 7 years ago, across the big chains. Obviously Bitcoin, Ethereum, and XRPL both have this as a building block. But the idea was just to kind of leverage this as a building block to make it easy to form large distributed networks of nodes that are willing to send small amounts of money, but offering privacy in this context makes it such that you could send money anonymously through this network and not have to trust. Basically, you're able to reduce the amount of trust you have in the network because you're able to move value in this anonymous way across different chains. Obviously, it has some regulatory issues because being able to KYC and sort of meet the regulatory requirements for these networks has been a challenge in practice. And so adding privacy there is definitely a bigger lift because of the regulatory side of things.
Where is Ripple looking to add privacy, maybe initially with some amendments?
Great question. I think if you look at how our token standard with multi-purpose tokens or MPTs has been evolving, we're seeing more adoption. And so if you think about stablecoins being reissued as an MPT, there's an opportunity to add confidentiality as an extension to this token standard that gives us optionality between if you want to explore this for stablecoin payments to add privacy versus if you want to deal with tokenized assets, right? And in terms of we've talked about repos as a concrete example where people are using collateral and borrowing against it to trade and being able to do that quickly, right? So in both use cases, it's still the same components, which is like being able to encrypt the transaction amounts. You could do the same thing with identities, but we're starting with encrypting the amounts, so that's not visible in public. But then adding zero-knowledge proofs for the proving of the correctness of that encrypted transaction, so that validators are confident that there's no double spend, there's no negative balance or negative amounts that are being spent. But the same validation logic that validators execute when the transactions are clear, we're leveraging zero-knowledge proofs to execute those same functions while the transaction is encrypted. So that's really the balance that we're introducing on chain. And obviously, we can get into the details another time of the type of zero-knowledge proof that we're executing. But conceptually, it's just really bringing encryption and zero-knowledge proofs together in a meaningful way that makes it easier to add privacy on a public chain for MPTs.
That's awesome.
Yeah, sounds pretty fascinating and also complicated, but also very necessary, especially also in combination with compliance.
Mm-hmm.
What I would like to know from all of you guys right now is if you could just in a few words describe what you are personally focused on right now. I think, Mayuka, for you, very obviously programmability, maybe? I guess so, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Anybody who's been following me knows I've been working hard on what we're calling smart escrows. So essentially, our vision for programmability is keeping what makes the XRPL special. So that would be, a lot of the primitives that I was talking about earlier. We don't want to replace them. We want to, augment them, make them better. So what we're really looking at programmability at is the glue that'll connect these native building blocks, these primitives, with a little bit of flexibility for custom on-chain business logic. And so smart escrows is the first of what we're calling smart features that'll do this, which basically takes the existing escrow primitive and makes it just a little smarter, a little more customizable, so that people have a little more flexibility with how they can use it. And right now we're deep in the review and testing phase, and hoping to release that soon for amendment voting and for people to use. So very excited about that and looking forward to that.
Maybe you and you and Jesse as well. Just a few words. We have just a couple more seconds.
Sure. Yeah, I can go. I'm gonna cheat and say two, but I'll be concise. Credit on the tech side, I think, is very exciting. It's an entirely new technical primitive. We're seeing interesting projects pop up, as I mentioned before, both grassroots and institutional. So I think this is just a really exciting new, technical infrastructure on XRPL. From a market perspective, I think on-chain collateral mobility and repos are clearly the sweet spot. It's just such a big problem in traditional finance today, with a very clear and obvious solution on-chain without even much change to the tech stack. On the TradFi side, collateral is just so siloed and slow to move. We have cash in one account, treasuries locked up in its own, verticalized system, equities isolated in another, and moving this to settle, to rehypothecate is just a huge pain, and it's very, very slow and inefficient. So bringing this on chain, faster settlement, directly unlocks capital efficiencies and is a clear advantage that can be solved with basically a simple batch transaction. So really excited about that from a market perspective.
Go a different angle and talk about, I've been paying attention to a lot of what's happening on the agentic side, particularly with autonomous agents. I think this is the year we see more like programmable collateral tied to autonomous agents, where you can build like an AI treasury manager on blockchain rails. And I think XRPL will probably be the cheapest to build these type of agentic solutions, and not just for payments, but also for tokenizing collateral and sort of the intersection with AI-based treasury management.
Amazing. That was a fantastic conversation with all of you, Crippen, Mayuka, Jazzy, and Ayo. Make sure to always look in the comment section, by the way.
All right. So the next panel is the National Cryptocurrency Association. They're going to talk about crypto advocacy, real holder stories. I think they're already here, actually. The chief legal officer at Ripple is going to be talking. So that they just talked to the White House yesterday. So it should be interesting.
For having me.
Hi, everybody. This is Stu Alderodi. Can you hear me?
Can you hear me? I just wanted to be sure.
Yeah, Chrissy, I can hear you.
Great, perfect.
All right. Thanks everybody for joining. I'm Stu Alderodi. I think many of you know me as Ripple's Chief Legal Officer, but I'm here today wearing my other hat as President of the National Cryptocurrency Association, the NCA. As some of you may know, the NCA is a nonprofit. It was created to make crypto accessible for everyone. We saw too much information and confusion out there when it came to crypto, and we wanted to change that. And our mission at the NCA is simple. We want to help everyday Americans understand and use crypto with confidence. We've been conducting research to get to the true picture of crypto in America. And what we found is that crypto doesn't have a type. Its holders, it spans ages, it spans regions, income levels, and more. Nearly a third of crypto holders in the US are women. More work in construction than work in finance. More people over 55 own and use crypto than under 25. And they're using it more than just investing. They're using it for shopping and donating, for art, for real estate, and even cattle ranching. But here's the challenge. The number one barrier for those not yet using crypto in the United States, and we think there are over 80 million crypto curious in the US, there's a knowledge gap. They just don't get it. They feel overwhelmed, and they're trying to learn about it, which is why they need resources that they can understand and trust, and the NCA is building those resources. We build free tools like 101 courses, basic introduction to crypto that you can find on our website. We have a hands-on risk-free simulator to try if you want to figure out how do I open a wallet? How do I make a deposit? How do I actually purchase crypto? You can do it in a simulated environment on the NCA website. And we also have the Crypto Explained podcast, a weekly jargon-free, tech-free podcast that you can find on all of the podcast platforms. And we've also been traveling across the country, meeting with crypto holders and hearing their stories. And today, I'm excited to be joined by one of them, Chrissy Burrell. She is a consultant, she's a caregiver, and she is a longtime XRP holder. If you visit the NCA website, you can see her full story on the website. She's got years of experience using crypto in her daily life, and we invited Chrissy to come to XRP Community Day to tell us all about it. So welcome, Chrissy.
Hello, welcome, welcome, welcome to the amazing day that this is. Thank you so much for having me, Stu. I am just feeling great and honored to be here. I feel like XRP Community is just, you all are just my sisters and brothers from another mother. I am so grateful for my journey and just so grateful to be able to speak with you today.
That is fantastic. Let's start at the beginning, Chrissy. Just tell us, how did your crypto journey start?
Wow. I chuckle a lot thinking about this because there are other people that were telling me I'm from the stone ages of crypto. But I'm pretty happy about that today just because of the journey that has really helped me to build the strength to stand where we are today. But my journey it started really, really early, back in 2009. And at that time, I was just newly married, had a new baby, in a job that I had been at for several years. And pretty much that job was phasing out. And so a friend of mine, he and I, we had been talking about investments. We both, we had our 401ks and our traditional setups, but he had a new baby as well, and we both were talking about we wanted something more. And so just over the time, he and I just started to talk, and we're like, okay, because we kind of felt the deck was stacked against us, recession and everything, and we were trying to educate ourselves. And he was going to educate himself with stocks, and I was going to educate myself with forex, and then we would share the information and just, okay, yeah, we'll make a plan for our families. However, in the middle of all this, just one beautiful, fateful day, I am so grateful for today. He came to my desk and he's like, hey, he's on this forum, and there was this coin that was on this forum, and we could purchase this coin. And he said, hey, they're saying that this is the new money and it's already increasing in price and people are exchanging goods and services with it. And so he was that guy that, you know, we were good friends. Pretty much everyone in our work community were close knit. And so he was that guy, though. He was forward thinking, he was always on the cutting edge of tech and tech news. He was very well researched. So anything he said, we're like, okay, yes, whatever he says, let's go with it. And honestly, it seemed like a thing to do. So, of course, your work day's going on, and I wanted to go back and ask him that particular day, like, how do I get started? And so I was standing by his desk, and I was waiting in line because he was talking to someone else. And in that moment, just because of everything that was going on, I mean, people were in my own department talking about what they were going to do, if we lost our jobs, because we were under the threat of losing our job. My husband had already lost his job during that time. Also, people were trying to choose between gas and lunch money. So it was a very difficult time. And so I thought to myself in that moment, what if I give up, this, I want to buy 100, but what if I give this money up and I don't have enough and they give me a layoff, because we had been getting many notices. And so I just talked myself out of it. But that particular seed that he planted to let me know that there was this new emerging tech on the horizon and that people were actually using it and it was being people were exchanging goods. I'm like, okay, hey, this is something I should do. And that was a seed, even though I did not buy in at that time, which of course I've had my own moments of regret, but but that was a seed
Yeah.
that
I
planted
assume that
for
was,
me.
yeah.
Yes.
I assume that was Bitcoin, right?
It was, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. So you didn't. So you had an opportunity to buy into Bitcoin in 2009. You didn't. So okay, we don't
Yes.
have a time machine. We can't go back. We'll let everyone
Right,
breathe.
right. Yes.
But eventually you did become a crypto holder. So tell us about that.
Yeah, so, just over the years, I continued to seek and research and just learn, of course, he transitioned, so I didn't have access to him in getting the information that I was wanting from that. But, we stayed in touch for a little while afterwards, but, of course, life was happening. But at the time, there were just so many other things that I could invest in, but crypto just never left my mind. I mean, it was just something about it. And I just felt like, if I could get the information, that is really what I was looking for. If I could just get the information to figure out, what this was. I mean, at that time when he said that they were exchanging goods and services, of course, in my mind at that moment, that's the use case, that's the purpose. We can just, buy things with this, or I can barter, is what I was really thinking. But just over the years, my interest continued to peak. And I discovered like these different forums and portals and websites that had information on it. There were some other investments that I was interested in, but they had these barriers to entry. You had to have a certain amount of money to invest. You had to have a certain amount of net worth. And during that time, I just didn't have that. And so I really loved the fact that crypto showed promise. There was no huge minimum investment. Everyone pretty much could participate. You could just learn how to buy it, and then you're an owner. And I'm like, this is my cup of tea. So I just love that part about it.
And what was your, when did you actually first purchase
It
crypto?
was around like between the years of like 2015 to, because there's a forum that I ended up landing upon. And on this particular forum, people were just offering coins, and then there were trading possibilities. And so once I got onto that particular forum, I was able to go back and forth, like changing coins. And at that time, there wasn't a lot of information. We didn't have a lot of vocabulary. And I really liked the platform. And I kind of felt like it was my theme for a while.
Blockchain.
But the actual emerging of Coinbase really just changed my life, because they were the ones who introduced the coins that I was interested in and that I still have information on to this day. And that is what? XRP. And it's the reason that we're here today. And Coinbase had these modules, and the modules were informational, they were educational, they had a little entertainment to it, they had rewards. And so once I stumbled upon XRP, and other coins, I felt like I had more than just what that other forum was offering me. I felt like I had something that had value to it in a different and unique way because information was backing it. And even though like the other forum was fun, when you're looking at something with possibilities for the future, you want something that is a little bit more solid. Once I landed upon and I remember, like, I just literally remember the module about XRP. I mean, it was a standout coin to me. And I'm like, hey, I get this. Now, I'm thinking too, maybe just thinking back, it could be because my mom was in banking my entire life. And that could be where I just got it. It just clicked for me. Um, but XRP set a standard for me. It whet my appetite for more out of crypto. I fell in love with the tech. I fell in love with the infrastructure plans. I fell in love with just the possibilities. And it was explained in layman's terms on Coinbase. And so, you just have those things in life that just land. And XRP was that. It just landed for me. And from there, I just began to research and began to look at white papers and began to look more into, but it definitely piqued my interest beyond that portal. And that's why I say education is so important.
Yeah, and obviously, as I said earlier, the NCA, we're very focused on education, and the NCA is protocol neutral, we're token neutral, but we like to tell the stories. And your story happens to be an XRP story, which fits really nice for XRP Community Day. And I think you touched upon this a little bit in terms of, 2009, 2015, that's a lot, that's a lot of years to pass. Where you're educating yourself, you're thinking
Right.
about it,
Yes.
you're being thoughtful, you're not being reckless.
Right.
But there's something about the XRP protocol that kind of jumped off the page and captured you. What maybe just talk a little bit more about that. What was
Yes.
it about
Yes.
XRP, and how was it different from some of the other tokens and coins that you were looking at or considering?
Yes. So XRP, it had a level of transparency to it that I mean, it was just so tasty. I'm like, hey, this is well explained. It seemed professional, coming from corporate America, you want things that kind of like cross the T's and dot the I's. And so I just kind of felt like XRP was that for me. And I remember even just staring at this, like there's something to this. And I love the tech, and I felt like it was like a merger between traditional assets and digital assets. And so it just kind of felt like the tech was foundational. And it wasn't just that it was a coin or we were just trying to make money with something. I felt it was solution oriented. And there was power in that because as a person, just as my personality, I'm very solution oriented. I love emerging tech. I love being able to make things easier. And so I could just see the long term scope, the potential of it, the possibilities of it. And I feel like the education and looking into it and looking at the people behind it and the structure, the blueprint, it just really made sense. And so that's important. It's important because when you don't have the vocabulary and someone gives you the vocabulary, I mean, you feel empowered. You're like, hey, I've got something here. And that's really how I felt. I felt it was also inclusive. I felt it was global and there were just, viable partnerships and, the framework was solid. It just made sense.
As I think about XRP, right? XRP has sort of an institutional use case, enterprises. It's used for financial institutions, banks, payment providers,
Yes, yes.
large enterprises for treasury management, for cash flow, all of those things. But there's also a large retail base like you, everyday
Mhm.
Americans and others all over the world that own and use XRP. Tell me a little bit, Chrissy, give me an anecdote or two about how XRP has possibly your personal life.
Oh my God, XRP has been so valuable in my personal life. My third child was born with a diagnosed disability, and so of course I had been building my career pretty tenaciously over the years, and so once I had her, she had that disability, and it was just a true financial hit to my family, as well as I had to cut back on my business. I had to cut down different jobs that I was doing contract wise. And crypto has been a lifeline. I mean, that particular crypto as well has also given me just, I would say, it's been like a little piggy bank for me. So it's something that I definitely kept on the side, and I have my short term and long term plans. And basically, there was just 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 to be frank with you, I would say, um, there was a day that I needed some funds to go get groceries. And because XRP was fast, because I had been using Bitcoin and I love Bitcoin, but and I love all the cryptos, but XRP was just quick to me. And I had a portal that I could log into and execute a trade. And I was sitting in front of the grocery store. I remember checking my bank account and I'm like, oh my gosh, okay, these things have come through. Hubs is at work. I need access to some funds quickly. So he had the credit card and I'm like, okay, I've got to get access to something. So I was able to execute a trade just sitting there in the parking lot. I was able to utilize my crypto to yield funds right to my debit card. So I went in and bought groceries and it fed my family. My daughter, my youngest, with her diagnosed disability, she has not qualified for insurance. So we've had to have a really decent, I would say, well spread out portfolio that we're managing for her, so that she'll have something. And crypto, XRP ETF, other assets, crypto assets are a part of that. Um, Traditional and digital, stocks, all of that. So we have been thankfully blessed, but I promise you, I have been so grateful for XRP. It is deeply dear to my heart, and that's why I just feel so honored to speak today to the XRP community.
Well, I love because when we hear a lot about crypto serving the underbanked or crypto, especially XRP, being fast, it's being liquid, it's being transparent, instantaneous, and these things. You hear them. You hear them. They're talking points. But when you hear these stories, you're like, it's actually happening in real life. And you don't need to be a large enterprise. You don't need to be engaging in a big cross-border transaction between one bank to another payment provider. Here we have an XRP holder, a caretaker, a mom sitting in a parking lot trying to access funds to buy groceries, and XRP becomes that instantaneous tool to make that happen. It's just such an incredibly powerful story. So thank you for sharing that. A lot of the folks who are listening here on XRP Community Day, I assume these are not the crypto curious, these are not the crypto cautious, although there may be a few amongst them. These are the folks who kind of understand the narrative, and they have not only bought into the vision, but they are part of this new technological movement and innovation known as crypto. But to the extent we do have some listeners that are crypto curious or even crypto cautious, what would you want those people to take away from both your experience and the discussion that we've been having today?
Oh, wow. So I would just love for, I would say to the newcomers, education is important. It is critical. It gives you the grounding that you need for this crypto space. Crypto has so many possibilities. Of course, nothing is guaranteed, but possibilities are available. And it will help you just to, when you're making educated decisions and you're, making a decision based off of critical thinking, if you allow yourself to be open and think critically, you can make that decision that's going to rarely be something you regret. So, a lot of times, we have talking heads and there's just a lot of noise and everything, but education helps you to kind of raise your mind above the noise and to decide what's best for you. And you have a community, crypto community. I mean, crypto community is amazing. They are some of the best people that you will find, good heart, rallying for one another. I mean, wanting to see each other win. And so community is so important because, the road can get bumpy just in anything. I mean, crypto is not an outlier to volatility as many people would like to make it seem. It's not an outlier to scam as many people would like to make it seem. So just education, making sure that you have the tools that are needed to make the decisions that you need to make for the vision that you have so that you can align with a community, you can align with an asset, something that you believe in. So we want to make sure that, we're reminding ourselves of our reasons, our why, why we're doing this, and just to take courage, take heart. You're not in this alone. You're brave, just to even want to get involved. And to the XRP community, I salute you. You are valiant. You are overcomers. You are phenomenal people who are just able to make it this far with your stick to itiveness. And I appreciate you just for being there for me during the times when things were shaky. It was the XRP community that reminded me of why I even chose this in the first place. So we've got to remind ourselves, and we also have community to remind us. And I'll close with this. You know, um, in the Chronicles of Narnia, there's like this character, and he's going and he gets uh, bewitched and kind of falls under this spell. But it is his community that brings him back to himself, that reminds him of who he is. So just remember, who you are. Have gratitude on deck. When things are going on in the world or in your personal world, when you have gratitude on deck, you will win somehow, some way, every time. So you have the power to overcome. Crypto is a wonderful way to prepare yourself for the future, prepare yourself even for exchanging, like I teach my children about exchanging coins and things that they will possibly do in the future if we're not using USD. Just to understand when they get old enough and they're able to use crypto, that, this is a viable asset for them. So I just want people to understand the importance of education. So educate, 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 raise your mind above the noise, and know that you were born for times like these, and you shall get through to the other side well and good. So just stay encouraged.
Well, thank you, Chrissy. Thank you for sharing your story. Thank you for sharing your inspiration and your shout out and sharing your affinity to the XRP community. Education, education for those if you're getting challenged, for those listening by friends and family about what is this crypto all about, send them to nca.org. And before we close, I'm excited to announce the third swag drop. Our Ripple X account just shared the link in the comments section to enter to win one of those. If they run out, there's still one more coming up in the APAC session. And stick around to tune into the next session, which is the America's Innovation Spotlight. Thank you, Chrissy, and thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Stu.
Yeah, thanks to Chrissy, and great to hear from National Cryptocurrency Association. We will start in a minute. We have some amazing guests here for the next session, and definitely keep all your eyes on the Ripple X Dev replies when they drop the next swag. Let's see if we have everybody here on board. Solomon?
Let's do a mic check, I guess. How's it going? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Can hear you good. Ashish?
I'm here. How's it going?
Doing fantastic. And Robinson.
GM, happy to be back on another XRP Ripple space.
Lets you know when someone is a
Get
true
your free
Web3
shirt,
native, yeah,
boys
when they say GM.
and girls. I just got a free XRP shirt.
I think we're waiting
Feels
for
good.
Brad from Gemini.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I think you need to wait no longer.
It's real. It's
Oh,
real. It's
now
not
I
a
can hear
scam.
you. Yes, perfect.
Great.
Now we have everybody on board, and mic check is also complete.
You should not be paying
Well,
anything.
Solomon.
Use the code XRP.
Yeah,
America's
welcome everybody to
2026.
XRP Community Day. For those just tuning in, super excited for this XRP Innovation Spotlight. I am Ryan Solomon, founder and CEO of Genfinity. Today's Community First session will highlight how XRP utility is expanding across real financial infrastructure and live production environments. Today, we're going to hear from leading organizations and projects that are actively deploying and enabling XRP across institutional finance, exchanges, DeFi, and multi-chain infrastructure.
Yeah, we will definitely start with a few introductions here. I want to start with Ashish, who is representing Evernorth. And Evernorth is building one of the largest regulated XRP treasury vehicles, go by the ticker XRPN, backed by institutional capital with strategic ties to Ripple. It's publicly listed, as mentioned, NASDAQ. Their intention is to provide regulated access to XRP exposure, specifically XRP DeFi yield opportunities, grow the XRP ecosystem, and really dive into that. Evernorth wants also to accelerate XRP DeFi by bringing institutional DeFi to the XRPL ecosystem at scale. Something that we have been talking about in the previous session, the one before with the folks from Ripple X, about all the upcoming features. This is where it all ties also together. And then we have Gemini, and maybe you want to take that, Solomon?
Yep, Gemini is a trusted, I mean, most people here, I'm sure everybody knows Gemini. They are a trusted crypto platform building out secure financial infrastructure for the next generation of money and markets on a global scale. They've been actively working with Ripple on XRP and RLUSD integrations, including recent announcements around payments, card programs, and settlement infrastructure. I think I have Wormhole as well. All right, Wormhole is the leading interoperability platform connecting traditional finance and the internet economy, having facilitated over $70 billion in value transfer across more than 40 blockchains. They've been working closely with Ripple to support interoperability for both XRP and RealUSD, enabling these assets to move across chains and reach new liquidity and application environments. So super excited today to hear exclusive insights into what is live with Wormhole, how XRP and RLUSD adoption are expanding through Wormhole, and why this matters for real XRP utility. Vet, I will kick off with Evernorth here, I guess. And Ashish, for those newer to Evernorth, why is institutional treasury strategy around XRP such a big focus for you, and what excites you most about this opportunity?
Well, I just want to start. Maybe I should have had a Chronicles of Narnia quote like Chrissy did in the last session, but
you missed
yeah,
that opportunity.
I missed that opportunity. I couldn't think of one fast enough. But I'm Ashish Burla. I was with Ripple from 2013 for about a decade. I launched Evernorth. And I'll tell you why I'm excited about this crossroads we're in with crypto and XRP. For a lot of years, we've been building product in crypto, and in the last year, we've seen regulation come to fruition. So, with the Genius Act, with stablecoins, and now hopefully soon here with the market structure bill as well. But what's been lacking until very recently is institutional capital coming on chain. And I think that is really exciting for me. And so that's part of the mission for Evernorth is now let's bring that institutional capital and retail capital, and let's now bring that on chain. And let's now build out that institutional DeFi ecosystem on top of XRP while bringing that capital on chain. And that really excites me. It's I've been waiting for this moment for almost a decade, and it's here. And I think those three things, again, regulation, product, and institutional capital, need to happen together in unison to make this scale. And I think we're at that right intersection today. So that's why I'm excited. And that's really a big part of why I launched Evernorth.
I'm even more excited about that. Maybe we have a race on this, but in a recent interview that I've seen,
You can never
I
have
think it was
enough.
with Tony. Big shout out to Tony, Thinking Crypto. You were talking really beautifully about the XRP Ledger DEX and DeFi and how it all ties together. I want to know from you specifically, why is the XRP Ledger DEX or the XRP Ledger as a protocol so well suited for institutional capital and liquidity as compared maybe to other venues?
No one's ever said anything I said was
If you
beautiful,
want-
so thank you. That
If you want the XRP shirt, I'm posting a link to it so you guys can get it. It's free. Don't pay anything. Use the promo code.
The DEX is magic, I'll tell you. And that was one of the first things that drew me to the XRP ecosystem. And, you got to think back to 2012. The creators of XRP had the vision to create a technology that was built for payments and built for financial use cases. That means it's native. That means it's fast. It's performant. And the history of products out there in the tech industry and non-tech industry will show you that specialized products that have mass appeal tend to scale and tend to win out. And having that XRP DEX built in is a huge advantage for the XRP ecosystem. Because what are we learning, right? Like the more tokenization you have, the more stable coins you have, what do all those things need to make them performant and useful in the real world? They need liquidity. They need to be able to be interchanged. And that's what the DEX built in can potentially do for all these tokenized assets. So I'm excited about it. I think it's a key feature. It's almost like magic that's built in to the XRP technology. And that's why I'm super excited about it. A huge differentiator. And now building that liquidity around that DEX and all the different kinds of tokenized assets in a compliant way is super exciting to me.
On this, if I can, expand a little bit also on that, Ashish, what are some of the things that fit exactly? Because it feels like really an awesome match when you look at what institutions are looking for in the XRPL. Maybe from your point of view, and you've been in the industry for so long and have been building these institutional products. What are some of the things that institutions really, really want and that they care about that makes the XRPL so fitting for them?
Well, I'll tell you, one thing that institutions really want is they want 24/7 liquidity. Now, if you try to do FX trades today, they have cutoff times. Markets are open and closed. Equities, for example, today you got closing hours, and if anything happens after hours, you got to find all sorts of derivatives to trade that are open 24/7. But today we live in a global world. and folks want access to these products no matter what time zone they're in, because business is 24/7 these days as well. And so 24/7 liquidity on a performant exchange is super important. And again, like on-chain dexes, I think really help to provide that 24/7 liquidity for all kinds of assets. It could be equities, but it could also just be regular FX trades. FX is foreign exchange. What you need for cross-border payments, for example, is you need FX exchange. So I'm excited about not only RLUSD, US dollar stable coins, but all sorts of other stable coins around the world. Like I was just in Korea. There's some legislation around there for getting KRW, the local currency, also as a stable coin. I think that's exciting because again, you can now start trading these different currencies 24/7 using DEX-based liquidity pools.
I'll touch or shout out to Tony as well. I know during his first interview with Brad, he asked essentially, are we going to have Web3 companies 20 years from now, or is it just going to essentially be incorporated into the system, which I thought was super smart. And the last guest talking about education, it's so critical. And on that topic, Ashish, you've touched base before on how native on-chain or on-ledger credit and lending can change how institutions think about holding XRP through kind of the educational broad lens here. For those who may not be familiar, can you briefly explain that concept and how it could fit into an institutional treasury or balance sheet strategy over time?
Yeah, well, like when I say on-chain, I mean tokenized on-chain, and there's an active market on-chain as well. So a lot of people, when they say, okay, I'm going to move something on-chain, it's almost just like they're using a database. They're moving it on-chain, but you can't really do anything interesting with it. When I'm talking about on-chain, I mean that there is a liquidity pool around it, meaning that you can trade it. If you're talking about lending, that means there's borrowers and lenders brought together to create an on-chain lending marketplace. Why I think this is really interesting is because I think that in the future, you're going to have wallets or anything from PayPal to Robinhood that are the front ends, and then you're going to have the back ends. And the back ends are going to be like, if you think about deposits of a bank, you think of that as stable coins. But if you think about lending, why not give those front ends, those wallets, the ability to tap into a back end like like a lending market? So XLS 66. I'm really excited about it. We had a blog post about it at Evernorth, but the opportunity to participate in a compliant institutional grade lending market is really interesting to us. Why is it interesting to Evernorth? Well, one of the things that we want to do is build yield for our treasury, our XRP treasury, and we can do it on chain even better. I mean, how great that we can actually get yield, but then also foster a more vibrant XRP DeFi ecosystem that is institutional grade. I think that's a win-win. In lending markets, I mean, you talk about stable coins as number one. I would say like the lending markets and bringing that on chain is also super interesting in terms of a crypto native. But what you should be thinking about is this is like unbundling of all these different financial services on chain. Again, stable coins being deposits, lending markets, credit, private credit markets, repo markets. That's an unbundling of a financial service, but brought on chain. And then the front ends, wallets, and so forth, they can start picking and choosing these different, on-chain primitives and build new user experiences with them as well. I would say the second point that I'm really excited about is that so much of this is manual today. If you look at a corporate finance system, a lot of this is done manually. You're calling someone up to trade FX for your treasury. You're calling people for quotes on different lending markets. How great would it be if it were automated and turnkey? And you can do that when you bring these kinds of markets on chain. They're programmatic. The liquidity is going to be there. It's a all or nothing, sort of like it completes or it doesn't. And so those are also super great benefits as well.
So Ashish, you mentioned the blog post that you did by Evernorth, which also was really great. I like the graphics on the lending protocol and some of the plans that you were laying out there. Specifically at the end, there was like a call to action for people, developers, validators to come, test, help shape the amendment. And going along with this, what are some of, like, as these features come closer to reality as well, what are some immediate next steps that you are most excited about or that you want to tackle with Evernorth?
Yeah, so our priority is to continue to raise capital and expand the treasury, of course. But hey, I'm a product guy. I was a product guy at Ripple. Uh, I really want to see us build more of these yield kinds of products that we need for the treasury, but I want to see those built on chain. I want to see them built on XRP. And then, natively, I think is a big advantage, right? Like I don't have to worry about smart contract risk. And that is what I talk about institutional grade. So I think a lot of where the XRP team is headed with some of these protocols on XRP directly and natively is really interesting to me. So hey, I want to go out there and advocate for bringing new kinds of products like DeFi vaults that I'm sure someone will talk about in one of these sessions on chain. Let's make that even easier, right? Let's make those products even easier. I think that's one thing that's held the industry back is that it's just too complicated for any normal user to use. But let's make it easier for institutions to participate in that vibrant DeFi ecosystem that's being built on top of XRP. So I'll be working, directly with the teams for advocating for new protocols and helping design ones that we want to see, Evernorth wants to see, directly on XRP as well.
That's amazing. And something that a lot of people wanted to see, and which then happened, coming to you, Brad, from Gemini, was the recently launched XRP credit card, which was a really big moment for a lot of people. They took pictures with it, showed it around on the socials.
I want
Maybe can
that.
you walk us through how it works in practice and what kind of demand you are seeing from users recently?
Sure. Thanks again for having me here, and pleasure to talk about how we're working together with Ripple and the general community here. So, yeah, I mean, Gemini was actually the very first issuer of a crypto rewards credit card. And last year, we launched an XRP specific edition of the Gemini credit card. And it's probably pretty obvious, but the way that the product works is that when you make a purchase with the Gemini credit card, you receive XRP as your credit card reward instead of cash or points or sort of whatever rewards program you may be involved in with your credit card company. So it is a fantastic way for new and existing users to get additional access to XRP. It is literally just swipe and earn. So on top of that, the credit card itself has the XRP logo on it, which we have seen really resonates with the community here in terms of giving them new ways to not just earn XRP, but express their loyalty and excitement around XRP. We have seen and liked, a tremendous amount of folks on social media that are incredibly keen and excited to, flash their XRP themed credit card. And so, I mean, the whole idea is that this is another way to allow people in the XRP community to show affinity visibly towards XRP. And it's been, I can easily say it's been our most popular card edition that we have launched.
Ooh.
That's awesome to hear. And I think, we're seeing more and more use cases that really just kind of meet the everyday users where they're at. I know you guys have worked with MasterCard and WebBank to explore stablecoin settlement with RLUSD to improve fiat payments. At a high level, just curious, can you maybe walk us through what problem that solves and where you see the opportunity there? Sure. And I think this piggybacks
pretty consistently with some of the things that Ashish was talking about just earlier in terms of, what the adoption rate and the institutional community looks for in sort of crypto space, as well as what specifically, the XRP ledger necessarily facilitates. But simply put, we're working with WebBank and MasterCard with the goal of ultimately using RLUSD on XRP Ledger to settle the Gemini credit card transactions, which would make this one of the very first collaborations where a regulated US bank settles traditional card transactions using a regulated stablecoin on a public blockchain. So to put a little bit more simply, it is specifically designed to facilitate blockchain-based settlement processes between MasterCard and WebBank. And why does this make a ton of sense? Obviously, with low costs and all the fast processing, combined with a decade of reliable performance, XRP Ledger offers a trusted foundation for digital payments. That goes back to sort of what the use case and what the model was when it was originally designed. And furthermore, with XRP being the digital currency that powers the ledger, it gets to play a key role, which obviously helps keep the network secure and enable all of these transactions. And we think that this is sort of one of the very first and out loud use cases that has really massive implications for the way that we and ultimately the industry approach card and ultimately payment settlement in the near and long term.
So going with this, Brad, can you explain, like, there's the overarching relationship with Ripple Prime, and maybe you can discuss the opportunities there between Gemini and Ripple Prime, specifically, towards the markets that you operate in?
Sure. We obviously Gemini operates a handful of markets, a spot crypto market, perpetuals market, and a recently launched predictions market. And so we've been working with the Ripple Prime team on two fronts. And so one of those is we've been engaged with the Ripple Prime team to integrate into the Gemini markets on the native crypto side, which is both the spot and perpetuals. That allows them to offer access to our liquidity for all of their Prime clients for whom they ultimately do all sorts of execution, connectivity, and financing for. And more recently, we've been engaged in discussions about our recent launch of Gemini prediction markets, which we just launched in December. And the overlay between the crypto native folks on the Ripple Prime side showing a keen interest in accessing obviously this quickly growing market is really sort of dovetails into the fact that we have here at Gemini a number of crypto native users, and so we've seen a tremendous amount of success, not just in the sports and political predictions, but really on the short, near, long-term duration crypto contracts. And so there is, I think there's probably a high degree of overlap in terms of the folks that are interested in XRP, interested in crypto, and interested in prediction markets. And we have been having a lot of early stage discussions as the Ripple Prime team continues to determine what the right path or paths for them as they engage in this marketplace for their clients.
I think, Brad, we have a couple of minutes here with you still. So I kind of want to ask the low-hanging fruit, what are you excited about, forward-looking statements type question here within, relationships with Ripple or, XRP Community Day or even the broader space. And certainly thank you so much for joining today.
Yeah, again, thanks for having me. I maybe to one thing I didn't really sort of touch on, but worth explaining or exploring is the fact that we've also been integrated RLUSD as one of the stable coins on our spot books as well. And so we ultimately do kind of a unified dollar on the back end, and we were keen to work with and partner with Ripple to get RLUSD and support the growth of, again, a well-regulated, well thought through, and well appreciated stablecoin. And so that dovetails into what I'm kind of excited about, although it pivots a little bit into the thing that I spoke about last. But obviously, we launched a prediction market in December of last year, and it is, I think, top of mind for a lot of people, and certainly a lot of people in the space are sort of comparing it to what crypto looked like in 2013, 14, 15 or so. And I certainly think there are some parallels in terms of just starting to scratch the surface. But going back to that broader point, I think one of the things that we're super interested about is really leaning into the crypto community, the XRP community, and in general around the crossover between prediction markets and contracts on crypto assets. And so we've certainly, again, seen a high degree of interest in some of the, it's hard to say, more traditional contracts in the prediction space, given how relatively nascent it is. But the opportunity for our clients to come onto Gemini, fund with crypto, and be able to deploy that either in stablecoin or crypto, and actually use that collateral for spot trading or perps trading or prediction market trading is, I think, a pretty unique and interesting value prop. And again, just being part of early markets here feels very much like the early days of crypto, and I am very keen to sort of see how we continue to innovate in the crypto native space while also doing the same in the prediction market space.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Brad. And in that kind of vein, I hear a lot about kind of meeting users where they're at. And I'll move over to Robinson here from Wormhole. And I guess to reiterate briefly, Wormhole, the leading interoperability platform connecting TradFi and the internet economy, over $70 billion in value transfer across more than 40 blockchains, obviously. Gigantic. Robinson, from your perspective.
Thank you all for coming in. I appreciate you all. Make sure you get the word out there. These are the best panels, 3 and 4 p.m.
USD more useful for real applications, in addition to what you can already do, hold, trade, things like that.
Yeah, absolutely. And I know it's been a little bit since I did a mic check. So King Solomon, confirm you can still hear me all right.
Yes, sir. You are loud and clear.
Great. Yeah, maybe what we could do is just take a little bit of a step back, because I feel like the word interoperability is like a lot of times one of those words that people kind of like almost fully get, but maybe there's a little bit of confusion. I think what we do at Wormhole and solving this issue of interoperability is really nothing new as it pertains to other industries. So what do I mean by that? In almost like every large industry, we see some type of interoperability, right? The idea that like two different systems can work together, right? They don't inherently communicate in the same way, but they can work together. A good example is actually the banking system, right? Like you have all these different banks with different databases, different ways, different processes, et cetera. But you need a way to wire money or send money between them, right? So that is in essence interoperability. We see this with transportation systems in our daily lives, in whatever city we're in. They kind of all have to work together: the bus, the metro, et cetera, or healthcare system with your data, right? So interoperability is all around us. And when we started Wormhole, I guess almost 5 years ago now, the idea that there would be multiple blockchains was actually not the status quo. There was a big school of thought that everything would be on one blockchain, right? Whether it was XRPL, whether it was Ethereum. And I think it's kind of safe to say that now we live very much so in a multi-chain world. Of course, on this call today, we believe, and are seeing a lot of that activity go to XRPL, but there will be other blockchains. And we want assets and information, et cetera, to flow seamlessly between them all. And so that's really what Wormhole is doing. Wormhole is a secure and decentralized way to send information between XRPL and Ethereum and Solana, and insert whatever blockchain you want, right? And I think when we go back to, I guess, King Solomon, your question originally about like, how does this help XRPL? How does this help RLUSD? I think maybe focusing on the asset for a second, RLUSD, I think, has a very good opportunity at challenging the incumbents, right? Incumbents being maybe a USDT, a USDC. I think that the resources, the backing, et cetera, are there to challenge it. However, it has been kind of within a silo of Ethereum and XRPL and the sidechain, and that's great. But we want to get it to we want to increase the addressable market, right? You want to, with an asset, your goal is to get it in as many hands as possible. So whether that's institutional or maybe off-chain or ways to for payments like via employment platforms, et cetera. But you also want it to be integrated with as many blockchains as possible, right? Each blockchain has its own applications, it has its own users. It has all of these things that increase the demand for the asset. So by going to these chains, you grow RLUSD. And I think maybe a good example to kind of drive the point home, we recently, you can think of Wormhole sometimes as a multi-chain asset issuer. We recently issued an asset on another chain. It was on Solana actually, and it grew the wallet holder base on that chain in like 48 hours by like 10,000 new holders, right? So that's an example of like all of a sudden now RLUSD is being held by so many different investors or users, et cetera, and can be integrated in so many different assets. And so that's really the role we play with RLUSD. Obviously, to your point, King Solomon, we're working with XRPL as well. So we want to export RLUSD, but when it comes to XRPL, you want to import as many assets as possible, as many users as possible to the XRPL. You want it to be connected to this broader ecosystem, and so we're able to do that as well by connecting XRPL to the 40 plus blockchains we're connected to today. And I guess to finish my point is that helps bring things like, of course, more stable coins, but also institutional assets, right? Like BUIDL, BlackRock's tokenized fund, uses Wormhole to travel between chains, and connecting to XRPL, BUIDL can then travel to XRPL.
Yeah, I think it's huge. I love your points on interoperability. It's like we're not here in 2026 emailing each other from Yahoo to Gmail, like you're talking about how amazing it is. We're just emailing.
Exactly.
But looking forward, what are you most excited about for Wormhole, for XRP, for RLUSD in a multi-chain context, and whether that be developers or institutions or ecosystem players? What should people be paying attention to in kind of the multi-chain context?
Yeah, maybe I'll speak very focus on the metrics or the specifics of RLUSD, because we've been working a lot with XRP and XRPL as well, but just as of the past month or two to kind of get the RLUSD launch to multi-chain launch in place, I've been focused on this one a lot in particular. And I said this a little bit before, but maybe I'll bring this up again. But I do believe RLUSD has a shot to challenge these incumbents, right? USDC, USDT, they've got kind of the early mover advantage on their side, and there is definitely a network effects aspect when it comes to stable coins. You're able to get more integrations in the hands of more users, and that begets more liquidity, et cetera. However, I do think RLUSD, as it's able to move to these other chains natively and be integrated with the apps on other chains, we will start to see a lot more growth, right? I think we saw a couple months ago eclipse 1 billion. I'm really watching that issuance number and watching the impact RLUSD going multi-chain will have, right? Because there's a lot of different applications on, think of all these other chains, Avalanche, Solana, et cetera. And thinking about Solana, maybe I don't want to get too into the weeds right now, but I don't know that they want USDC maybe as much. Hey, King Solomon, can you still hear me?
Yeah, we hear you. Yep.
Okay, sorry about that. I had we're good now. But anyway, what I'm trying to say is RLUSD has a good opportunity to become maybe the main stablecoin on Solana. And then there can be kind of a somewhat of a new relationship with what is a competitor to XRPL. So I guess to speak specifically, King Solomon, I'm very excited about RLUSD's opportunity for growth here, and have been focused on that a lot lately. And then maybe if you think about XRPL, right? XRPL has historically been, I think as of maybe the past year, the access to other markets, access to other blockchains has started to open up, but it's been this, really vibrant community of investors, of builders, that has maybe I shouldn't say it, but like has been kind of siloed a little bit, right? Like it's been siloed to XRPL. It's been siloed to it hasn't had the opportunity for like users from other chains or assets from other chains to come in. And so by making XRPL, like opening up that connectivity, I think we'll see a lot more asset inflow, and a lot more applications that want to build multi-chain and add XRPL as that like a multi-chain hub. So I've already been talking to a lot of teams in the XRP community, a lot of developers about this. We have some plans. So I'm excited to kind of open up XRPL, and that's coming very soon from our side.
That's awesome, Robinson. Because this is one of the things that people are typically not are aware. It's not about going from one to another. It's bi-directional, right? So if there is a lot of demand for doing something, let's say on the XRP ledger, because let's say the lending protocol is out and there is like a very attractive rates for borrowing, that's of course very interesting for people to come here and do that.
Exactly. Sorry, go ahead, Matt.
Yeah. And so one thing I would love maybe to hear a little bit about, if you could mention, because for me personally, it was like one of the fascinating things that specifically you guys that were behind, is maybe you can, as a community contribution that you guys did, maybe you can just very high level, but not too technical, of course, touch on NTT, the native token transfer protocol that you guys developed for the ecosystem.
Yeah, absolutely. And I will try to not get too into the weeds here. But I did bring up a little bit about the history of multi-chain, right? It's only been about, we could argue the specifics, but let's say roughly 5 years since we've had, a lot of multiple chains with activity, and there's been multiple chains with a lot of activity, et cetera. So you probably had 5 years of like real multi-chain type, back and forth activity. And so with that came a demand to send assets or issue assets back and forth, right? So the thought experiment here is, if I want my asset on XRPL, but it's only on Ethereum today, right? I have ETH on Ethereum or something like that. How do I get it to XRPL? And I don't want to go through a centralized exchange. I don't want to KYC. I want to do it on chain. I want to do it in a centralized way. There wasn't really a way to do that 5 years ago. So what happened was we created, what we would call like a token bridge. So maybe some folks on the call are familiar with the term bridge. You're able to bridge your asset from one chain to another. Without getting too technical, this was a good solution at the time. But what it did is it created multiple versions of the same asset. So if you think about it, like another thought experiment, if you think about looking at your banking app today, whatever your local currency is, let's say USD or Euro, whatever, imagine having like 4 different types of the same asset, right? And they're not fungible with one another. They're almost like in different accounts. That was a lot of what crypto was in 2020, 2021, 2022. You'd have your wallet, you'd have 4 different types of stable coins, and they all would have maybe a prefix or suffix or to tell you what chain they came from. So what happened? So essentially, we solved the problem of how do you get your asset to another chain, and this is all bridge providers, by the way. But we also created another one, which was the term people will use is liquidity fragmentation. But essentially, it's that visualization I just gave you. You have multiple versions of the same asset. For a lot of reasons, this is a horrible experience. You get, there's downstream to how you build liquidity, how you just use the asset, et cetera. So what we've done over the past 2 years is we said, hey, how do we solve this externality of the original problem, and create a system where you can issue assets across all chains natively, not in this kind of like locked, liquidity fragmentation way. And so we created what's called NTT, native token transfers, and that essentially just sits on top of the way a token is issued on any given chain. It interacts with it. So the long story short is you're able to keep one version, let's say XRP, we're all familiar with that, or RLUSD. This is what we're doing with RLUSD in particular. There's only ever going to be one version of RLUSD across every chain it's issued on. And the history, if you think back to what I just said, if we didn't have this solution and let's say RLUSD wanted to go issue on Avalanche or another chain, Arbitrum, there's a possibility, depending on how many issuers, there could be like 5 versions, and it wouldn't be nearly as successful, right? A DEX would be like, oh my gosh, I don't want to, which version do I use, RLUSD X or RLUSD Y? And then users would be like, which one do I hold, RLUSD Z or A? And you have all of this fragmentation that doesn't make an asset successful. So because of NTT and RLUSD now using NTT, we're able to solve that problem from the start to ensure the most success possible. Honestly, not even for RLUSD, but any asset. So we're super excited about it.
And this would also solve like all the accounting, because typically you have this accounting problem then where you have like, oh, now we have maybe more tokens in circulation than you know you should be able to back, right?
Yep, it's a burn and mint solution, so it burns and mints across all the chains. And I think the other thing too is at Wormhole, we really try to adhere to a lot of like, crypto ethos. So it's completely open source. So anyone can come pick this up. You don't even actually have to use Wormhole security in it, although we have it there as default because we think you will use it because we have been building the security model for 5+ years and think it's very good. But if you don't want to, you don't have to. So this is open source, a tool for anyone to use, no vendor lock-in. And yeah, I think it's something that the team's pretty proud of.
That's why I was asking, because that's specifically interesting as it's open source and it's basically a community contribution from you guys. So that's great, which you also use. Well, Solomon, I think we're good to go for the transition.
Yeah, definitely want to give reiterate a gigantic thank you to Ashish Burla from Evernorth. We had Brad Vopny from Gemini and Robinson from Wormhole, and super excited to see the continued innovation and adoption. As we move forward, it's hard to believe that we're in 2026, but as we move forward into 2026 and beyond, Vet, if you want to walk us into the next part here, Vet, that'd be awesome.
Absolutely. So we did the America's XRP session here, and we transitioned down to the spotlight of community projects, and we will bring up now a few community projects we had to talk about what they're doing, how they're contributing to the ecosystem, and what they're up to, just to get some on the ground insights. And let me get a few up.
I guess as a sidebar, Vet, we're probably going to ask everybody to make sure they, around 4 or 5 minutes each, because I know at the top of the hour we'll be transitioning, but we definitely want to extract as much value out from everybody. And Vet, I'll let you kick the first one off and stop rambling here.
Yeah, I think we can immediately start with, I think Sloppy's behind the First Ledger account. Sloppy?
Yeah, what's
how
up?
We doing?
How we doing, Vet? How we doing?
Why does this keep happening randomly? So the next thing that's going to be coming is the final panel. It's going to be the president of Ripple, Monica Long, is going to be speaking. Probably the second most important panel. The first one was probably Brad Garlinghouse, right? So we're going to be getting the most important panel here. The president of Ripple, Monica Long, XRP at the core of Ripple's business. You said, who cares about ethics? Yeah. If we as a country cared about ethics, we would have made a different decision. I think a lot of people kind of get lost in the theory that most millionaires are psychopaths. Most of these guys that are getting ahead just don't care about ethics, which is unfortunate. But it's just the way the world works. It's pretty sad, but it is what it is.
Your journey from point A to point B is as seamless as possible. So allowing that to be, either mobile experience, desktop experience, you get all the data that you want to look for, as well as not having to think when it comes to purchasing assets on the XRPL. Now, when it comes to future initiatives, where we're going to be rolling something out come in March, probably March 2nd. We made a tweet about it today, but it's going to hopefully incentivize more people to interact with liquidity pools in the AMM on the XRPL, seeing as it's like fairly new technology for us, roughly like a year and a half old. it only makes sense to kind of teach people how to use it. And I guess one of the best ways to teach people is to incentivize teaching too. So we're going to have some pretty cool programs going on around that. So just be on the lookout. We don't want to share too much on that front yet, but at least on Joey Wallet, we're almost a year old now, fairly new into the ecosystem, at least on that front. Roughly, I think we're a little bit over 15,000 downloads at this point. And the main goal was to allow users to have a similar experience when it comes to onboarding to the XRPL as you would experience on, like, let's say Ethereum or Solana. So wallet creation again takes roughly 10 seconds, full self-custodial wallet audits and all that good stuff. And, it's a very intuitive experience when it comes to actually interacting with the chain. Now, again, what's coming with that? Well, we're exploring some different things on what XRP users can do with their money. Ripple tapping in with, Hyperliquid. That's kind of like a hint that we're trying to look into and maybe allow users to deploy funds over there once XRPL support does come, looking at EVM sidechain support and just trying to, bring as many users to the mainnet as possible and actually deploy funds on the XRPL rather than take them off chain. So long-winded response right there, but we got a lot on the roadmap and a lot of fun things coming.
Yeah, I love to hear it. Love to hear it. This is the time to build, and you guys are definitely doing that. Definitely follow the account if you want to stay up to date with it. And I'm looking forward to increased activity and more coming to the XRPL. Going with this, there's actually a project I'm really interested here is T54. And I know from IO last year, we talked about agentic payments that really would be a great fit with the XRPL. And then I saw like the partnership with Ripple. And so I'm really curious to hear from you, T54, about your project. And why is it such a great fit with the XRPL?
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for the host. Thank you for having us, and thank you for Ripple and the XRPL ecosystem. So I'm Chandler, the co-founder of T54 Labs. So we are an AI fintech company. As you said, we are trying to solve the agentic payment problem, and we went through the XRPL accelerator in 2025. So what T54 is doing, we're building the trust infrastructure for agent economy. So as agents start moving real money, pay for data, settle the invoices, managing funds, someone need to answer a question about how can I trust my AI agents with my money, right? And what about my identity? How to solve the risk assessment? How to secure the payment rails for those autonomous agents are running everywhere? So before I dive into detail, I'm glad that I'm right after a Ashish session, right after Evernorth. So we recently announced a strategic collaboration with Evernorth, the largest institutional XRP treasurer. So to power their AI-driven autonomous treasury operations on XRPL. So we are bringing the verification, risk assessment, and the compliance to their AI-powered treasury management. Back to your question, like, what's the problem we are solving? So if you look at it right now, when an agent need to buy something like a data, a compute, a tool, there will be a paywall. What I mean by that is human needs to log in, right? To pay for subscription, to use their credit card, to do some manual approval. That breaks the entire point of autonomy. And quick context about X402 as well, for people who ever seen that. X402 is an open payment protocol that takes HTTP old 402 payment required status and turn that code into an actual payment rails. And it's very, very powerful because when an agent hit a pay resource, the server can respond with the X402 request, and the agent see that price, pay that money, and then get access. So there's no need to have accounts, no API keys, no subscriptions, purely agent native. And what we are building right now is on XRPL with X402 facilitator. So the piece that connect the protocol to XRPL. So what it does is, so agent can pay per use with XRP or RLUSD and settle on chain in seconds. For example, use a real life example here. So you may ask your agent someday, say, hey, could you help me pull NVIDIA's latest earning transcript, right? Read some two proprietary paid research report and then compare them. So if you're doing without agents, you need to tell Bloomberg and pay for subscription, download the things, and then you have to stop everything before sign up and finish the payments. But with our facilitator, the agents handles that autonomously. First, it hit a paid data source. They see a price, a few cents, a few dollars. They can pay with XRP or RLUSD on XRPL. Then they get the results. Keep going. No subscription. Pay only when you use it. So why this is so important on XRPL and why we think this is uniquely positioned to make XRPL super competitive is agent payments are tiny and frequent. So most of the rail punish that because they are paying by a percentage fee, right? And there are some minimal charges. But for XRPL, it doesn't. It has a fraction of a cent, like 3 to 5 seconds settlement, continuous uptime. That make this few cents per request payment super viable at scale. And also we are utilizing our USD that make the transaction even faster. So what's next? We officially launching the XRPL X402 facilitator in coming weeks, open to developers building agents that need to pay, and API provider who want to pay per call pricing, anyone who want to use XRP to be the settlement layer for agent native payments, you can reach out to us. So with the closing notes here, so not every blockchain is built for payments. XRPL does. And not every blockchain is native for agents, and XRPL has the huge potential. So a lot of network optimize for the smart contract computation, so the value transfer on a secondary function. But XRPL is the opposite. They're designed from day one to move value. The fees are super low. The settlement speed is super fast. And especially after the SEC, everybody know that XRP has the clear regulatory standings that most crypto infrastructure doesn't.
Yeah.
So yeah, so that's why I think we're deciding to commit on XRPL. And thank you for having us. Yeah.
Thank you. Well, that's awesome. The settlement layer for agent to agent and agentic payments, XRPL. That's a good soundbite. I want to ask. Let's move on to Centaura here, and we'll try to get 4 or 5 minutes with each of you guys. But I'll stop rambling. Centaura would love to learn what you guys are building for institutional DeFi, how that ties in, and what you're looking forward to for the future of building on the building towards XRP and RLUSD utilization.
Great, guys. Thank you for the opportunity. Just really quickly, Centaura is the institutional DeFi layer specifically to the Ripple community. We are the DeFi integration partner for RLUSD. So we've been there since $1 of RLUSD to $1.5 billion. So appreciate all the community support getting there, and really excited about what the use cases for RLUSD and the size and where we're heading in 2026. A lot of exciting updates to come. Tangential to that, we have built a protocol called Firelight. It launched in December, and we are announcing for pre-lockup deposits of XRP to earn points at this point, and it'll be yield once the protocol goes fully live in Q2. I can announce that we're doing another cap raise on the week of June 23rd. So we're going to double the size of stakers. So from a high level, Firelight allows people with XRP to stake their XRP into the protocol and earn yield. We are targeting about 3 to 5% for XRP. And I think one of the things to describe is how are we generating this yield. So what Firelight is the next innovation of a insurance/cover protocol. The idea is that Firelight will allow XRP holders to stake their XRP, and that will allow Firelight to write DeFi insurance contracts against large protocols, pools, bridges, oracles at scale. Now, the first question I would get is, why would I post my super valuable XRP and let degens use it as an insurance contract? So the reality is the insurance product that XFI or that Firelight is building is very much to pivot and focus the future of DeFi. DeFi is going to grow in the next year or two around this meta bank, this meta around neobanks. You have PayPal, you have Ripple potentially through G Treasury, Revolut, Robinhood, all looking to move to this neobank model where we replace fiat deposits in cash and earning treasury yields to stablecoin deposits and earning DeFi yields. And I think the biggest blocker for this to unleash its scale is Web2 people don't understand smart contract risk. Here at Centaura, we've been managing risk at scale, over 2 billion we manage currently. We've been managing this for 5 years and always returned our clients money. So we feel very comfortable pricing this risk. But the reality is the insurance that we will be selling is to tick the box for neobanks to get over the hump and really deploy at scale into DeFi. The protocols that we're insuring, think of Morpho, Aave, Euler, the assets that are in that stack, USDC, USDT, RLUSD, Athena assets, battle-tested assets with the proper risk models. And at the end of the day, do they really need this insurance? Probably not. But does it make a Web2 firm more comfortable launching a product where they feel comfortable they're not going to lose their clients' funds? Now, on the other side, on the Ripple side, why would you do this, right? And I think this is probably a question I'd like to answer directly. If you stake right now, if you could, on this call, if you could stake XRP in Aave, would you do it? And I would think the large majority of people here would do it. If you could stake your XRP, post your XRP in Aave and earn 4%, would you do it? I think that group grows even larger. That's essentially what you're doing. Because you can't supply XRP into Aave and you can't earn 4% even if you could, this is the utility unlock for XRP. And the risk that you're taking is simply the same risk you'd take if you deployed into Euler, Aave, Morpho, but you can't. So that's the value attribution to both the buyers of insurance and the yield. And that the scale of this is billions, right? The demand for this insurance is quite large. So this is an organic yield that's going to scale for the XRP community. Sorry to run over.
No, you're totally fine. I know we did an interview with Firelight over on Genfinity like a month ago or a couple weeks ago too, so people can go and check out and get a deeper dive. But thank you so much. No, I think it's super awesome. There's a huge opportunity, obviously, for XRP and RLUSD in kind of the DeFi flows. I want to move over to Arculus here in just the last couple of minutes. Security obviously is a one of the biggest must-haves, probably the biggest must-have after compliance in this entire industry. Arculus, what are you guys building? And sorry to ask you to be a little bit brief on it. But thank you.
No worries. I'll be super brief. I'm Tom Blow. I'm the head of product at Arculus. We actually make that beautiful Gemini XRP card. We make most of the metal cards in the world. We also have our own hardware wallet on a metal payment card form factor. Two things that I wanted to mention today in the time is that we recently came out with a beautiful XRP branded hardware wallet. Again, on a metal payment card form factor. You can see that at getarculus.com because we are big supporters of the XRP community. And the other thing that we do, again, because we're excited about RLUSD and the potential for real consumer payments, we've also built a point of sale integration and a point of sale device that allows you to tap to pay, take a card with Arculus software on it and your private keys on it, and essentially tap it to a point of sale terminal. So if you think about the way people actually are able to pay with digital assets in physical locations today, like I've been in crypto for a long time, and I think I paid with digital assets in a store like once, and that was because I sought it out. Now today there are some payment cards like MetaMask and Cast and these things that let you pay with digital assets over the traditional payment rails. We think that's fantastic, and we do a lot of that business. But we also think there's a place for doing direct on-chain payments. And most of those direct on-chain payments today happen via QR code, which is honestly kind of a crappy way to check out. I mean, take your phone out and take a picture of a thing is a bad checkout experience. So what we've done is essentially created a tap-to-pay checkout experience, direct on-chain for RLUSD and other digital assets. And if you want to see it, you can actually see it, a live demo of it at bit.ly/RLUSD tap. That's RLUSD TAP, bit.ly link. And you can actually see what it looks like. It looks like a normal debit card transaction, but what you're actually doing is sending RLUSD directly over the XRPL blockchain. Takes about 2 or 3 seconds, and you don't take out your phone. You don't have to scan a QR code. You literally just take, in my case, I actually use my XRP card, tap to that point of sale terminal, enter your PIN, and your transaction goes through. All on the XRPL blockchain.
Awesome. Vet, you want to lead us out here? We want to definitely thank everybody that joined today, but Vet, you lead us out.
100%. It was an amazing session. Thanks everybody who joined for the one with Ashish, Brad, and
all right, the most
Robinson.
important panel.
And we're going to lead
the
here
president of
now
Ripple.
with Monica is going to talk about how XRP matters to Ripple's business. And so stay tuned for this session. And yeah, thanks everybody.
Yes, thank you everyone for the last session. That was really great. I'm excited to continue the conversation. I'm Jacqueline Melinek, the founder and CEO of Token Relations, and I'm excited to be here with Monica Long, the president of Ripple, to discuss XRP at the core of Ripple's business. Monica, how are you?
Hi, Jacqueline. I'm great. Thank you so much for having me. Hey, everyone out there. Thanks for joining.
Yeah, I'm super excited to do this, and it's great to catch up right now. To start off, I know you have had an interesting journey and growth at Ripple. Can you kind of walk us through how you went from your initial role to now president?
Sure. I've had the ride of a lifetime. Very lucky person. So I joined Ripple in 2013, just about a year after its founding. And my introduction was through Chris Larson, co-founder and then CEO. He's now our executive chairman. And I had the privilege of working for Chris when he was CEO of Prosper prior to Ripple. So that was my introduction. He was like magnificently excited about the revolution underway with crypto and what Ripple was working on, and was very convincing with his vision. So I decided to jump feet first. It was a pretty nascent industry at the time. So I started on the communications front, and then later grew a marketing team. Around 2020, we created a focused effort around funding and supporting developers in an ecosystem of partners building on XRP Ledger outside of Ripple. And so that's called Ripple X. I know you heard from some of my colleagues earlier. So yeah, we launched that in 2020. And now in my current role as president, I'm responsible for our core business, and which includes Ripple X, but then also payments and our custody product, as well as our stablecoin RLUSD.
Yeah, for sure. There's a lot of really great moving parts on that front. Monica, how do you think the industry has really evolved since you first got into the space?
Yeah, I mean, a lot has changed. There's been so much progress and maturation. And then some fundamentals have stayed the same, which is a good thing. So what's changed, I would say, is regulatory clarity pops to mind. A lot of developments on that front. 2025 being a really pivotal year with the Genius Act, and that kind of had had a domino effect just on institutional embrace of the technology. I would also say, I mean, on that note, institutions taking the technology very seriously as a core part of the future financial system, not looking at it as, you know, a flash in the pan or a side project that belongs in the lab. So I think maturation, institutional adoption, those are kind of the themes that come to mind. And I would say what hasn't changed is the industry's unified vision of the future and our unified mission of enabling an internet of value. And we really think, yeah, blockchain can change the way money moves around the world.
Yeah, no, I love that, and I agree. It definitely can, and we're starting to see that happen, right? And I think with that in mind, what are kind of your key priorities for Ripple's business in 2026 then?
We are launching into 2026 after a banner year in 2025. And I just was mentioning, I joined in 2013. I can say 2025 was best year ever, best year yet. So of course, those who followed along, we've acquired 4 companies, or we acquired 4 companies last year. We also expanded our kit of licenses to do payments and other virtual asset activities. So we're now licensed in more than 75 licenses around the world. And some of those are really significant for opening up new markets for our payments offering and other activity like that. So now looking at 2026, we're first and foremost focused on integrating our acquisitions and seeing those the deal theses play out and come to life. And we want to build on the growth and momentum we were having, especially in the back half of 2025, on customer acquisition and adoption and usage of our products. So like, for example, with payments, we in the second half of the year, we were seeing double-digit growth in payment volume month on month. So we're seeing this really nice hockey stick curve in payment volume growth. RLUSD, last year was really its first year being in the market, and we have now crossed $1.5 billion in market cap. It's firmly a top 5 stablecoin. And then on the custody front, and this, our flagship custody product is it was built for banks, and that's our main customer. And it was kind of a quiet first part of the year for digital asset custody and banks. And there's like this clear before and after snapshot of before Genius Act and after of how serious banks got about engaging with firms like Ripple. And so, we saw dozens of RFPs, requests for proposals coming from banks for custody solutions. So, I can't give you the names yet, but I can say you can expect more good news to come on bank adoption for Ripple.
Okay, so we can definitely expect more of this in 2026 then.
Yeah, I can't wait to share it with you.
Very, very exciting. Yeah, I know when all the M&A activity was happening in 2025, we wrote about it at Token Relations, but it's just super exciting. And I think, kind of going to the point of this conversation, it like goes back to the core of Ripple's business. But on the front of XRP and XRPL, how do you think those two kind of play into Ripple's product strategy, both in the past, but now looking to the future?
Yeah, we're rewinding the tape back to the founding of the company. Like XRP and the ledger are our reason for being. The purpose of Ripple was to be building use cases, taking the technology and applying it to solving real world problems. So we call it our North Star, like that. This is kind of what guides us in a lot of our product strategy and decision making. Things that I'm excited about on our roadmap for this year. One is payments on DEX. And of course, payments already happen on the decentralized exchange. You all know that. But with our licensed product, so this payments offering that a lot of our customers are using for stablecoin cross-border payments, we want to bring more of that flow directly onto the decentralized exchange. And like an interesting trend we've been talking about at Ripple is just the proliferation of stablecoins. Even take just US dollar as the currency, there's all these different issuers now. And I think back to the early days, talking to David Schwartz and Arthur Brito, like their vision for the DEX on XRP Ledger was, you know, in the future, so many different assets will be tokenized, money will be tokenized, and there's gonna be all these different issuers. And depending on the currency cross or the exchange, it's gonna be a mess finding the liquidity. So XRP is built into the protocol as this bridge asset, and you can auto bridge really seamlessly through XRP. So we're bringing it back to the roots of how this protocol and the DEX were built. So I'm super excited about that one. Another one is payments credit. So to explain that one, we know that in the world of payments, so if you're a payment service provider, it's really common that you would have like overnight credit or short-term credit to be able to ensure the appropriate funding for that payment. That's super common, and you may, for those who maybe have been following us for a while, you may remember we had a line of credit offering back in the day. So our idea is to build on that customer need, that insight into that customer need for credit or financing for payments, and match it with holders of XRP who might be interested in putting that XRP to work and earning more yield using the lending protocol. So this would, you know, I know lending protocol is still up for vote, but, you know, we're fingers crossed, really hopeful and gung-ho that that will be enacted as an amendment. So that's another one to come. And then the last thing I'll mention is, you know, a lot of the banks we're working with. I mentioned we've been responding to a lot of their RFPs around custody. The banks are not just interested in custodying digital assets. They're really keen on pushing into tokenization, whether that's tokenizing deposits or different funds or even equities, bonds, et cetera. And so our custody product enables that through the product. And of course, XRP Ledger is, I mean, we believe the best blockchain for institutions to be using. And so we see our custody customers putting more of those kind of mature assets onto XRPL.
Yeah, I mean, with the front of tokenization and payments and everything you've talked about so far, do you see those as like the key use cases taking off? Or are there other areas that you're kind of monitoring too?
Yeah, I would say the two kind of big bets that we have are where the use cases that we think are real killer use cases for not just blockchain, but specifically XRP Ledger and XRP are payments and capital markets. So trying, you know, kind of using the efficiency of blockchain and either stablecoin or tokenized funds or digital assets to make post-trade settlement in particular a lot smoother and more efficient. And also collateral management within the context of capital markets. And that's, I think you earlier were talking about Aviva. We also last year talked about a partnership with DBS and Franklin Templeton. And these are this is the flavor of more of what's to come between our Ripple X team and our Ripple Prime team.
Okay, for sure. I think also another thing I'm thinking of on this front, Monica, is like, what are the keys here to really unlock more of this activity on XRPL?
That's a great question. That's like the multi-trillion-dollar question, right? So I do believe regulatory clarity was an imperative, and I can really see that clearly in hindsight now, because we were so early to the market with payments on blockchain and institutional use cases on blockchain that we were making progress along the way, but I could see this like floodgate opening last year. Post Genius Act, of course, now clarity's on the table. But I think the clarity from the regulator really matters, because a lot of the institutions that we talk to, they get it. They get the need, they get the solution, and how it fits. But they're not in the business of taking on that kind of technology risk unless it's clear what they're going to get from the regulator. I also think another aspect is interoperability. We're talking about, the proliferation of US dollar stablecoins. Another aspect of that is many, many chains. And so like for the Internet of Value to be a real thing, these blockchains have to work seamlessly together. You have to be able to transfer assets across different chains and liquidity pools. And on the more kind of like tactical, the blocking and tackling front, there are certain features that institutions need. So when you look at XRPL, a lot of what had been already built in it's built for financial use cases. But there's things you've seen us developing in the past year, the lending protocol being one, but also permission domains, confidential transfers, credentials, like things like that are important to make the blockchain usable by institutions.
I mean, on the institutional front, what do you think is really missing that these institutions want to see on XRPL before they move over?
Yeah, and I think the features are one aspect. Of course, you can't really do a lot of you can't implement many financial use cases without the high quality assets being available and then liquidity. So that's our Ripple X team really focuses on partnerships that will bring high quality assets on and build liquidity, get that flywheel going. I also think the peer validation matters a lot, and it can be let's be honest, it can be some FOMO out there in the institutional realm. So I think seeing leaders go for it like DBS or Aviva, or we have another partnership with MasterCard. I think that matters a lot. That kind of peer validation gets them to jump in.
I think another question I have, kind of transitioning maybe to the XRP side of things, given the conversations about XRP at the core of Ripple's business too, I want to weave this in, is like, how will XRP integrate into Ripple's new lines of business?
Yeah, and here you're referring to Ripple Prime, Ripple Treasury. Yeah, so it's just the beginning. We're really excited about the potential here. But with Ripple Treasury, this business serves more than 1,000 corporates who are managing trillions of dollars of capital, and at kind of the highest level, working with plugging into our infrastructure can help these corporates unlock more idle capital, and also move money faster, more transparently, more reliably. In working with that team, they've been really quick to market with, they have some customers who have actually come to them asking about digital assets. This is like a great sign that serious corporate treasurers of large firms are inquiring about digital asset strategies within their treasury. So of course, the first asset to offer them is XRP. So we have some pilots already standing up around that. And with Ripple Prime, since we've signed that deal, they've already seen XRP deposits increase more than 100% in the past, I think last 2 quarters of 2025. They're also looking at expanding the collateralized lending market for XRP amongst their clients.
Where do you kind of see Ripple a year from now then, Monica? And where do you see the market a year from now? If you can kind of give us an outlook that far out. I know things can change, but would love to hear your perspective there.
Yeah, I do. I wish I had a crystal
Yep,
ball. Wouldn't that be
100%.
lovely? But we're jamming. We're in such a good place. I mean, I mentioned the growth curve we're seeing within payments, and also we made a couple other acquisitions last year that were more product led, like Rail and Palisade. So those have kind of filled in and expanded the capabilities we can offer those clients to collect, hold, swap, and pay out all through one interface with one provider. So I see Ripple a year from now. This is going to be a I know I said 2025 was best year ever. This is going to be a better best year, because we already have the momentum coming into the year. We have the regulatory clarity. We have the growth going in the right direction, and getting those license approvals, which we just announced between like December and January in UK, Europe, and Singapore. These are now markets that are open for us to directly onboard customers, which we could not do last year. So I think it's going to be a really big year. The story for RLUSD will be, in a world of many and more stable coins, RLUSD will really stand out as, top shelf regulated, but also highly utilized within payments and capital markets. So we have that cooking with payments in our Ripple Prime business too. I think you asked about the market. So I know it's coming off a year of up and to the right. It's always tough to go through a dip, and I mean, we've been around 13 years. I've been at the company 12. Like, we've seen a lot of ups and downs, bears and bulls. The institutional appetite hasn't gone away, so I take that as a really great sign. We're still, we haven't slowed down in terms of banks who are engaging us, asset managers, and payment companies. So I think that despite what we might see showing up in the day-to-day volatility, that at the end of the year, there will be really, really meaningful adoption and progress on the use cases that we're focused on, at least payments and capital markets. And I think that XRPL by the end of this year will be like indisputably the institutional choice of blockchains.
Okay, I'm excited to see how everything pans out this year. Last thing, Monica,
You too.
if you had to define the moment in 2026 for Ripple and XRP in a few words, how would you describe it?
I would say institutional adoption at scale.
Institutional adoption at scale. Okay.
Yes.
I love it.
That's my, we'll revisit that December 31st to see how it played out.
Yeah, 100%. Amazing. Well, thank you, Monica, for taking the time. And thank you for joining me in this conversation for the last session of the day. And for everyone listening in, there is still more content to come. So please join the Apex session happening later today.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Jacqueline. Thanks, everyone.
I can't believe it, my friends. After 6 hours and 51 minutes, this is my longest live stream I've ever done. I'm not a live stream guy. I don't do this thing. But we did it for 6 hours and 51 minutes. We've done the full XRP Community Day. If you made it this entire way, good for you. I will be doing a full recap of this entire notepad right after this, literally right after this. Thank you so much, everyone that came to the stream. I mean, we had a lot of people, over 2,000 people ended up coming onto the stream, looking at it. Hope that you got some value here. We had along in the middle of the stream that we did make some money off of. We were literally trading it publicly. And so hopefully, some of you guys got in, made some money. Without further ado, that's going to be the stream. As always, feel free to go ahead, like, subscribe. If you're looking for an exchange at the moment, BTCC is running some pretty awesome offers at the moment. It's the only exchange I'm going to be promoting for the coming months. It's an exchange that other XRP YouTubers have put me onto personally. They've met the founders, and I personally trust them over a lot of the other exchanges that were trying to get me to promote them. So also, XRP giveaway that's going to be coming pretty soon. So exciting. As always, my friends, stay classy. Thank you so much. And that is all.